Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's the 4th of August, 2026. We have just wrapped up our first continental weekend of the new 2608 ban list. For those who don't know, it was Cascadia this weekend, America's Continentals in person. It was streamed. I did a bit of commentary. It was an interesting tournament too. There was like a lot of like weird pain points, whether it was the production of the stream, and like we'll talk about that in a second. I don't mean anything wrong with that, but also I think the stream, like the tournament went down. I don't 100% know how it happened or what happened or how it got fixed. But I know between like Saturday and Sunday, the Cobra for this like nearly, 90-person tournament went down. And so then a lot of people were like scrambling overnight to rebuild it. And so I think they ended up rebuilding. I think like Lucy and Stwy did a whole lot of great work behind the scenes. The JNet, not the JNet, excuse me, the Netrunner web devs. And yeah, I took out the scores when we left. When I left, I think the tournament collapsed in on itself. And like, again, everything was fine at the end. Everything, like, people put in a lot of work for that to happen, but it looked like it was great. And a lot of work went behind the scenes to make it end the way it did. And it was a good ending for sure. It was wild. It wound up Corp +3. I have a picture of that if you wound up. You played Corp +3? Jesus. Yeah, stuff happened. I just want to catch up on chat and we'll go into that. Gracious hello. Hey, Luna. How's it going? Hey, Andre. Hey, Aurora. Happy Tuesday. How's your Tuesday? It's Andre Métropole Grid. Wild. Cold Lava says, hey, Andre, thanks for the comments of the weekend. It was my pleasure. It was really fun to watch Cold Lava play because I did one round with commentary with Cold Lava. Shout out. I also got to do commentary with Timmy Wong. And if you don't know who Timmy Wong is, it means you haven't been playing Netrunner for like a decade. But Timmy Wong is like one of the coolest Netrunner players for a long time. He was like very much somebody I looked up to back when he was playing competitively, because Timmy Wong was a player who came like in second at Worlds. I think he came in like third or fourth in Worlds the year before. Just like a very consistent player playing from California, except he didn't play the good stuff. He played the weird stuff. Like, he was a really weird deck builder where there's commonly at least one or two cards in every deck that he played that people had to read. And he was a really consistent player. Like, you could keep getting away with it. So if you know, this is back in the FFG eras. I've never shared a mic with Timmy Wong. I don't think he's ever done commentary, but it was so cool to be like, wait, this is Timmy? And having to understand how many people don't know who Timmy Wong is. He's a really nice dude for sure. Got excited by the NHS for gender treatment, though I'm still nervous about it. Yo, Luna, that's amazing. Congrats. If you're still nervous about it, definitely there's better people to talk to than me about that, about nerves and all that sort of stuff. But that sounds like really great news. I don't know how hard it is to line that stuff up. That's awesome. Dang, Timmy was on commentary. Nice. Kevin, also good work. We got to watch you. That game was heartbreaking. For those who watched, again, it was like round 2, and it was a matchup between Whiteblade, between Sam and Kevin. And Sam is playing Nebula, so like trying to build up central servers and not make a remote and fast events. You know how Nebula does. And then Kevin is playing on the other side, playing Arasana, and like a relatively aggressive Arasana. I think environmental testing has come down early, so the money is good. But Kevin's running centrals, and like the first 2 runs on HQ on like turns 2 and maybe turns 4, still 2 king makings, which is the best agenda probably in the deck. It's the only true like 3-pointer in the deck, and that's such a good point. Now the game is getting more exciting. I think the Arasana credits started to dry up. Arasana is not really good at producing regular breakers all the time, and so we had like 3 ice on R&D, 3 ice on HQ. I think the score is 4 to like 4, maybe 4 to 5. But the corporation is like 1 or 2 more combos away from winning the game. And of course, with Nebula, you have to run centrals every single turn, and that's really hard, not to, because the threat is always there. We see Sam doing some really weird stuff where you see like tempo. What's that card called where you draw 2, install 2? The HB operation. But like we see those for tempo, which I thought you had to keep those for combo pieces, so I can't tell what happened. But unfortunately, on the last turn, or it turns out to be the last turn, Kevin runs R&D. And I'm saying this story just because this is like a public service of sorts. This always happens. And I've seen so many times that this happens in top table plays, top down solutions. Thank you, Matt, with a hyphen too, huh? I've seen this happen so often at top tables between fantastic players, and it still happened at Cascadia, which is heartbreaking as much as the story has a happy ending. But the idea is, when the runner is running R&D, the ice that was res is a Piranhas. And so Piranhas, the sub team we looked at, it was going to fire. And so Piranhas does 1 net damage. Now the ice behind the Piranhas was already res, and it was Unsmiling Tsarevna, and she does 2 net damage. And so to do the 1 net damage on the piranhas, Kevin puts his hand out with 4 cards in it. And then Sam, she goes to grab net damage, and instead of taking 1 cards, she takes 2 cards and she flips them. And that is unfortunately a game loss. You can't take cards out of the runner's hand and flip them if it's more than the net damage being dealt. It wasn't clear to me whether Sam thought that the card that was firing the ice that was resolving on the subroutine was meant to be this one, whether it was just like you grabbed too many cards on accident. But it was like you're meant to do 1 net damage, and instead you do 2 net damage, which means you reveal card from the runner's hand, which is obviously a big advantage that can't be undone. That is a game loss. And I think at that point, like, Sam was probably more favored to win, as much as Kevin's start was amazing and like still was competitive. I think Kevin needed to get some good rips or a deep dive that turn, which I don't think was in the cards. But yeah, that just always sucks to see, especially with such a hard fought match. That was really, really exciting. The reason why I bring this up is like if you were at a tournament, especially a tournament with high stakes, the thing that I always recommend to do, and a lot of people will recommend do, is when you're going to go for an HQ axis or a net damage or anything like that, shuffle your cards and ask your opponent to shuffle their cards and put them on the table, and you point to the card and they flip the card. This happens on HQ axes too. I've seen this at top cuts at like Continentals. This probably also happens at Worlds too, but I can't remember a situation in which like you go for an HQ axis and instead of grabbing 1 card, you grab 2 cards. That is unfixable in a competitive tournament. That's a game loss. So usually you want to put the onus on your opponent to like manage their own cards, where you just, put them on the table, they roll a die or they point, and then ask your opponent to flip their cards. Because if your opponent accidentally flips 2 of their own cards, that's just a warning for them. It's not a problem for you. So just put your cards on the table as much as you can. As much as the board state was pretty busy. Definitely just point at the card if you want to discard and let your opponent flip it. Yeah, it's the easiest thing to do. I don't think we saw much of that on the stream. I think it's still fun to pull people out of cards out of hand, but that's a really unfortunate way to get a game loss on like turn 2. Would it have been a game loss if she pointed 2 cards instead and the runner flipped both? No. No, I don't think so. I'm not actually sure. I would have to look into it. I don't think it is. I think if she pointed to 2, then the runner, I honestly don't know. I don't think it is. Because ultimately, that's what the runner flipped the cards. I think you're allowed to point to the cards. Because otherwise, you could put your hand down, point at 1, and they'd be like, say you've pointed at 2. But I think the person doing the flipping has the onus on them. Yeah, you should always point, not flip. It's always the fault of the person who flips. Yeah, it's the person who's flipped whose problem it is. I think if you point at 2 and they flip 2, I think it's still the flipper's problem. But I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to look into it. It was an incredibly difficult fight, and I'm glad it's over. Unfortunately, the race of trans folks in the UK have backslid a lot, but it's still an important milestone. I mean, that's fantastic. I'm really happy for you. I don't know what it looks like through the NHS, which is publicly funded. I don't know what that route is like here in Canada. I know for friends who have gone for that sort of surgery, I've seen it more done privately than publicly, but I think publicly is possible. I think it just like requires a waiting list. Probably that's not what anybody wants from public health. I like that take. Back in the FFG days, I always got annoyed when opponents would snatch cards from a fan's hand. Yeah, you also like if you don't want people to touch your cards, they don't have to. But like always at a tournament, you put your cards on the table, ask them to flip. It just means that you can't mess it up for yourself, which sucks. I do want to say the upside of that story is, with a bit of spoiler, is that Sam went on to win the whole event. I think the Nebula deck ended up only losing like 2 games, and that was one of them. But it hurts. It hurts to watch that on stream. And shout out to Sam, which, like, for those who don't know, Cascadia has now been on for 4 years. Cascadia is this in-person tournament that happens at this, it's called the Mox Boarding House, which is a chain, but it's like a board game / card game kind of pub where they have food and tables and stuff like that. I don't know if they have a board game collection. They probably do. And every summer, largely around this time, there's been a big event there, whether it's Continentals or a mega city or just like a big casual tournament kit. It's been going on now for 4 years strong. I think these last 2 years, specifically because Sam is across the border as a Canadian, it's now been run by Abraham Man in the Moon and a lot of other like help from friends and locals. So it's like such a cool tradition that Cascadia can be as like, as constant and as vibrant as the thing it is, and let alone Sam, now that she's not running, can win the thing. Not that they haven't come close before. I visited an Netrunner scene up there in Moxes. Everyone's super cool. It seems really nice. It's also, there's a lot of travel on the West Coast. Like folks, I don't know how many Canadians showed up. I think sometimes that's a bit tense right now. But there's a lot of folks that you saw, a couple folks, mind you, like Kevin, we talked in, came from the East Coast. We saw Cold Lava there. We saw a lot of people come up from the West Coast too. Hey, David, I'm having a good day. How you been? Hey, Metropole. Hey, Chad. Hey, Jai. How's your weekend? I think I missed a message in chat. Like, Brennan, how's it going? It's the grid. Hopefully your partner's feeling a bit better with the iron. Love an EU-friendly stream. So glad they're back. Hey, Justice. On that note, next week is going to be a bit weird. We'll have a stream on Tuesday, but next Thursday stream, not this week, but the following week, will not be there. I'm popping out for a bit of a like a kind of Netrunner board game holiday. My testing group, every year there's a cabin where we all go out for like 5-6 days and hang out and play board games and just like get to see each other, which doesn't always happen. Not everyone's going to be there, but a lot of people are going to be there. And this year the testing group was very, very kind because last year it was in the States, and so a bunch of the Canadian players are like, we don't want to, but thank you. And this year they're like, okay, fine, we're doing it in Canada. And so a bunch of Americans are traveling up to Canada for like the 3 Canadians who are big stubborn about it, which is like such an honor. So it's gonna be really nice to see all the friends in one place. They're doing great, back at work and everything. Thanks so much for asking. Really good to hear. That's awesome. Will you be at EMEA? No. EMEA is at the end of this month. I have no plans to be at EMEA. For those who don't know, I'm out of work for the last couple months, so like big traveling has kind of been cut down. Maybe if I was working full time, that would be a possibility. But EMEA is coming out at the end of August. I was reached out by the EMEA folks to like shout out their event, which we definitely will. I'm waiting for them to send me some of the full res alt art scans to show you. But EMEA Continentals, I believe, is in the UK, and I think it's at the end of the month. It looks like it's going to be good. A cabin in the woods, kind of. Ob Smash and R Plus did nothing as expected. It was surprisingly as expected, right? Will you be in my local G&K at the end of this month? I mean, actually, maybe. I've heard good stuff. I'm playing Prov, though. It's August in the tropics, so oof. But my partner's cake decorating her day job went viral, and now she's local famous. What did she go viral for? I assume it was a cake-related thing, right? You sent it? Oh, perfect. You should have the files now. Oh, Ish, right. Ish is who I was talking to. Do not come in bold. Cascadia was a super interesting event. Okay, I'm gonna open them up probably next week-ish then, because I'm not gonna open my email and go through it. But that's awesome. On that note, I do want to shout out as well. I was reached out to by Crore, and so for those who don't know, also this one's a bit later. It's in the beginning of September. This is the APAC Continental Championship, and this is the in-person one that Crore and some folks are organizing. I'm imagining it's Crore and some folks. It's not really, it says here, but this is in Melbourne. And 9/11 to 9/13, so that weekend in just a bit. But one thing that they were doing, and Crore reached out, is they're putting out these tickets. There's no art image here. It should load though, because the art image is really important. Hold on. Okay, let me fix this, because the art image is like why you'd actually click on this link. Why is the art image not loading? Wait. That's not. Maybe we'll just come back to this. Because the art image is the 3 Kyle Farron arts that we showed off. We talked about, I think, on stream last week. So for those who don't know, a bunch of the folks from the AUNZ region, they commissioned Kyle Farron to get illustrations for these 3 arts and made 3 really cool, virus cards, Trojans, for the different factions. And Kyle Farron's art, if you're not familiar, Kyle Farron does a lot of board game art. So a lot of people know Kyle Farron from Root or that one about kids. You know the one. And maybe the one about pirates. I'm pretty sure it looks like Kyle Farron. Anyways, the short of the long is, and we'll show this again next week because the art image is like kind of important to sell this, is that they're selling remote tickets just because they want to raise money for the event to make sure that they're comfortable for the event. And so you get a full play set of the Kyle Farron illustrated participation prizes. They will be sent to you without tracking, kind of like Netrunner Cards does it. I think that's what I was told by Crore. This is not a ticket to Melbourne Continentals, but if you're across the world and you still want to support organized play and you want to get some really cool Netrunner Kyle Farron arts, which let me tell you, they're really, really great. You can buy a ticket and they'll be sent to you, which is great. Yeah. It is taken so many places or to shout to have as names, so I started to use Ish to get around that. Ish. Yes. I've seen more alt-art hate after this weekend than I've seen in a while. Do you think that was due to stream issues, or have we reached some peak alt proliferation? Did you see it in chats, Kolava, or in person? Yeah, the point of this is to show you the alt arts because the alt arts are really good. I don't know why the image is not loading. It loaded yesterday. Maybe we can find it somewhere else. Yeah, I think I can show you somewhere else, but we'll do a better job to show you this week. It worked before, I swear. So we showed this on the stream, I think, one of these last 2 weeks. So it's either this one or this one. They're good. Don't look at this AI slop ad. Unless it makes money for me, which it does. But I don't choose the AI slop ad. It gives me an AI slop ad. Where is it? Whatever. Oh, it's here. Here we go. There are these ones in the background. So this, I believe, is a Fizeraman Tangler. This is a Gourmand. Again, they're very, very charming. And then the last one is a Stowaway, which is this green little thing. They're really nice, and they have cards with nice, colorful frames. These are great. Very jealous about these. Buy a ticket if you want them. Oh, and Oath. Yeah, of course. Oath as well. Oath as well. What's the one with the kids and the pets eventually? Everyone knows that one, right? July 31st is a Sovereignty Restoration Day, or La Huehuea in Hawaii. Sorry. And she made a couple cakes for it with Olelo Hawaii words, and a local influence posted them on Insta in a positive life. Oh, that's sick. That's really, really cool. Fort. Yeah, it's Fort. Thank you. It's Fort. I knew it sounded like root. Anyways, Call Fairing does a lot of stuff. This is great stuff. Yeah, Call Fairing is a sick commission for sure. In chat and in Discord's talking about the stream. Okay, so let's talk about the stream really quickly. Again, you can watch the stream. It's across like 7 different videos that needs to be cleaned up. A couple of them are 12 seconds. I did commentary for the stream, and I want to be very clear. Like, you're always in this weird position when you're doing commentary. Oh, it's botulus. You're right. It's not gourmand because they're all Trojans, let alone viruses. Yeah, Leon, you're right. It's not gourmand. It's a botulus, which is another like food eating thing. So I was doing some commentary for the first 5 rounds. Shout out to the huge team that was doing this on the ground at a place. This was like Juniper, and I don't know who else behind the scenes was helping out here. I do want to say, like, you're in a weird position as somebody who's like doing commentary. Your goal is never to call out, production, because like obviously live streaming is really difficult. I know this. I have done a lot of this. Like, live streaming is really difficult. And so sometimes you want to communicate like what's going on, but not as like at the expense of the person who's putting in all the hard work. So I want to be very clear when we talk about technical difficulties, these are not criticisms. And oh my God, I know how difficult this is. Like, that's for sure. But like when I'm casting, I need to tell people like, hey, right now our stream is down, so we can't see the gameplay. So we have to do commentary off of the video that you are watching, which means the stream commentary has like a 14-second delay. We just say that so you understand what's going on, but this is not done at all to roast the people that put in so much time and effort to make this happen. This is really difficult. Our stream, when we were watching it, so the way that it works is me and Timmy's down in California, I'm in Quebec. We're watching a feed on Discord and then doing commentary across the Discord feed. Now, the issue is the Discord feed was at such a low resolution, we could not read the cards. And so they found out a better way, which kind of came in and came out. But the best way, unfortunately, was just watching the YouTube or Twitch feed and then working on a delay. Also, shout out, I shared a mic with Chinchling for the last like 2 rounds. It worked. It was okay. But the big thing too is like we have worse resolution than this when we're watching, and people are playing alt arts and we can't tell. When it comes to alt arts in a tournament, generally in paper tournament, what will happen is people run to a table and we will look through someone's deck with them to be able to realize or to recognize any alt arts that we might not know of. At this point, there's a lot of alt arts. The official NSG ones, I think a lot of people should know them. Some of these I've known before. Like, this is the op from Cascadia, I think a year or 2 years ago. So that's like pretty common because a lot of people have it. We saw a lot of alt arts that came from the Vancouver megacities, which is like an hour and a half away north. That was just like a month ago. So some of those are familiar, but people are constantly playing cards that we don't recognize. Like, I'm assuming at a context clue, Cold Lava is playing Lou here, as he does, but we didn't know what it is. Now, I don't know what to do about it. Like, this is obviously, this was compounded, and I think it came off way worse this tournament because of some of the technical issues, where it was like, generally, if we could know what was going on, so either like you have a runner at the table who can pipe into the voice of the people on the mics, or the quality of the stream is high enough that you can tell with context. But we had a lot of issues where card was played and we just couldn't tell what it is. And it's not even because it's an alt art, it's just because our feed was like a bit garbled at certain points. I get it that alt arts are really quite rough for viewership when it comes to streaming. I understand why people get annoyed about it. It's something that I know I have to deal with when it comes to like paper play, is like, do I use my alt arts? Do I use my NSG full arts? Like, full arts I think are usually people don't have problems with. But like the alt arts is like such a big celebration of why this game is as unique as it is that the play pieces kind of belong to everyone. You can proxy, you can make your own card arts. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, that is really, really cool. But when it comes to viewership, like, yeah, it's not the best. And on top of like the stream, like the casters not being able to help you, because while cards were sometimes pulled up, they weren't always pulled up, but that's like, it requires someone to do that full time, and there wasn't the staff to do that. It's difficult. It's like really, really difficult. And I think on top of it gets worse and gets worse. If you feel very strongly about it, I mean, that's good, but nothing's going to change. Like, NSG is not going to change the policies that you can play alt arts at tournaments. There's no shot they're going to. So it is what it is. I'm very happy to play alt arts from, artists that I like to support and friends, and cards that are like good memories to me from like going to events or like nice gifts and stuff like that. I know if I do play at a big tournament, like a very official NSG high stakes competitive tournament, I will go out of the way to like play as few unknown alt arts just because I feel like I can't avoid the idea of thinking I'm angle shooting when someone sees the top of R&D and they have to squint and be like, oh, what's your foil Alexis Bioac? Like, people don't always recognize that card. So like I do that myself, but like it's up to you to figure out how you want to do it. And if you want to play your alt arts because it supports, you know, your friends and artists and all that, like please do. I don't have anything smart to say about it. It's just like I understand why it's a problem. Accessibility on the stream doesn't make it easier. People watching, like generally that can be solved by good commentary, but the commentary this weekend, as much as it was good commentary, there was like some technical things to fight uphill. Huge shout out to the people that did a great job to make this happen in the first place, and we're very lucky we were able to watch this from such a great distance, let alone even be part of it. So remote comes where Andre gets to flex a superpower of card identification from a single pixel. The problem was the pixels were too big. If they're smaller pixels, like if we had more pixels per inch, I could do it. Just give me one good pixel. But there was some points in like, again, I could show you a photo of what the VOD looked like on our end. It was hard to tell what some of the cards were. And so it's kind of like doing commentary off of vibes and context, which is kind of fun. Always got to swing to read the card you pull, even to hedge fund. Exactly. Yeah. People in chat, I think we're talking about like every time someone draws a card, you're like, oh, cool alt art. And like, no matter what it is. From what I saw in person, Juniper carried the stream on her back, so definitely thanks a lot to her. Oh, 100%. Like she did all the work there. At least that I could tell. We were talking to Juniper. She listened to us the whole time. So like she had a ton of work. There's a lot of technical issues on a bunch of different reasons, and like fixing all that, especially pressure of being alongside a live game, is like an absurd amount of work. So like she did a great job. Lucy, I'm late. Lucy, also, like, I think a huge thanks has to come out to Lucy, because I think Lucy is one of the people that made sure the tournament came back. I'm not really savvy to what happened. It turns out as soon as I left, things broke. Not saying it's my fault, but things fell apart a fair bit. So, hey, Declan, how's it going as well? I got to watch a bunch of your stream yesterday of the good vibes Shinteki playing. Hopefully it turned out okay. Not just streaming things, just playing against decks with lots of alt arts to add more to let the load. Steak, I hear you with that. Like, you can tune into some board states, and I'm not going to do it because it feels like I'm roasting someone. But if I tune into a board state and the majority of their cards are alt arts, it does hurt how easily I can parse the board. Probably not in a way that would like keep me up at night, but like it does. There's a reason on JNet, and this is actually probably bad in some ways. When we play on JNet, I disable all alt arts. I think I even disable card backs, but I might be wrong about that. And the reason is, especially because there's a lot of new players watching the stream, we want to make it as obvious as possible what things are. And shout out to Cyberfeeder that puts the name of the card on top of the card, as much as it can be truncated sometimes. That also does a lot. And maybe I just need to practice more with not hitting that button and playing on JNet with alt arts. So not only do you see more alt arts and get used to them, but it's weird. Like I can't imagine. I mean, Magic does this. Like how many copies of Brainstorm exist with different arts on them? Like people are just cool with that, I think. Someone has to hit big red delete button on Cobra. Yeah, from what I heard, redirecting as much praise as I can to Swide, I necromancied the data to build a backup tool, but it was Swide that was able to take recovered data and get on Cobra. So from what my understanding is between rounds X and Y, instead of dropping a person, there was a button that drops the whole round. And so there was a lot of data loss suddenly that had to be rectified. I think also the stream or the thing itself was behind schedule. I think Cascadia classically has ran a really ridiculously fast schedule, which is like you got 5 minutes between games just to make sure that things move. I know Sam back in the day, they were very strict with like making sure the next round starts. But yeah, I think they were behind schedule, and then I think that problem happened. So they ended up moving one Swiss round till Sunday, which is like a good fix to be able to have. Alt arts are permabanned from streams, but they're not always. Like NSG has, I can't read this. I don't know the tone of it. But like NSG will do AMT streams, and it depends on the person who's streaming it, and they will stream with alt arts on JNet play. And it's like, I don't know. Should we do this? Maybe. Apparently the button for dealing around and deleting the entire tournament look identical. Yeah, that's what I heard. I mean, like that's not good. A drop around button really should have a confirm button to resolve. Yeah, for sure. And again, like I have huge respect for the tournaments on Null Signal devs. Like they do great stuff. So like, yeah, we learn. That's definitely something that was learned. They tried to unpair a round to drop someone unpaired all rounds by accident. Yeah, that's really hard to fix. Kolava, do you think you were fortunate by having +3 on Corp? I think you probably were, right? Basically, rounds 1 to 5 got deleted. Rounds 6 and 7 were played on new Cobra with everyone's scores plugged in, but no SS or side bias. So it got to +3 side bias. Yeah, that's what I heard. And you can see some of that information, right? Like if you go to tournaments. Oh, shout out. I don't know if this matters, if people know that, but T.Null Signals is now down. Tournament.null signal works, but T.null signals used to be the tournament website. Now you have to do tournament. That's probably going to be a fix. Is it tournaments? No, it's tournament. Is it tournaments now? Yeah, okay. But if you go to like tournament types, shout out to this menu we learned like a week ago. There's like a redo Cascadia that has like the last couple rounds and then it comes back to do it. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I think it hurt me. I had to play all runner day 2 into better players and when I was way more exhausted. Oh, because you only ended day 1 in +3 and then you came up to neutral. Yeah, that sounds kind of not great, but it is what it is, right? Yeah. I remember the last tournament game I played on stream, they required me to use the neon static tokens instead of my normal tokens of playment. I thought that was kind of sad. Anyways, I'm pro alternates. Ryan, you can refuse. Different people have different like rules on this. I don't know. I don't run the world stream in terms of like the token usage, but I always get so uncomfortable when I come to a table and I force people to do things differently than they normally would do. I just don't like it. Like even just coming into a tournament during like an online stream and like asking people, hey, can I stream your thing while they're in the middle of a turn makes my skin crawl. Like I love to just let people do their thing and then try and be, you know, you're here for us. We're not here for you. Like, you know what I mean? I said that wrong, but you know what I mean? So I know when I've done tournament footage or when I've recorded footage, I say like there are tokens here that if you want to use, you can. If they don't want to, I don't like to force people to do that. But when it comes to other things like Flesh and Blood, like Flesh and Blood has a huge tournament scene with largely, maybe you could argue higher stakes. I don't know, probably not. But they actually force them to use like the certain tokens and dice that they use. And I don't know if it's an issue, but I could see it being weird. Neon static tokens are great though. Oh yeah, I use them all the time. They're my preferred tokens. Like nothing wrong with the tokens. But if you're a player who use like 1s and 3s and then you're being told to use 1 and 5 poker chips, I could see that being an issue. And if that's the case, I would just refuse. Either refuse to be on stream or refuse to use the tokens. JGSU proxies and stuff like that barely even happen in TCGs. Most alternatives are fine. Some alternatives are a bit tough to spot on top of R&D. Yeah, that's the issue. Is like if this game didn't require you to look at cards secretly, it wouldn't feel as bad as sometimes it does. To be fair, tracking attack value with dice is important to making Flesh and Blood readable if you can't hear players announcing it. Yes, yeah, it makes it like so much easier to watch because unfortunately the number that really matters on Flesh and Blood cards is really small and the text on those cards is really small. It's like the tiniest, like if you've seen a Flesh and Blood card, the part that does damage is this little number in the bottom left corner. Let's just see a scar for scar. Right, like it's this tiny thing in the bottom left corner. You see where it says a 2? This is the attack number. This is what matters. And so like they use dice to represent that. In fact, I have some. I got these somewhat recently as a present. But they put these next to the card on the stream with these chunky dice so you can tell what the number is. And like people don't do that when they play, but they force you to do that on stream. And even if you don't, the judges do it for you condescendingly. People playing 2-3 credit tokens are a completely different problem. 2-3 credit tokens. I mean, maybe. I have one teammate who uses 3 credit tokens and it always throws me for a loop, but like, I can't do anything about that. I like 1s and 5s. I'm a 1 and 5. Everything should be 1s and 5s. But yeah, there's a lot of token sets that have 2s and 3s. I think the token sets have been better. Classically, we've been playing for so long. We've seen some really bad token sets where the 2s and 3s look identical and you can only tell by color. It's like, this is not good. I've not used 3 since the Adonis rotated. Yeah, some people do use it for that, like 2s for daily casts and stuff like that. I mean, like 1 and 5s is good enough for me. Cards with the same art can have a different number and a load of modifier stack up illegibly often. Yeah. For Flesh and Blood, a card there can be 3 cards with the same name. And the more resources it generates when you pitch it, usually the lower its attack value is. Especially when you're playing draft, where like you actually do play yellows and blues of some cards that you wouldn't consider in standard. That does matter. I would always bring regular art copies as well in the case. Yeah. Balancing commission to 0 to 5 dice for AU counters and the like, and it's so peak. I really wish, like, we use these all the time. And I really wish this was 0 to 5 instead of 1 and 6, because 6 is just a bad number to have on a counter. Because like when it goes, I get it. Like I'll put 6 sometimes, but if I put 7, I do 5 too. Like who's doing that? Anyways, I got my own issues. I have 2s and 3s in the Team Covenant set, but I'm waiting for my neon static chips to shelve those forever, at least for tournaments. I think Beaches was saying in chat that there's actually like some sort of deviation in old Team Covenant tokens, in which some of the Team Covenant Netrunner tokens, the coloring on the 2s and the 3s is swapped. Right? So Team Covenant make these gorgeous tokens and like, yeah, I forget what I read it in chat. I don't exactly know what it is, but Team Covenant made these tokens and these were like the primo prestigious, like very expensive tokens back in like the FFG heyday. And yeah, I've always wanted these. I never picked them up because they're very expensive, and then shipping from like where are they? They're in somewhere in the south of the States. Bringing that in, Tulsa, they're in Tulsa, right? Was very, very expensive. We had a couple people in our meta who had them. But I think overall, I'm probably glad I didn't. Yeah, it's fine. I grew my credit piles by 4s and 7s. Fuck you, Brennan. Wait, do primes. Just do primes. Primes are not confusing. 1s, 2s, and 3s is an abomination for tokens. Is a complete unreadable board state to me. The thing that really like throws me, and like I will make a stink about this, and there's even some people on this channel you might know who do this, is like folks who do not sort their credit pile, right? Like if I can't read your credit pile, you can't read your credit pile. And if we can't read our credit pile, are we playing Netrunner or what are we doing? We're vibing our way through it. So like my credit pile is always like rows of 5 and then 5s, right? Like we make it as easy as possible. And people who I know who play with 3s do a good job of making their credit pile readable, as long as you remember they're 3s, not 5s, and they do a good job of making it readable. But yeah, folks who just like, I haven't seen this in a while, but they just put all their credits in a pile and be like, how much money you have, and they'd have to like count it. Be like, who's in charge here? Like, you should know how much money you have. You can't just say I have some amount of money. You use your money to make decisions. Anyways, I haven't seen that in a while, but it used to happen all the time. It's like so weird. When I was new, I would just slack my poker chips for credits into a big tower. Eventually, I practiced stacking to 5s just to make things clear. That's what I mean, Declan. Like, when you have the big tower and I'm like, how much credits do you have? And you're like, let me count. I was like, that can't be the answer at any point in time. There's always ask your opponent how many credits they have and they will quickly perform better. Yeah, you kind of like attritionally get them to that point where if I don't know, I keep asking it. And then they realize like, if they keep asking, it's probably like not good, which like, I don't mean that to be, passive aggressive. The old heads in my meta all stack their credits on their IDs. Yeah, that is an old school thing. Having your credits on your ID is like a really old school Netrunner thing. Using dice for your credits too is also a very old school thing. People used to have problems with that. Back in the day, a lot of Netrunner people counted their credits with dice, and they would put the dice on their ID. And then somebody would knock their dice over, and they'd be like, shit, I think it was this. And then there was like, a cultural recoil about like, should dice be able to be used for counting credits? There's actually rules about that still in the comprehensive rules section or like the tournament section about whether it's credits on ID in a pool is definitely cringe. Do you know what the one? Okay, so now we're just airing grievances for the fun of it. Do you know what the one that I don't like? When people remove cards from the game and they put it under their IDs, because I can't tell how many are removed from the game at any one point, right? Like, this is fine. If it works for you, it works for you. Clearly, like, I want to put that caveat on anything, but that's something I never get. It's like people put their spin doctors and the petty cash under their IDs, but then in the middle of the game, I can't tell how many spin doctors or petty cashes are out of the game. So like, can you? Do I have to keep asking you? I always put my spin doctors and petty caches in the score area where they get out of the game. This one also bothers me. It's like, the board state's not readable. This should be readable. I saw WB on stream being so ambitious, having 10 credit token on the playmat in the bank. I have no idea. I'm not sure what that was. I hate that Team Covenant 5s are almost black. That's why I'm a 3-1 person, but I barely 5-1. Oh, Nacho, are the Team Covenant 5s and 1s similar color? RFG under ID is bad. RFG fully under playmat is somehow worse, but I've seen it. I haven't seen fully under playmat. I've seen tucked under playmat, but like peeking out. So you can like see the cards and the quantities. That's fine. Even some people I've seen put agendas under playmat. And like, I get that. That's totally fine for me. That's totally leadable. Also, people who put stolen agendas under the playmat don't put my cards on the next table. Okay, actually, that's a good point. That is well, I mean, you got your nasty ass sleeves. God, I tuned in just done to get subtweeted about when I put my spin doctors. Do you do it too, Pat? Pat, you're one of the people that have to be like, how many credits you have, and then you're like, final count. And I'm like, brother. Tucked under playmat is messed up to me. The point of the mat is to protect the cards from me. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I never considered that. I'm someone who like has problems with these things, and I've never considered that. So that's okay. I get that. I generally play where the tables are not nasty, but you do you. RFG for me is always 70% playmat tag. Edward, you're getting roasted. We're getting roasted. We're all learning together, I think. I took my stolen agendas into my sock. Yeah. You're not wearing it though, right? Some people add RFGs to agenda areas, but don't group them so it's petty agenda petty. Yes, I wouldn't do that, but I could see that happening where they just put it on top of the next thing. But that's cool. It's like rings of a tree. You get to look at the score area and be like, oh, a story has happened here. And then you can do some forensics. Maybe that's actually cool, Dullbub. I use metal credits. 1's copper, 5 are silvers. Hey, writer. They're gold 10s, but they never get out. Loves me some metal money counters to ping when you use them. Metal money's cool. Sci-fi credits, metal coins. There was a set of these like metal coins that were also really trendy for a while in FFG era. I don't know if we're going to find them by searching such a vague term. They kind of looked like this. Oh no, these. people used these a fair bit. They were nice. And there's ones like these that people liked using. For a while, I was using actual like PCB bits, like chipboard bits that I found that were kind of this size. They were slightly too small and they were too sharp. But like you can do some weird stuff with Netrunner tokens. For those who've been watching the channel for a long time, I used Orbit's tokens for a really, really long time. Before this, I used tokens from a company, I think they're European, that largely made acrylic tokens and support pieces for like, I think they're called Warsenal. I don't know if they still make these, but I used Warsenal tokens first. Then eventually I used Orbit's tokens, and now I use the colorful ones from, yeah, this is it. So these guys used to make tokens, and I've only seen a couple people ever have used these tokens, but I think they're actually pretty good tokens. I don't know if we're going to find Warsenal Netrunner tokens. If you know these, you're weird. There's not a lot of us. Warsenal tokens, Netrunner. Yeah, they still make these. Well, they still make these. These were my first tokens I bought. I was like in university. So these are the ones. I didn't really have anything else. And then the 5s are very different. They tessellated, like they actually could be fit together. I didn't use any of these because they were way too small and fiddly. I think I did have some recurring credits, but like they're acrylic, so flipping them doesn't make a lot of sense. They had little MU things, which are cute, but I never used them. But yeah, they like tessellated like this, so you actually can build them into a thing, which wasn't useful. These virus tokens are way smaller than they looked. But these were my first tokens for a while, and they just had clear 1s and clear 5s, like very obvious the difference, and they felt good. The ones were a bit small, but they fit in a case well. And then the Orbits tokens are fantastic, but the Team Covenant ones are just better for TV. Not Team Covenant, the Neon Static ones, the colorful ones. Wonder if a luxury playstyle ever got around to making Netrunner tokens. I deeply love my L5WAR ones. Ooh, I don't know who that is. I know people at Worlds were selling like really luxe, like gold and black token sets that were like $200. That like weren't colorful, but they were selling you this sort of idea like, oh, it's sleek, so it's gold. It must be expensive, and maybe it was. What if I use a pre-decimal British coinage as credits? Abacuses. I think abacuses are underused in board games. The issue is I can't find the good abacuses I want to use for things. There are so many games where you track 1 to 4 different resources that just come and go constantly, right? And I think all of this should be abacuses. Except nobody sells good abacuses because the abacus market seems to be entirely just like kids in certain cultures learning math, and only those certain cultures, because we don't mess with abacuses here anymore. But hear me out. Like you're playing Spirit Island, and Spirit Island, you have to track like how much of each, type you have. Wouldn't you just want an abacus that has like the 7 different Spirit Island colors that you could just slide them left and right? And so tracking is as fast as possible. Like I want something like this size, except I need to paint all of these. What about if you're playing sorcery and figuring out like how much to each, color you had? You just had an abacus with 4 colors on it, and you just slid them over. Abacuses are kind of good. I think this is so sick, and they could fit in your pocket, and they could be great. I think there's so many board games in which the right counting system isn't cardboard tokens. It is an abacus. You give everyone an abacus and tell them to slide their beads around. Until the cat jumps on the table. I mean, tokens are an issue too. Dice are an issue. The cat's going to be there. Gone to Arkham Horror thanks to your video. Hey, how's it been? Chapter 2, huh? I used to buy the same tokens a bit, but then I got into the rabbit hole to make my own tokens because I could not find tokens that were heavy enough. Oh yeah, weight is an issue. I've never touched the buy the same token, I don't think. I'm certain I remember an older stream where you suggest an abacus for tracking clicks. Yeah, it's so easy. I think abacuses solve all of our issues. There are very few UI problems that can UX problems that can't be solved by an abacus. I would like to just like do this to do clicks, an abacus, instead of having to click things and flip things. And I mean, I do have the nice one, but it's harder to use than an abacus. Use a jug of water and a measuring beaker. Yeah, pipettes, a series of different pipettes and graduated cylinders. Playing Transfer Wealth and grabbing a fresh silver 6pence from my purse. When ringing up to their prediction market with British coins, I completely lost. Starting to get how problematic my old head locals were. Wait, Jai, I had someone threaten to count credits with an abacus before. This is the part of the world in which abacuses get used. I think it is classically Southeast Asia. Using abacus instead of credit tokens, I wouldn't go that far because the numbers get pretty big. But like when it's counting something that you can fix, right? Like in Spirit Island, I can check my allegiance to like Earth by just like counting on the table. So like you can't mess it up. And if you mess it up, it's trackable. But I wouldn't count credits with this because if you mess it up, there's no like paper trail. But for systems that have an ongoing paper trail, like when you play sorcery, you need to count like how many access to different elements you have by just reading the table. The thing is, like, I'd rather look at the abacus than looking at my like 7 lands and be like, okay, I have 1 earth, 2 water, 2 fire, stuff like that. Like, it's so much easier. Man, abacuses are sick. They should be good and small. I need to start a company. Abraham had some nice tokens, very similar to orbits. Oh, cool. Part of the event, I take it. Same goes for playmats, by the way. I played anything but a playmat tournament once. Was the funniest one. Oh, where you have to bring anything besides a playmat? Yeah. Yeah. Reaper Miniatures used to make a dice show sword display abacus token. Had to look up where we got them. Interesting. I saw someone play a custom Guess Who board to play Yu-Gi-Oh! You just flip up the cards you play. That's kind of sick. It's pictures of me using electric guitar instead of a playmat. Okay, I'm realizing I closed the window. It's not that hot outside anymore, but I closed the window because I'm loud and then I live in a neighborhood and now I'm gonna die slowly. So I think we're gonna make through another 20 minutes before I'll just get up and get the fan. That probably will happen. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully you're well. Shout out to our rant about accessibility when it comes to tokens and cards and stuff like that. I started with the alt art question. I don't have anything smart to say. It's a hard issue. I think alt art should be celebrated, but I do think they make viewership hard. And though I think a big thing is it's up to the production and the commentators to make it as accessible as possible. For this stream particularly, I think it was kind of a rough point just because technically there was a lot of problems going on. And so like commentators couldn't like really help you fix the issues. And also because it's a remote stream, we aren't there to be able to do a deck check. So it's like the worst of both worlds. It will be better. It's always better. Come to Worlds, it shouldn't be an issue, but yeah, we'll see. Okay, you reminded me to do my biennial metal polishing before heading for Montreal, Melbourne. I wish I was heading to Montreal. Oh, that sentence got happy and then sad. Okay, Jai, I won't see you. That's fine. I've for sure seen someone use Pandante poker chips for Netrunner before. I don't know what that is. It's probably some good poker chips. Okay, let's talk about this event real quickly. Maybe real quickly is a silly thing to say, but there was about 89 people at this event, which is sick. Some people did drop, and mind you, these drops are not because people are actually dropping, but it's because the last 3 rounds on Swiss on the following day. If you're not a contender, either you weren't added back to the tournament or you chose not to play again or you weren't invited back. I can't tell which of ones those is, but a lot of people came out and that's the most important thing. We spent a lot of time talking about the top and obviously we will because that's like meta relevant and stuff like that. But ultimately the fact that people had a whole weekend to come out and have fun and meet people and have some good food and drinks and all that is like the reason why this stuff happens. Huge shout out to the organizers and a lot of work that goes up behind the scenes. We organized the Continentals here in Montreal last year, about the same size, and it took months and months of effort. It took a village too, right? Like all of it. So it was like you hear a lot from me when it came to Montreal Continentals. You know, it's not me. It was me and like a whole team of people, like Oda Nuvo and Kate and John and all the other volunteers, like the judges, my partner, like all the so many people who came in to make it make sense. So yeah. Anyways, that it always happens, which is great. The field was stacked. We have a lot of great players for sure. I think there was like 2 world champs. We had a lot of like world's top 16 players, all these names here you'll recognize. And then it's a top 16 cut out of like the 90 players, which is pretty difficult. Nearly a very clean cut at 19 points. Jeshu does not sneak in, mind you. This is one of our buy players too. I think there's only 3 buys cashed in. And I do think 2 of them made the top cut, which is pretty sick. That shows you 2 things. Firstly, buy is good, but also like player is good. And that could make sense. You kind of have some evidence with the buy next to them. These, mind you, are not buys from odd rounds. These are buys that won mega cities across the last couple months. So glad that they had a place to bring them in. In terms of the meta, I guess we can just look at Maker's Eye, huh? Looking into the data really quickly on, well, you know, the big thing is the 2608 ban list. And I think everything as expected happened, which is really funny. So firstly, op is now the most played corporation. And I'm assuming the data actually supports that to be the thing that you want to be doing anyways. I think in the top 16, we have like 7 different op decks to some extent. They're all doing powerful op stuff, but we saw a lot of different op archetypes. And the big thing in the Swiss was trying to figure out what your op opponent was doing and then trying to figure out how to beat it. Now, this will change. Generally, early corp metas are favor corps or early metas favor corporations. Generally, corporations put the problems and runners have to solve them. I think on the runner side, I don't know if I could say any of these identities specifically went other way to like pivot to an expected meta, as opposed to people just playing like the good stuff and more people happy to play Moosely Hot now that there's no, you know, Melee SU. I couldn't tell you, but it was definitely the corp side that did some weirder stuff. Ayuko, and mind you, Jinteki used to be about half of fields. Now Wayland is half of the field, which is very, very strange. A lot of people playing Nuvang as much as it didn't really convert over the last couple months. Built to Last is showing up strong. I think this is mostly a mid to lower tables. I don't remember seeing any BTL at the top, but it could be a possibility. And there's actually a fair few Bangoon players, which Bangoon has had a resurgence with Hangoon, that's for sure. But there's some different Bangoon decks, or deck at least in the top 16, which is cool. The other thing is Restoring Humanity, right? The big question was, all the Melius players going to translation to Restoring Humanity? And the answer was obviously no. My answer was like 1 in 4 players who was really dedicated to play Jinteki. Glacier was going to move over to RH. And I think that's what the numbers actually supported here. With one RH player, mind you, Why Not was the top of Swiss, came into the top cut as well. So there's definitely some good things you can be doing with RH. But it does seem like the majority of people playing Melius moved to something else. And I'm not super, super surprised. NBN is really weird, and Nebula, I mean, you look at the data. Nebula ended up winning the event, and from those who I've talked to with Nebula, this is like fast events Nebula. So has some interesting tricks, has some sharp things it can do. And the big thing with the Nebula deck is that it's quite good against Lu. It's good against Renee, who's setting up, because you can't get in and can't get the multi-access, and Nebula can just do combos, and that's it. You don't have a lot of disruption or a lot of pressure on centrals. You have some good ways to break ice, but then also the Nebula deck is running some ice that's kind of hard for you to deal with, like 6 strength code gates specifically. So I heard this was really good for that matchup against like Arsana, which is actually the least Arsana we've seen it in a single tournament for a while. Arsana actually has been like the second most runner at certain events. Arsana, I think, did okay, that being said. But yeah, that's a matchup that's kind of wild. NBN, I think of Cascadia, I think of Epiphany, which has done pretty well, but Epiphany is just not there. And I guess we have to talk about Reality Plus. I don't think any Reality Plus converted into the top cut. I don't think anyone knows what Reality Plus can do, but while this identity has been unbanned, we'll wait for later Continentals to figure out whether it's totally impactful or not. But at this tournament, I don't think Reality Plus really mattered. There was more people playing Vic though, which, I mean, that's kind of fun. 2 out of 3 round 1 buys made in top cut. Yeah, it's pretty sick. It's pretty good. When they burned the Melu barn, I, like all the other rats, ran to weird stuff. For me, it was Mirror Morph. I thought you were in Hyobu. Were you actually in Melu? I was confused that you only need 2 people sexual. No, we're talking about winning a buy from a tournament. Okay, so let's look at the meta analysis. Yeah, for those who don't know, if you win like a mega city, you have a buy, which is something you can cash in at the next tournament, and you just win your first round. I don't remember right now what it does to your strength of schedule, but it's a good thing worth doing. So that's great. This is just the 26-0 ban list, which, if I'm not mistaken, is just like 1 tournament. Yeah, it's just this tournament, Cascadia. I think the numbers here are fine because Cascadia broke and got rebuilt, but I'm assuming this is fine. We'll find out if that's the case. So hide this kindly. This is our win rate number, 58. So slightly higher than we've expected, which is about a 56, but not really going to point that matters. And 42 win rate. I think when we look at the top cut, I heard the top cut corp win rate is actually higher than this, which is kind of surprising because generally open deck lists does not help corporation. This is weird. This is very, very weird. I think of all tournaments we've seen over the last couple months, generally the runner win rate fluctuates back to 50, but weirdly enough, corp win rate goes up with open deck lists, and generally corp win rate is actually decreased drastically with open information of open deck lists. I do not know what this is. And this maybe suggests that like runners are winning more at lower tables, and at top tables, corps are winning more. And then once you get, top 16 to really focus on, player skill or expectation or whatever, this goes up. I couldn't tell you. That sounds a bit ridiculous to me. But I don't think I've ever seen a top cut. And this was the top 16. So this is like many more games played than most top 8s, right? Than the average top 8. This is a 70% corp win rate in top cut. Very, very weird. Sometimes the data can be volatile. So you want to look at round 1 to see like, oh, the majority of players chose their corp matchup into the runner matchup because they thought it was a favored matchup. And so then you do have some volatility there. But that's very, 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 very weird. What do you mean by open deck lists? So Daniel, in top cuts, every player has to present their deck list, and they bring their deck list with them. And so when you sit down across your opponent, you get to read their deck list. So you see all their cards in their deck. So you basically have a sheet of paper that tells them this is the 45 cards they're playing, this is the 49 cards you're playing. And so instead of going in the Swiss where you know not what your opponent's doing, you can play against an AUCO deck and know they have 2 measured responses and a public trail into line. That's open deck lists versus closed deck lists. Open deck lists is only for top cuts, but you're playing with imperfect, perfect information. So obviously the cards are face down, but you know what those cards can be. I'm a way bigger fan classically of open deck list. I think open deck list Netrunner is so much more fun, but closed deck list Netrunner is necessary. Yeah. Or in the case of Op, it's the 16 cards they're playing. Yeah. It's a Spigatory app? I mean, maybe. We'll see how good Op did, but I think Spigatory is obviously a messed up card. Same amount of people playing Pudma than Arsana. Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? It is kind of weird. Making Maker's Eye and Cutwatch work properly with a motivating factor behind getting everything rebuilt properly in Cobra over just using the backup tool I made. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, Lucy. Look, I love Hyobu, but sometimes I like to sit down and the winner of the match isn't predetermined. Something I said is that if you treat Op as a different faction to the rest of Wayland, then the Corp faction balance actually looks really healthy. Ooh, let's see how much of an outlier it is. So Op was the most represented. Mind you, we're back at everything. There's 16 players, so about 20% of the field on Op, followed by AUCO. I think everyone says that the AUCO matchup into Anarchs is really bad, but AUCO has been one of the most winning corporations for a while, so we'll see how that math works out. And then we saw everything behind it. It's going to be interesting to see how RH plays out, as much as like RH, if you just take Melius U Glacier deck and put it into RH, it's not going to be as good as building something more holistic, but we'll find out together. All right, Corp win rates. So the bigger the bar is, the less players largely playing it because there's a bigger delta in the information. Nuveng seems to be the most winning. A 70% win rate is higher than the 58 average. Ayuko, there you go, the most winning, technically most played deck at 66. This happens every tournament. Followed by Nebula, which 65. I think Nebula is a bit of a slot machine. I don't think it gives player agency or shows player skill that well, but it does just win games. And then finally by Op, which again has 64% win rate, which is significantly above the average win rate. We have Elio that probably only has like a dozen games. Oh, actually, like yeah, a dozen games. And then from this point on, we drop down to the average. So RH is the average and then everything else beneath it. And R plus is actually one of the worst corporations you could play with a 33% win rate in the early meta. That's probably not good. But yeah, so Op is performant. Definitely performant and one of the better decks you can be playing, but doesn't seem to necessarily be the best deck. But that being said, this win rate, look at just the top cut though. How much better is the Op win rate? I mean, it has to be better because all Corp win rates are better. There's only one data point. There's only one data point. It's Op. Why is there only one data point in the Corp win rates in the top cut? What's going on? Why is there only one data point here? What? There's other Corps you can play. There's more than one corporation in the top cut, I'm pretty sure. Open Decklist also nerfs testing groups, which is good because my testing group is bad at scouting. Yeah. It also nerfs, or it anti-debuffs being on stream. Like, it's a good equalizer for a lot of reasons. Min matches? Yeah, I guess it's min matches. What's the min match on this chart? 10? All right, well, the numbers are good for Op. It has an absurd win rate. There's actually only one Corp this time. It's Op. Hey, it's Vader. Once again, I'm reminded not to remove the win rate only chart. No, it's my favorite chart. I can't read this one. So this is the Corp Swiss comparison, right? So this is the matchup, the opposite win rate. So the idea is on this side, the higher your win rate is, and this is your opponent's win rate. So the best thing you can do is be in this top right quadrant, which means you are winning a lot, but you're playing against opponents who are winning a lot, which is the best thing. So for instance, you could have a really high Swiss win rate playing Epiphany, but your opponents are usually not winning. So they're meant to be like easier games, quote unquote. It's hard to talk about this without sounding dismissive to certain players, but that's what the math is. So like you're winning 60% of your games as Epiphany just about, but your opponents are also not winning a lot of their games. So you're probably playing at lower tables and just crushing on Corp and not winning as runner, as opposed to Nebula, which is doing the best of both worlds seemingly. And then of course the giant Op data, which is a win rate of 62 in Swiss, but the opposite side win rate is 48, which is higher than expected when it comes to the runner win rate on average, which is sub 45. Op trashed all of the Corps for 3 credits. And they got a card for it. So of all the players that brought Ob, how do they play on the runner side? Good, I think, right? Opposite win rate is their win rate or their opponent's win rate? I think it's their win rate, actually. So I'm saying this wrong. That means they're on average winning more than their runner games. So again, this is still the takeaway here is that this is the difficulty of the other side, which tells you how hard of a day you've had. If Neb had no agency, then his win rate would converge towards prevailing Corp win rate, but there's not the case. The explanation must be something else. So I think there's a lot of, okay, hold on. I'm going to say this and then we're going to play Nebula in like a week or two and then we can recant this. But the thing is, like, to me, Nebula has lines that you should take and you shouldn't take, right? Like there's still a gradient in Nebula. I think the closest thing I could say to Nebula, like it kind of feels like Titan-esque, where like some games it's just kind of, I wouldn't say handed to you, but a lot of the ways that your opponent interacts with you are all luck based, right? Like it's not like someone's going to make the right play against Nebula. Well, at least on a micro level. On a macro level, they can. But on a micro level, all they need to do is draw in the right order and like touch the right cards on centrals. As opposed to something like Ayuko, in which like if I put 2 cards on the table, now my opponent has like 17 different things they can do. As opposed to Nebula, where Ice R&D and Ice HQ, they have way fewer things to do. And in terms of my skill expression as the corporation, again, on every turn, the graph is way smaller than the graph of Ayuko turns. I think that's my complaint about Nebula. Inherently, it's like, you know, pretty linear in its game plan, but some people can not do the plan well, right? Like you can misuse your resources. Playing out from a hard spot is the interesting part. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not a huge Neb head for sure. But we'll find out together. Court matchups, opposite win rate. So this is if you are playing versus Lou as op, this is who beats you the most. So versus Lou. I want to see this the other side, right? So if you're playing versus Lou does have a good Ayuko matchup, so that holds on. BTL has a really bad matchup. But Ob is still winning more than half the time. So who has the best Ob win rate? Moosey Hot? Moosey Hot is significantly best Ob win rate? Now, there's only 8 games, so like that's not a lot of data. But like, versus Lou, Ob is winning 52%. Versus Moosey Hot, 38%. Versus Seb, Ob is winning 90%. Okay. Versus Maggie, it's 70%. Like they're all really, really bad besides Moosey Hot. Man, as much as there's not a lot of data, but do keep that in mind for sure. I hope Andre complaints about Nebula results in the ban, same as Melius did. I mean, Sleeper, I've wanted it to be banned years ago. It is arguably worse than Melius to me. I think so. By scouting means sharing intel about the field during the tournament or figuring out what people are playing Jam and JNet. There's a lot of different ways you can scout, Nacho. The most common one was, if say that you were in a testing group, or say you and 5 friends come together to a tournament, and then either you played against player X, and then you know your friend is playing against player X, and you'd be like, oh, watch out, they are playing a measured response in their like HB deck. Or like, oh, I was surprised they're running Mitra. Or turns out, oh, their LEO deck has an event horizon. Like that's what scouting is, where you kind of like you've learned something and you give that information to your opponent, which benefits people who come in with like, you know, social networks. You can also just like scout the room. So like during rounds, you can walk around and watch what people are. So like say that, I don't know, I'm going to say Limes is at Worlds, Limes is at this event, and I'm worried that I'm going to play against Limes. And so I see what Limes is playing. And so then I like watch his table for 5 minutes and realize that, oh, he's playing an Audrey based Lou deck. So I'll understand when I mulligan, like this is the ice that matters, whatever. You can make it make sense. And then I go tell my teammates in my Discord chat, like, oh, Limes is on this, play around that. Or say that we have someone at home who's watching the stream, and then they watch somebody play on the stream, and then someone asks like, oh, has anybody seen what this person's playing against? Right? There's so many ways that you can distribute information, whether it's from spectating, from playing, from spectating remotely. And it just entirely benefits people who come with structures, which is a good thing that Open Decklists tries to alleviate that. Ob is such an outlier deck because there's like 3 distinct op decks I've seen at the event that play completely differently. Yes, yeah. It's 100% worth noting, and I guess we're going to see that more in a second once we dive through the actual top 16 cut decks, because I'm not sure all of them. I think we cast for 5 rounds. I did, and we saw like 3 different op decks. So even looking at the op data to be like which op deck is the best to play against a certain matchup probably will have very, very different information. We just need to incorporate some new rules to Netrunner about having remotes here. I sometimes just like asking my opponent what their secret is, and a surprising amount of time I'll get told, and I still get got by it. And 20 minutes ago, when you were talking tokens, I meant to ask what tokens you were using for Ready Exhausted Marvel Champions this weekend. Oh. So when I play a lot of card games, I use a certain token set to tell you which cards are ready and which cards are exhausted. They are vintage tokens. They came from the Fantasy Flight Games' I think 2015 Continental Championship prize support. Their official FFG prize support. I saw some other player, I think V, was playing with these tokens on the stream. These are so uncommon because obviously they're very, very old. Netrunner Continental Championship. But they're these like white, blue kind of frosted acrylic tokens. They're amazing. They're like my favorite tokens. I don't know if I'm going to find the article, but there's an article out here that shows the tokens. But they're from official price support from, I think, 2015. Fantasyflightgames.com. I don't know if we're going to find them, but they're really, really nice. No, they're not this. I think they are 2016. But they're like my favorite tokens. They're just not, obviously they don't make them. Yeah, here they are. These are the tokens. So this is the I lost, I believe, this year in the finals of the Canadian National Championship. It was a huge event. There was like 80 players. I was undefeated in the top cut. And I lost 2 rounds against my rival Lopair. You can watch it. It's all on the channel. I play some very terrible Netrunner in the finals. It's like really embarrassing. But you could get these like power tokens. I forget what they were, advancement tokens, but they're for the top 16 players. Will mark their progress with a set of advancement tokens. These are my favorite tokens. I have 2 play sets of them from I think 2 different from 2 different nationals. That's why they're nationals, not continentals. They're really nice. They're really, really nice. I like them a lot. But yeah, FFG used to put out acrylic token support, and these were the time that they put out nice power tokens. Word on the street is a card. Technically, that's all I'm going to say. I mean, I don't think it does enough. I think Nebula has more skill expression than it seems on the surface, although not played it as much. The Titan comparison is a bit unfair because the deck was all in on a runner, never stealing Atlases. I do think you have that issue, though. If they steal the right agendas, I don't know if you can get to 7, but it's definitely not Titan-esque. It's Titan adjacent. Isn't OB always going to be a massive toolbox that builds based on players' personal preferences? Yes, but the question is it good, right? And right now, there's a lot of tools to make it good. We've seen it being less good. We've seen it be less popular, but still good in the last couple of metas. Now it's both popular and good, which might be an issue. We'll find out. I'd be surprised if Excavator exists for Worlds. It might make Continentals exciting, but unless runners can really find something to deal with OB, like, again, the first week generally does favor corporations, so it's up to runners to figure it out. So we'll find out. Anyways, this is the runner side. We've already seen this before. Lou, Moosely Hot, Seb. This is the most representation I think we've seen of Seb at a massive tournament. So a lot of people are like, wait, Seb is in. Seb has always been good. Maybe without Melius, it's even better. So we'll see how the Seb players converted. But Seb is, I think won 2 mega cities out of like 3 or 4 last weekend. Like Seb has always been the best. Mags was the most played shaper. And we've seen a lot of different great Mags decks. Mags, mind you, won the event, but we've seen like big Mags decks, like 70 card Mags decks. The one that won was like 46 cards. Shout out to Whiteblade. And then these are the results. Vic in first is wild at 53% win rate. I couldn't tell you what this is. We'll look at the opposite win rate chart because I don't think we saw a lot of Vic at top table. I think we saw 1 or 2. But Vic being this high up is ridiculous. Then we have a Mags at 50% win rate, which is above average. And then we have Lou, the supposedly best deck in the format, which is a 45% win rate, which is about average. Seb has the lowest win rate we've seen of Seb. Maybe there's a chance that more people are playing Seb than just the specialists, so this is coming down. I don't know. And then everything else behind it is quite bad. ESSA actually like massively underperformed. Like there's not a lot of game data there, but like ESSA is usually quite high regardless. Swiss win rate. So this is Moosely Hot. So the Moosely Hot has okay numbers, pretty high opposite win rate, honestly. And this is the Vic. And this is what I expected. That Vic has a relatively high Swiss, but not the highest opposite win rate, which means the Vic decks are doing okay, but probably not the higher tables. That's my read of this. As opposed to Seb and Lou, which are kind of in the middle here. I think Lou is right underneath it. Yeah, so they're about the same amount of numbers. And then Mags is the highest of both quadrants, which is like where you want to be for sure. This is versus Ob. We saw the reverse of this, but like, yeah, if you want to play against Ob, Moosely Hot seems to be the deck. Again, there's only 8 games, so like the data is like, doesn't really matter. But the Seb data is also just about that big. It's abysmal. Only 1 Seb took a game off of the entire weekend, which is pretty dang wild. And then you can see the charts here. Just so we can flip this just to the top cut, I want to see what the runner numbers look like because they're meant to be abysmal. Like runners had a 30% win rate in the top cut, which is just goofy. Like I don't think we've seen something that bad. And so, yeah, I don't think we have enough data here. Yeah, there's just not enough data to look at any of the stuff that matters. But like, I think Op won the majority of its games by a mile. 75% win rate to play Op in the top cut. Wonder of wonders. Hey, David. Melius only just banned so many latent hate for Nebula hasn't resurfaced yet, but give it time. Yeah, it's a give it time thing. Like, there's always going to be the most hated card in the format. We've been lucky enough that people stopped playing Nebula for a while, but it's coming back. We need all the Nebula hate we can conjure. Yeah, Cold Lava, you and I will both get our torch. I'm not sure. I said being bad into Ob, but time will tell. Yeah, there's way too little data there. Technically, like you're meant to be good into ice destruction and like asses. Like you're meant to be good into that. I don't know what this is. I think we have to find out by watching the tapes. And I only watched, the rounds I commentated and a couple more. Now, what we can look at is Cobra has the deck lists, which is always so sweet. So if we go here and you go to the standings, they don't have all the deck lists. And mind you, some people have published their deck lists. We'll look at them after because people put some really thoughtful write-ups, but not everyone has done it. So this is a nice way to get a high-level look. But this is not a like a replacement for looking at the write-ups, because people generally write messages and they talk about like how the deck works, and they also have just generally like really cute things to say. So do check those out for sure. In terms of the top cut, precision design and like we barely talked about HB, and HB was one of the prominent things. It was BT Good to Me, who, mind you, BT Good to Me is well known for like posting a couple lists on the internet, being like, I played 1,000 games with this list, and here's my like my one ASA group list that looks like nothing anybody else has seen before. So BT Good to Me is like a very interesting player in terms of like building, I don't want to say outsider art, but something that looks different than like most other lists I'm imagining in the top cut. But in terms of HB, like there's 2 decks in the top cut, Myriad with an LEO deck and a precision design deck. I don't think this is combo, but we'll find out together. So let's just look at these 2 lists. There are also a Seb player and a Baz player. And in terms of criminal is only 3 criminals in the top 16. So a Vic, a Baz, and a Moosely Hot. So at least you get that you know, that. I'm a Nebula accelerationist. Everyone should play as much Nebula as possible and win as many things as possible with it. There we go. We'll get to the ending we want to get to. I find it so hard to practice Seb on JNet. So many kill lists that don't let you float tags. Oh, interesting, Mac. I don't know if floating tags being lethal was a big problem. Like, I don't even know if we're in a meta that's the case, but maybe just like JNet casual can be like that sometimes. My Seb testing fails into Big Ob. I don't think Big Ob was represented at this tournament, so maybe that's okay. It's so funny to me that Cascadia Neb deck is basically just the same Neb list that Swide sent me like 3 months ago. Yeah, I haven't looked at it too well, but there's a chance. So this is the list that BT Good to Me is playing. It's Shoot the Moon 2. So this is the sort of like, oh, it's not even a Flood the Market deck. Cool. So it's 1 Scape Net. We're on Managarm Tranquility 2 of. We're on YDL for money. The Scape Net for hate. A single big deal, which is fine. But I think we are building a remote server here if we have Managarm. So we're actually playing like Rush PD to some extent. We have the Tattoo Bull YDL economy engine that makes you think it's big deal core damage. But we have a Melius, Midnight Threes, and Let Them Dream. So it's a hard agenda suite to interact with. Midnight 3 Ecology is just a really good card in PD, especially with like YDL coming back. So this is like generally surprisingly honest Netrunner. This is cool. No frills. You have a Hagen in there, which I don't know how good that is in the meta. Only 2 Spin Doctors. But yeah, just no Anoetic, no Event Horizon. We just have Ice and Managarm and seeing if we can go fast enough. That's really cool to see. I'm into that. No Sleipnir till Brooklyn from Myriad. So we're on an agenda suite of 8 agendas. So we are playing the Let Them Dream suite, which you don't always have to. We used to see like frighteningly few agendas in LEO. So this is more agendas, as much as these are kind of fake points. 3 Spin Doctors, the Ice that you expect there to be. Only a single Caveat Emptor, which seems like such a slam dunk for LEO. We have a reanimation protocol. So this is cool. The idea with this thing is you can bring back a big old Brawn you throw. And as much as bad publicity maybe doesn't scale into LEO, but it is an econ card. It's good against ice destruction. It's good with your ability. I think I've seen other decks try and play this. I think I've seen more than 1 in a list. So it's cool to see 1, which is probably what I would kind of tend towards because I think it's a bit of a luxury card. And then we have 1 Void. Only 2 Mersha is wild. I don't know if I've seen that commonly. 3 Trank, 1 Managarm. So yeah, actually like HB scoring on a remote server. We did not, I don't know if we saw any people try to do HB combo without red level clearance, which is probably possible, but just like way less consistent, which for a tournament this size might not be where you want to be. Hey, Stwy, congrats on your help on the weekend. A lot of people had some really nice stuff to say about your help. Big Op came second. Oh, excuse me, Lady Duckland. Did it? News to me. Okay, I'll check into that. That's it's good to correct me on that. I think the Nebulous is 2 cards different than yours. Pings instead of Clavet Nicks. Yeah, that's a Rush PD, 1 remote seamless. Yeah, it's just scoring out. Pretty classic. Myriad Seb deck. There's some interesting stuff happening with Seb decks because some people are now playing 3 transfers. Maybe I just saw Man in the Moon play 1, so I was like, wait, there's something going on here. But I think this is the deck list of the week with the 2 Katurgas. So this looks exactly like the deck list of the week, which is Nervous Nightjars, which is the list that won the Mega City last weekend. So looks like we're playing it card for card. You can also tell like on what side how many points did better, and I don't like this because it seems like we're like really forensicking people. I'd rather just like see their list than look at like what did better. So Uskite published some lists. The Bangoon list is published, so I think we'd rather look at it on Netrunner DB. It's really interesting. I think they were on stream at least once, but this is I love your rig shooter 5th at Cascadia rig shooter gun laser sighted night vision. So I think there's actually a big advantage, at least before a single open top cut, of playing a Bangoon list that is different than the Bangoon list that was the deck list of the week. Because a lot of people are expecting your upgrades. And we talked about this relatively at length on the stream last week. It's like people expect you not to be on like, you know, End of the Line and Amaze Amusements because they've seen the Bangoon list. Now, admittedly, as soon as they see the SDSs or Basalt Spire, they probably can tell something else is different if they're plugged in. But this is just a list in which people, you know, take tags because Maze Amusements is a messed up card. And then while there's kill punishment, Retribution just hitting breakers is like the big thing here. I'll come back to the ice in a second, but what's really funny is like as much talk has been done about this, I think the write-up really does say like, all I want out all of this started. No rigs were shot in the making of this round. No rigs were shot in the making of this round. No rigs were shot in the making of this round. No rigs were shot in the making of this round. No rigs were shot in the making of this round. No rigs were shot in the making of this round. So I think as much as this deck wanted to do this certain thing, it still had success without shooting the rigs. I do want to say this really quickly, and like, I don't know if this is the case, but Classic, you've seen this so many times through the history of the game where somebody will want to build a Wayland rig shooter deck that wants to lock the runner out. And so they'll say like, we're only playing sentries because all I have to do is hit the sentry breaker. I'm not someone who like really believes in that. I think you might as well just play 1 or 2 barriers anyways, because there's a chance that you shoot their Fractor, right? Like when you play against criminals, a lot of criminals have 2 killers, but they'll throw out their extra Kurapira. But because they have Revolver and Echelon or Carmen, they're likely not to discard the other copy. So rig shooting on the sentry option is a lot harder. Again, I think you just have a couple more options where like if they do lose their Fractor, then you can win off of a Fractor, especially also because Bangoon does like just damage and tempo damage can matter. So I do think it serves you well to not only have a barrier, but also to have a code gate that actually ends the run. Because this card technically is useless once they go tag me. And so you're relying on your sentries to end the run, and not all sentries end the run, but shout out to Ballista for being one of the weird ones that does. So yeah, I don't know. This clearly worked out, but this goes against a lot of like convention of how rig shooting. I think you actually do want hard end the runs. Like you want 1 hard end the run code gate. You want at least 1 hard end the run barrier, especially because a lot of the stuff actually doesn't end the run. Like Winchester doesn't, Hammer doesn't, Event Horizon technically don't, Boomy doesn't. So in fact, the things that actually end the run, it's few and far between. Rig shooting in a meta that throws out extra Rising Tides is fantastic. Yeah. It depends on your matchup for sure. But I could see like into an Anarch, specifically not the Katurga Sebs, or into Criminal. Rig shooting is pretty good. Last Ballista Joyer in the world. I mean, it's a cool card. It just like, it was really bad in System Gateway because it dies to Botulus, but like the math on it isn't awful. Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. It's interesting. It does a lot of different things, which is good. The Arsana list I think was also published, but I haven't looked at it yet. It is an Arsana. Oh yeah, this one is cool too. This one actually is notably interesting. So where are we at? Let's just go here. So this is the Chisel Arsana. Is this the one with Umbrella? No, this is not the Umbrella one, is it? Oh, this is the Umbrella one. Okay, sick. So I didn't get to see this one in play, but I know it happened on stream. So it's a 47 card Arsana. So Arsana sells Trojans. And then there's 2 interesting things going on here, if you ask me. Firstly, Umbrella, which is a decoder that breaks most code gates in the game, but not all of them. And the thing is, when it breaks it, and ideally it breaks it cheaply, but it can't improve its own strength, both players draw a card, which is like classically considered to be bad text because letting the corporation draw is usually a bit worse than letting the runner draw, depending on board state. Specifically when it comes to Anoetic and Jiteki and stuff like that, that's not amazing, but sometimes just drawing cards against Jiteki is really, really good. The other thing is that this is playing Devil Charm and Chisel. And like Chisel as, you know, a toolbox card is something that Shaper classically used to do all the time back in the day. We had cards like Chisel, Parasite was a card, and it wouldn't be uncommon to splash 1 Parasite in your Shaper deck. And then alongside your 3 Simul Chips, let alone Muses, you could replay the same card over and over again. Notably, you have to remember Chisel is a virus, so you can't recur it with the thing that we're not playing, the Art Vernissage. But like the idea is that if you hit a 0 strength or 1 strength ice, you can delete it relatively easily. And that can really matter. Like knocking out Event Horizons, Tattoo Bolas, Ping doesn't matter as much. Like that's a cool line to have access to, let alone this deck does play Devil Charm, which is pretty rude for some of the bigger ice as well. So it's very interesting. I couldn't tell you how good the Umbrella is. I haven't read the write-up yet, whether it was worth it or not. But yeah, I guess we can see the thing in live here. Umbrella uses no, taxes paid 3. Umbrella uses 1. Umbrella uses no. Umbrella uses like 8. Bank account empty. Very funny write-up. I need to read through this. Umbrella uses yes, dead very yes. And like, I don't know. Sometimes it's like sad to see where somebody has a pet card, they try it out and they realize like the deck would be better without it because like giving up on your dreams is not fun. But yeah, it's cool to see like this shell seemed to be good enough and you have some sharp lines too. This deck is also on spree, which is good fun. Yeah, Umbrella's a neat card for sure it is. But a bunch of the Trojan support that came alongside Arsana, like doesn't see consistent play. I think Umbrella got a lot better with Chromatophores, with Vantage Point or Elevation, wherever this came out, which is maybe worth looking back into because now you can break like so many ice in the game. And that's kind of cool. That's kind of neat. But yeah, sick write-up. These write-ups have been really entertaining and let alone interesting. Hey, Riel, she's playing a Yuko, no surprise, and Vic. This is the only Vic in the top cut. Vic seemed to do pretty well. I'm always interested to see what Riel plays. Riel is a phenomenal player. Plays some like very damage, tempo based on techie stuff classically. So it looks like we're on hostile wage workers, one measured. Where's the influence? To let them dream? Is that influence? I guess that's enough influence. So that's fine. Yeah, it's a Yuko. It's kind of what you expect. This is the side I'm more interested in seeing, and we're seeing some cool stuff here. It's a Vic deck. We have Bravado, 2 Carpes, of course, 3 transfers, only a pinhole, Singleton Overclock, which we'll see how we're using that. I think it's because of prognostic, and 3 Sure Gambles. Then we're on Alarm Clock, 2 Borrowed Goods, which is meant to be one of those tempo cards. So we'll see how much like hard programs we have. Hermes and an Awaken Plant, double Gachapon, which with the prognostic Q loop gives you a shuffle sometimes, which can be useful. Singleton Simulchip. And then we have a pretty ambitious rig, right? Like we have Leech, Fermenter, Buzzsaw. I think Fermenter is like just a good card in general. So seeing that in Criminal is not something you commonly see, especially with other viruses you can purge out. 2 Fisarums, Kurapura, a single cup, 3 Ches. Let's do the prognostic combo, which is great. Of course, we're on 3 DreamNet, but nothing else. 2 daily casts. We're in no class act. The deck has literally no card draw besides DreamNet. So I'm hoping Riel opened with the DreamNet on all of her games because like you have no card draw here unless you count prognostic Q loop, which is frightening, right? Like no Nuka, no Baya Bands with 3 Cheslas. So yeah, it's that's wild. That's really, really wild. It's really cool. Yeah, single twinning, but we do have more multi-access on the Wake, which is sometimes a problem with Criminals, getting your multi-access down, especially if you have to play against Nebula. What is this thing? I don't know. This is interesting. I want to see. I know that she played on video around round 7 or 8, but I don't know which side she played. Gachapon can get DreamNet? Yeah, you're right. Gachapon can get DreamNet. It's virtual. Diogenes, how was your weekend, by the way? So it's cool. Jay, I saw your World's AUCO list. I thought it was weed was very illegal in SG, so I need to know how you cook that one up. You want to see a pet card in my deck? Check out the World's list I just published. You just published a World's list? Why? Interesting. Why not? Very excited to see why not. Why not? Just a phenomenal player, really nice person. And they were one of the few RH players, top of Swiss as well. And so I think this is like just Melia's Glacier. That's what we assumed it to be, ported over to Restoring Humanity. And yeah, I mean, literally no frills. We're on 3 Bronze. We're on Empiricist. 3 Knowledge Seekers. We have only 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We only have 14 ice, mind you, a 44 card deck. So that's not that bad. We have Hansei and Hedge Fund, no petty cash or any little fun stuff with RH. And our agenda suite is like very no nonsense, Proprio Negation, Send a Message Fuji. This is like also the sort of list that's running no the additional like agency tools that I think a lot of people wanted in RH Glacier circa Worlds 2025. Where like if you draw bad, this deck doesn't do anything, right? Like there's nothing to put in a remote server besides agendas and La Costa Charlotte, which you hope that you draw that. Tomb of Iris is a lot, but it's nice to put something in archives in RH. I'm surprised. Like this is no card in this is bad, but this is the sort of deck where like I think if you draw bad, you got nothing going for you. And yeah, weird. I mean, this is like totally frillless for better for worse. That's pretty wild. It's a good weekend. Tournament went all right, and Cube Draft was a ton of fun. The Cube Draft looked really cool. It was a team-based Cube Draft, from my understanding. Looks like an evolution of the Vic Dirt decks. No Classic because it messes the Q Loop DreamNet, I think. Yeah. I think totally Carbon. You're probably right about that. At this point, I don't know why we call it a dirt deck because it doesn't like run Lilypad, and maybe because it's poor. That's why. But I never understood that. Eska versus Mavirus and RH, which is better? Oh, Mavirus. Mavirus wins the Anarch matchup, and the other one costs a credit, right? Like purging takes 3 actions, and having the ability to purge Botulus or Audrey or Fermenter is like game winning. Them losing a credit. Also, Mavirus is an upgrade, which is really important that you can put it in a remote server. Eska putting it in a remote server is nearly useless. So like you can bluff plays where you put the Mavirus as a defensive upgrade. And it can eat a pinhole. Eska is not really a great card slot unless you're building your Toll deck around it, and even then it's dubious. So you're listed the custom cards from the draft somewhere? Oh, I don't know if there's custom cards in that. All decks from Merjana or dirt decks change my view. Was there a Merjana in Riel's list? I don't think I saw it. No, there was not even a Merjana in it. I thought there were FFG promo tokens. Very nice. Still in the past. Hey, Ren. Okay, perfect. Laura, always very fun to watch Laura play. Laura came in this with a bye. I think her first couple rounds were not kind to her, but then she really like grounded back. I think she started like round 4 with only the bye to her name. I was tracking to see how Laura does because she's always a great player to watch. But yeah, I think she turned it around. I think her first rounds were not kind to her. So a lot of the players, mind you, Laura and Cybershark and Leah, I think we're all playing the same thing, which is published. So we'll look at this a bit later. And then it's a Big Maggie, which is on 56 cards. So we've cut some cards down. This is the sort of kind of list we want to play today. I want to try Big Maggie to see like how it feels, but it's Big Maggie. Solidarity badge, I think, is kind of new. Only 2 pinholes instead of 3s. That influence went somewhere. And we cut a couple cards out. Only 1 illumination as opposed to also 3 illumination, which we'll see how good that card is. That card has done some gross stuff. All right, first Nebula. This is Friday. Mind you, there's 3 NBNs in the top cut. Mind you, winning it, but they're all nebulous. So the Epiphanies did not do the thing they want to do. Reality Plus definitely didn't do it. And I think these lists are going to be relatively similar. So I'll see how close Sam's is to this. But Nebula wants the fast events out. The big thing that people are doing right now is top-down solution, 3 of, and then you have the Moonpool combo, which is great. We're on superconducting with the King Makings. We're on 3 post-truths. I didn't know that. So there's actually a lot of agendas, but a lot of them can be scored straight from hand. The Ice Suite is F2P, Ping, Piranhas, and Smiling Star, and a Fly Swatter. Wow, it's not that much ice, but cool. You have a lot of card draw. I think this might be the card for cards, same list, but we'll find out together. On the other side, it's a Lou deck that has a single Simultip, Echelon Revolver. Yeah, it's good stuff, Lou. Cool. All right, we might just be jumping into the ones that like I think are worth looking into. Faceless, great player, playing Nuvang. We'll look at that. We'll look at every ob deck. So this is Ibri from this California. We'll look at BT Good to Me's Baz deck because they're always really interesting licks. Wiki is on Nuvang and Maggie. Cool. Shout out to Wiki. We have another Nebula. I mean, we're opening most of these. Cybersharks and Leah's lists are probably very similar. I think Cybershark is playing No Nonsense Lou. Leah's probably playing Audrey Lat. Thomas Haas on an AUCO and a Seb deck. Okay, we're just going to open all of them and go through them quickly. Check Wynut's Lou list. Did we miss it? Oh yeah, it has a deep dive in it. Yeah. We saw this on stream. I think Wynut was in a really bad position and then spent 5 influence on deep dive and it won the game. Cool. I don't like deep dive, particularly in also decks that you don't see it coming. But like the Hannah came down and got cracked and a deep dive went off. I think he also stole stuff from the top of R&D on that turn. It was really, really good. Yeah. I mean, cool. Deep dive. Faceless. So the Nuven lists, we're on 54. We have the 3 Cultivate, 3 Seamless, 1 Mioshu. So this is looking very much like we'd kind of expect it to be, which is cool. It's good to see that still working out, which is nice. This deck failed a lot of people over the last couple of weeks, but I do think it's actually pretty skill intensive to play. And so Faceless can definitely pull that off. Ibri, we're on op list, so we get to start looking at the op list. And I don't think there's actually that much op in the top cut. Hold on, how much op is actually in the top cut? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 op in 16. That's not too different than Melee SU was in prior cuts. We saw a lot of like Melee SUs being 6 out of 16. So that's still obviously good, but I think the bigger issue is more like the win rate in the top cut is absurd. But I don't know if the word is we should use issue more so like feature. So this is a 49 card op deck. Has Mana Garm in it, which is classy. Measured response. A flywheel snuck in there. It does have FUT and powers that be and 2 hostile. So this is going to look like a bunch of the other op decks we're going to see. But it does have this sort of idea like we can ice up a Sphere. We can still push with like pseudo Glacier, rush Glacier, and then we still have to deal with FUT. FUT is really scary because when they fast events out with Azief, they can find FUT and it'll do like a 3 damage ping at a minimum, which is good. Imagine that page had links to already uploaded NRDB lists as well. Wait, Spider, you think they should? They got a lot of stuff to fix. Just don't play Hermes and Lou at deep dive easy. I mean, maybe. I think the Hermes is really good against Nebula, and that might be worth something. This is the side that we already saw for the shoot the good, shoot the BT good to me, shoot the moon 2. But this is the Baz deck called the Birds, so I'm imagining we're de-resing a fair bit. 2 illumination for 6 influence in Baz. I mean, I don't think I've iced up R&D on turn 1 against Criminal in years. Maybe against what's their name? Mercury. We have a Singleton Buffer Drive, which seems to be for value. We have 3 Verbal, which is not super uncommon. It's a card draw engine. It's not like absurdly uncommon, but it's not common. 2 Classic Open Market. We have 2 Saucies. Our D-Res is probably 3 Windows. And neat. I mean, weird. This deck has like only Wake and Twinning, which I guess all the criminal decks we've seen so far only play that for multi-access. So very interesting. Sassy. I was worried we were going to see the Amelia Earhart in this for more bird power. Cool. I think that one only has one of each breakers. And instead of running Simulchip, it's running Buffer Drive. But as much as it does have like 3 Boomerang, it only has 1 Shibboleth, 1 Kurapira, 1 Carmen. So the breakers are actually like taxable. Andre, what Spider Bro is saying is click on the decklist button on the Maker's Eye. I don't see it. I think it's probably there for class decks. Whatever. We'll find it. It's good to know it's there. You think I look at the whole page? I got my little picture of my face in the bottom right. All right, Wiki. A great player. Yeah. Yeah, it's what you think. It's a Nuvanek. This Maggie deck is on 65 cards. So yeah, the differences will be pretty subtle. If there's anything that jumps out, I guess you can chat out in chat. But this is the list, like 3 pinhole. Cool. Yeah. No illumination. So we're not doing that, but 2 deep dive is very common. Neat. Lily pad is the thing that you want. Okay, also, so again, we're on the same agenda suite. F2P 3 Funhouse. I don't think a lot of them are on Funhouse or Lethe, so that's a different agenda suite. Sorry, I see some of the Seraph. A lot of this is similar. Sudden Commandment is a very scary card. Greasing the Palm as an influence spend too. I think this is because we're not playing Moonpool, and instead of playing top-down solutions, we're playing Nano Management. So you have different reach. Nano Management still lets you score out 4 2s and 3 2s or 3 1s when you're not flipped. So King Making, you have to be flipped and have a Nano Management, or Sudden Commandment Nano Management on threat, which is like pretty frightening, but you can do that. I think this is our last criminal and mostly hot, so kind of what do you expect? 1 Maintenance Access is pretty spicy. A Concerto and still a 45, pretty interesting. Only 1 Reprise instead of 2. We have a Creative Commission, which is like influence spent. That's not a run event, so it doesn't work with Moosey Hot, but obviously it's like a really good card. Cheza Corpia Revolver, 3 Revolver, no killer, love that. Suncontrol, Fencer, Mystic, Twinning. Card draw is pretty low. I don't know how commonly you play Nuka in Moosey Hot. I don't play too much Moosey Hot. I think sometimes you do, but maybe not always. Cyber Sharks. So there's no link. What do you mean? There should be a link here, but there's not. This Lou deck is very much what you think it is. 1 Simulchip. That's cool to hit some of that hate. And then this list we'll see a couple times. I don't know if this is the top placing one. I think Leah's might be the top placing one technically in Top Cut. But this is a list you definitely need to know how to play against. Thomas Ha is playing a Yuko, influence spend, 2 humanoid, 2 measured response. Cool. Makoto Lagi Grid had the best representation of this tournament we've seen in a while. It was actually showed up in a couple decks. The deck that's playing Distributed Tracing, is that in 2nd place? I think it is. And we have a Seb deck that's running Finality, which is pretty sick. That's cool. And the console is Amanuensis. Great. All right. Twink Shipping, Hollowin. Nice. Sleeper Lat. So this is... Oh, cool. So Leah is not playing Audrey, running Badge and just Breakers. Surprising. I thought Leah would play that. That's cool. Okay, so this is 2nd place, which is Kablushi. It was really fun to watch Kablushi because Kablushi has a really interesting deck. It is big op, so 69 cards. It's hard to tell when we were casting how big the deck was, but that's really important. And this deck has so many 1-ofs, and we saw some really absurd lines if you watch the Swiss games. So Reduced Service is a card that I used to play back in the day, but I didn't know the text on it. So when you res this upgrade, you may pay up to 4 credits to place that many power counters. An additional cost to run the server where this is, it's 2 credits for each power counter. So it's 4 credits, they have to spend 8. But when the runner makes a successful run on a central server, you have to remove a hosted power counter here. So all your servers are liability for this. This was got on R&D with a BOAC on Archives and just like an Afshare on HQ that was holding. And so R&D with no ice took 8 credits to run. Eventually a Red Room got on top of the Reduced Service, which is so fun because those cards work really well together, where the Red Room protects all servers besides this server, and this server is protected by the Reduced Service. And it actually was like really, really impactful in the matchup, which was like very, very cool to see. This card is neat as a 0-coster, and it's always good to have 0-costers so your Sphi can do something. But having 8 credits to force a run is like definitely a lot, as much as like Op isn't amazing at icing up central. So I do think with a bigger Op deck where you can be a bit slower and ice up everything, that might make a bit more sense. But this list is hard to parse from the distance. 1 Boomy, nice little tech card for sure. You have 2 Tithes, so we want to get our 0-costers consistently. 2 Stavkas, 2 BOX, humanoid wall to wall. Yeah, I mean it's like slow big Op. 1 Kimberlite. 3 Eminent Domains, so there's a fair few agendas and only 3 3-pointers. It's so weird. Yeah, Quesadilla. Yeah, we're talking about Kalushi's. How was your weekend? It was very cool to see Reduced Service gaming. Yeah, the Reduced Service was awesome. Badge, Aussie Fencer, Double Cup, Hannah's kind of a funny amount of tech into assets. Was that in the lat deck? I forward you the custom draft card if you want to try and show them on stream. They're embedded in a Discord post though. Oh, that's not gonna be easy to show. Let me check real quickly. Thank you, Rohit. Maybe actually I can. So hold on. Let's see if I can open these. Open media link. Stream sees this, right? Okay, give me 1 second. I can't open them. So we'll get back to that in a second. Thank you, Rohit. But there was on Friday a custom draft, which had some extra custom cards in it, and players did team drafting. So you were teams of 2. One player drafted all the corp cards, one player drafted all the runner cards, and then you played as a team where there's a corp player and a runner player. That helps a lot because if you ever drafted Netrunner, it takes forever because you have to do 2 whole drafts before you play. If you trash Event Horizon to end the run and fetch Boomy, do you get the on the res text? I'm not sure. It depends where you put the Boomy as a first point. But I think you do because it's trash, which produces a Boomy, and then it ends the run. So my guess is you do. You'd have to make sure, though, that has to be on this server. Yeah. Yeah, same with Anemone, which is also cool. Hey, Kablushi, congratulations on the weekend. It was a ton of fun to watch you play. The reduced service and like the Swiss rounds was like so sick. Yeah, that should work. Same thing with like firing it off of a Tucana as well. It fires as long as you put it on the server that's being run, which is great. Yeah, Boomy's a really cool tech card. I think I've seen that before a couple times as like a way to destroy, the things that matter, which is neat. And it has like, sometimes you just want a 3-cost sentry because if they have the right or wrong breaker, when you pop an Event Horizon, if you get a 3-cost barrier barrier, they can deal a 3-cost code gate, they can deal with it. It's nice to have the option. We also saw Anvil do more work this weekend in Swiss than I've ever seen Anvil do work in a while, which is also kind of interesting. I'm not too clever enough to know about how you play Big Op. Like, it just feels like you kind of play jazz, where I don't know if you have a macro plan. It's more about like responding to what you draw into. But that just might be as a spectator trying to like see whether I've seen 2 games that have played out the same way. Because this doesn't look like the slow kind of like Baserton Glaciery Big Op desks. This looks like it's a bit more proactive. It's on 2 Svies, not 3, which is good fun too. Yeah, Anvil Reader. Anvil is like a really messed up card. It's kind of fun. We saw some really good lines too, where it's like, and if you run the it's not this deck, but there was an anvil on the table, and the anvil is protecting a foot. When the runner encounters this ice, the corp may trash one of their other installed cards, which fires op. And if they do, the runner cannot break the subroutine, so they have to fire, which this subroutine is like fine, but this subroutine is the most impactful. Now, the runner trashes one of their installed cards, so the runner makes the choice. So it's not like you're going to trash your console or something super impactful, but that's still annoying enough, right, to go through. Now, the thing is, the anvil was on the table, and it was icing a foot, and there was a slash and burn in archives. And so I know I call this, it'd be like, okay, if you run the anvil will fire. They'll trash a 1-coster to get a 0-coster to get the spin doctor. So you could have just ran archives to like force out, the agenda, but then you have to take FUT. And so now the runner has to figure out, do they have to deal with the FUT firing the anvil, which gets the spin doctor, which saves the agenda, or just run the agenda and take the FUT damage. And it's so contextual based off of the hand size. I don't know if the runner didn't see that line coming, but like anvil is a really hard thing to run because it just fires your ability with such flexibility, especially at run speed can be kind of interesting. Very, very cool. The Lou deck looks pretty Lou deck. And then finally we have Sam's list, who won the event. Again, this list I think is very similar to one we saw before. Yeah, I think it's card for card, the one that we saw before. And then this Meg list is like really funny because it kind of comes full circle, where I think the first week of, I don't know what set this was that came out, where Maggie came out. I think it's Elevation, right? There was like the deck list of the week that Sam won an early event with Basilar, Synth Clan, Maggie, which is something that, like, if you ask me, doesn't really make that much sense. The idea is like Maggie wants to be able to discard cards. So taking core damage is good because if you take core damage, you have, it's easier to discard cards. But like ultimately that doesn't matter because like discarding cards doesn't matter how many cards you have in hand. It's how many cards you have over your hand size. So if your hand size was 7 or your hand size was 3, it doesn't matter. You just have to draw 1 more in all of those cases. Regardless, installing this clicklessly seemed to be good enough. And just getting an extra click on your turn is an impactful enough event that while I don't think you play it in every matchup is my guess, it seems to be worth playing, which is like so interesting. I think this was played in a lot of matchups. I think overall the Maggie deck did better than the Corp deck, but we could check it out. And we did see a painful game loss on the stream. It has a single Harmony, which is also super surprising, not a card we like. 2 Deep Dive, only 2 creative commissions. Again, I don't know what's going on here. No sure gambles. So all the money is about setting up and firing like your environmental testings, of which there's only 2. Like this list doesn't make any sense to me from a distance. 3 Nuka, you need as much card draw. Sometimes you see Verification in here, but we of course just have Ritual and Spec Work for some more card draw. And then we have Madani, which I'm not a huge Madani fan, but I know Snare Bears were really hot on Madani when it came out, and it hasn't really converted. So it's nice to see this take a thing. But this list is bizarre. It looks really weird. Read Write Share is also like such a fun card to get more card draw. Yeah, this is like the Big Mags, but it's slimmed down. I use this influence different. It's only one pinhole. The economy is so different though, right? Like spending 2 slots on Basilar is making us say it's like very important that you have to find it. Mind you, the other lists are not on Madani. They're on Lilypad, which you need when you have like 20 more cards in your deck. So we can still do this, and DZ is a messed up econ card with this whole thing. We're also not on like, you know, Knickknack or any of that sort of stuff. We're just on Specworks. So like installing your stuff is still good. It's so weird, just weird. Madani's there to confuse opponent with everything you can do. I mean, I get so upset when there's a Madani with like 7 things on it. One of them's a Muse. I cannot read the board state anymore. Will this used to be like doing butterfly knife tricks? Yes, this list is like stunting on folks. It's so weird. I cannot make heads or tails of this, and it did quite well at the event. I think it might have dropped no games, maybe only 1 game. I don't know. I'm assuming that Sam, they'll do the write-up sooner than later. But very, very cool. Very excited for Sam. Not only for a great player, but also as someone who originally like is the reason Cascadia exists, as much as there's so many people to thank on the 4-year history of Cascadia. Turns out you can play around measure by simply not being on threat until you score 7 points on 1 turn. I don't know if that's always the case. I think the measured Basilar math doesn't matter that much, because going from 5 hand size to, wait, is it actually 3 hand size? Yeah, like, okay, that can matter. You're not on Lilypad, so you can't end your turn on 4 hand size. But I do think into measured decks, you probably still install this and just say like the clicks you get from it are ways you can overwhelm the differential. This deck, because it's not a knickknack deck, doesn't have to run. So it's kind of that sort of shaper thing where it's like your opponent has to make you have reasons to run. But ultimately with no gambles and only 2 creative commissions, like I don't know how this gets money that fast. Sam should name the deck Skill Deck when she publishes it. Yeah, I mean, just wait for the new podcast episode, I guess. This is really cool. As much as I'm not a Nebula enjoyer, we'll play this sooner than later to see what it's like. But that's sick. Why the name Cascadia? Is the name of the venue? No, the venue Galehart is it's the Mox boarding house. I think the Cascades, is it the mountain range there or the forest there? Probs tomorrow afternoon. I mean, Phil's editing. I think it's called Cascadia. It's something to do with the geography. So if we say like Cascadia, Seattle, I don't know. Yeah, Cascadia, a collection of various heterogeneous movements seeking greater autonomy of the Pacific Northwest. It's something to do with the Pacific Northwest. I'm not from that area, but this whole area seems to be called Cascadia. According to this map we found on Wikipedia. The bioregion with respect to current political divisions. No idea, but it's geographical. It's a region centered on the Cascades. So the Cascades is a forest or a mountain range? Cascade Mountain Range. So it's part of the Rockies, I'm assuming? It's a major mountain range, western North America, extending from southern British Columbia through Washington. Yeah, so that makes sense. It's a mountain range, yeah. Are these technically the Rocky Mountains or no? Mount Rainier is part of the Cascades. Because the Rocky Mountains are further east than this. I think the Rocky Mountains are between British Columbia and Alberta. Yeah. So the Rocky Mountains are on this side, and then the Cascades are on the west side. Neat. Yeah, Rockies are much further east. Yes, that's I'm familiar enough with. I just know that the Rockies are part of BC, but I thought they were between the 2 provinces. Oh, I guess the Rockies are in the States too, huh? I think of them as a Canadian thing. Here we call them the Canadian Mountains. Cool. Yeah, sick. I thought we had a natural segue from this, but let's just sit and quiet for a bit. I think we're going to play some Netrunner. Let's just sit and quiet for a second. It's warm in here. Cybershark posted Twink shipping, which again, Cybershark, Leah, and Laura all played this list. It has a really good diagram of like what goes into what, which is the sort of thing if you're new to op, I think it's healthy to have or helpful to have, telling you what's an ice and what's not, to know you're a chain. I do think the best way to do this is just play it and figure out what happens, especially on JNet, where JNet doesn't, it tells you, it doesn't force you to search through the deck. And it has a really nice write-up about like what to do. And this is I agree. Get the Twink, be annoying, get the Twink back. So much of the games we saw from this list were just like putting fat on the table, a FUD on the table and saying like, what are you going to do about it? And a lot of times the answer was like struggle for a bit, which is cool. Yeah. The Makota defense. The French Open. Yeah. Makoto Grid showed up in a couple decks this weekend, and it's nice to see it in there. I need to hit up at NSG because I don't think I got my Makoto alt art when the alt arts were sent out for the when things came in. I think there's a full art of this that I don't think I have. Yeah, it seems cool. I think the plan is deep diving when installing clickless from Adani using the boosted strength of Gauss and Euler. Gauss and Euler, it depends on when you install them, right? Because it's till the end of the turn. So you want to install them on your turn, which for Madani is fine, but it does come with a cost. So you can't like get both down, which is the issue, right? Because if you install Gauss and Euler, Madani's only one per turn, and this is only if it's installed this turn. So it's hard to do both. You want to cheat one in, either from hand or from simulchip or something. Yeah. But that seems good. Good breakers. Cool. I want to play some mags today, I think. But I think I want to play older mags. I want to start with like the minstrel mags and see what we can do with it, and then learn what we can learn on the way. So if you're not familiar, we've seen a lot of these lists. I thought minstrel won an event with this list. Maybe minstrel did. 4th of the showdown. Okay, that's the one we'll do. So these are the big mags lists. So 69 cards. This one is 70 cards, so we added a card. I think we added an illumination, but there might be some more changes. Oh, I think we just changed cards overall. So this is the 27th. This is the newer one, so we'll play this. The short or long is, I have a history of back in the day playing some really absurdly oversized decks. And sometimes it doesn't actually matter that much. As long as your deck has enough consistency and your ratios are kind of correct, you can do some pretty nonsense stuff. At the end of the day, if your deck is just meant to be some ratio between econ, things to deal with ice, card draw, multi-axis, you can play big numbers of it, because generally the numbers come out in a wash to some extent, right? Like if every hand always has 2 econ cards, 1 breaker option, and then like 1, card draw card, most hands are similar. And sometimes you have to play jazz and like, your hand, you have to fight your hand to play against it. But Mags is pretty simple enough to play. For those who didn't know, and I don't know, I'm assuming that the NSG dev team did this intentionally. The name Magdalene actually translates to like biblically to like the tower, which I think is quite fun considering the theme, let alone this is the tower of a deck. But as the architect with the name, named after that is awesome. I think that's a really nice little piece here. 70 is pushing it. I want to make a state online. Hey, Minstrel, but it's the same as the second one, if I recall. Do you have any like hot tips on how to play this? If you're not familiar with Minstrel, Minstrel is just a phenomenal player. Our circuit breaker, if I'm not mistaken. If you're playing 45 cards Magda, you're doing something wrong. I mean, that doesn't seem like it. Hey, Bongo King, Tuesday stream. Did I miss? Just got back from work. Is the title an Arkham reference? No, it's a reference to this, in which we have a tower of a deck and a tower builder herself. So we'll see what we do. Mulligan into draw. Okay, I'm good. We're in. Our win condition is 2 deep dive. Full art deep dive for style. 3 illumination, which like it'd be nice to hit this. We've seen some disgusting openings where illumination, like I think we played against this list and turn 1 illumination was like DZ. It was coalescence off the DZ trigger and a Nuka, which like is so damn good. Our breaker suite is relatively conventional. We have Revolver, Rising Tide with the Propeller package. We have 1 Principia. We have Echelon and Unity. We have Revolver. We don't have any other big tricks. We have the Hush, which is super important. One of the best plays we saw was Wiki with the Hush tech. Oh my God. I think I'm going to be able to recount what the Hush tech is, but just give me 1 second before we come back to this. The best run that we were able to commentate on the early rounds was Wiki. It was Wiki, right? Pretty sure it was Wiki. Pharaohs. Triple Ice Pharaohs. On a remote server. Something behind it. And in front of it was an Event Horizon. I'm pretty sure this is fun. So Event Horizon is an issue, right? Because it'll end the run. This is pretty good text. But the problem is the Pharaohs is very difficult for a lot of shapers to deal with. Obviously, in general, it's hard to deal with. But when this thing is 10 strength, if your Fractor that you're trying to use is a Propeller can't break 10 strength barriers. It caps out at 8 strength barriers unless you can figure out how to charge it. So now the problem is like we have 2 ice in a row that both can be hushed, that both want to be hushed, which is a tricky thing to do. So Wiki needs to run the remote server. I think she knows it's an agenda. It might have been installed face up, but maybe she didn't. But she runs the remote server. The first thing she does is before the run starts is she has a hush on the Event Horizon, which means, no, she doesn't have a hush on the Event Horizon. She has a hush on the Pharaohs. So the Event Horizon can end the run if you want to, but the idea is that you wait for somebody to break everything and then you Event Horizon so that you can't run it back. She makes a run and she chooses not to fire Knick-Knack, which I was confused about. She doesn't fire the Knick-Knack. And the knickknack on the table had a very easy coalescence that was empty that you could fire, but she chose not to, which when we're watching certain players, you don't assume it's a mistake. There's like something that she's cooking. So she's cooking. So she runs it. She chooses not to trash her coalescence, which would have been the first program she trashed. She gets through the Vent Horizon, I think with a revolver, something cheap. And then she hits the Pharos, which is hushed. And because it's hushed, it's stuck at 5 strength. So then in the same paid ability window, she breaks the Pharos for 3 credits and 3 counters, and then while holding priority, fires the simul chip she has on the table, which because she hasn't trashed one of her programs yet, why she didn't trash the coalescent, she's able to trash one of her installed programs as additional cost. She has to. So she trashes the hush and then pushed the hush on the Event Horizon and holding priority after she broke, which is not a paid ability window almost ever you use. I think we've actually been talking about that paid ability window a fair bit on stream for the last little bit. But technically, once you break subroutines, you're holding priority, then she used it and then passed priority back. So at that point, the Event Horizon is now hushed. The Pharos isn't hushed, but you've already broken the Pharos, so it doesn't matter. And then she gets through to the server. It was like such a good line, like using a hush in 2 places on the same run, pushing it backwards while also like getting through the server and not deadening it by hitting it with the knickknack. It was awesome. It was so cool. Region number 37 silent chip is better than clone chip. London, I agree. I agree. It's such a way more interesting card for sure. Skim the stream. You mentioned not knowing what happened in Cascadia. Basically, the tournament got nuked halfway through Sis when you had to rebuild it versus Ludi Day scrapes and screenshot. Yeah, from my understanding, they unpaired a whole round, which is obviously a bit of a disaster. Hey, Idaho, Andre, what makes Mag more playable with a lot of cards compared to other runners? I think she just gives you the consistency to get your cards on the table, right? Like Minstrel in chat is saying draw density being 5-click runner having 2 tutors. Like the big thing is Maggie just says you can overdraw. And when you draw, you get that click back, right? Like a lot of times your game with lat might not line up and you have to play around it. Like if the corp has 3 cards in hand, but your deck is 70 cards, like you need to be drawing more than you usually have to be, right? Because you need to find your stuff. But with Maggie, if I have 5 cards in hand, if I draw and then I just end my turn, I install the card I draw or any card in my hand, I make that click back, right? So from the way I see it is the more card draw you have, the easier it is for you to discard the right card. And so you can spend more clicks drawing, right? For lat, it's a bit different because lat, there's some turns if you want to fire lat's text, you need to slow down. If the corp has 3 cards in hand and I have to draw through a 70 card deck, right? Like I'm not going to get lat. So you don't have lat text on certain turns. Where Maggie always says like, okay, if you want to go through a 70 card deck, you will always have Maggie text. That's the short and long of it, right? You're playing a 5-click runner that installs and also gets value from an overstuffed hand. And you are going to have an overstuffed hand. Not only because you're playing 3 ofs because you need to find cards, but because you have a big deck. We unpaired the whole event, not the whole round. Oh, Jesus. Woof, woof, woof. I still want the game to have a max deck size. Maybe something like min +9 would be healthy for the game. I don't know. So far, we haven't seen big decks to be massively unhealthy. On the corp side, it eventually falls apart. But the runner side, we've seen competitive decks about this size. Like decks around this side have won worlds before. I don't think it's actually an issue. I think it's kind of a cool, it's a little cool wrinkle. I think it only becomes an issue if people bring like 150 card decks and like shuffling them actually is a problem for the tournament structure. But if that's the case, you get a warning and it's your problem. If you want to play the deck, I think you can add 2 synth clans. Just don't install them if the matchup is bad for 3 hand size. Though staying at 70 max is somewhat important. Somewhat important. Yeah, the having an extra click can definitely be good. And I'm interested to play Sam's deck eventually and see what the synth clans look like. We've definitely played them before. And there, again, there was a really old, early Maggie deck with synth clan. There was the Decklist of the week early on in the meta that came out in. And I don't think we've seen it do anything since. Why limit big decks? I think some people just think the vibe is weird. Sometimes it's also an accessibility issue where like imagine playing a 300 card op deck and they have to shuffle it twice a turn. It's like it sucks. But if they can't shuffle sufficiently, that's a problem more so than anything else. Yeah, I don't think it's 200. The Wu deck is like 104 cards, and I want to see that being played in person. It'd be kind of fun. Okay, we have card draw. We have money. Installing a compilation off of our text is not amazing. This is the sort of matchup in which we have to get through big Pharaohs. Hey, I think I like this hand. We don't have to open Sure Gamble, which is good, because we can end with Creative Commission. So we'll probably just do Nuka, draw 3. Install, install, install. We'll see how this goes. Someone also likes to shuffle that many cards in their hand. Sorry, Sleeper. Titan 329 is based. I don't know what you mean. I mean, the deck is generally terrible. A big issue with large decks at tournaments Is shuffling fast enough to proper randomization? You need to shuffle the same number of times. It's harder twice as many cards. Yeah, but I think the difference between like a 49 card deck and a 70 card deck actually does not impact shuffling in a meaningful way. All right, so it looks like an Antil. I don't. The big thing about the Shaper deck like this is you have to know how often you should be running or not. Okay, so we could do install DZ, click for a credit, install Fermenter. So there was a world in which Sure Gamble was better for us. Uh-oh, I'm lost. We could also just do draw, create a commission, throw out a card. Oh, maybe the Sure Gamble was better. Run instead of credit. Yeah, run instead of credit's probably a bit better here. Did they mulligan? They kept, so I don't think they have an agenda in hand. But instead of credit, I'd probably DZ run. And then I guess we put down the Fermenter and next turn we're credit commissioning. I don't like it yet. Credit commission Fermenter. Yeah, I do run credit commission. The DZ is not as important as making sure our liquidity is good because we need to consider playing the Sure Gamble next turn. Cultivate, okay. So now we end of turn, we can install. I'm going to install the Fermenter, the DZ. The Fermenter gives us more money faster. Yeah. Yeah, run commission is definitely the best option there. I mean, I want to put in DZ so chat doesn't roast me, but it's just a credit now versus this will be 2 credits next turn if we pop it. We're not going to pop this for a minute. Astermon, you need to not, like, I think rip people by name in chat kindly. Any chance Verbal's worth it in Mags? I don't know. I haven't played enough Mags. But I think Shaper has so much good card draw in faction that spending a relatively mediocre slow card probably isn't worth it. Because like if your deck is on Nuka's Verification and Spec Work and Ritual, how often are you actually clicking to draw? Sometimes it's ugly too, because if you double draw, Maggie can make you discard. I don't know. You think installing Diesel is all you need to do to not get roasted by chat? I mean, fair. I mean, yeah, totally fair. Yeah, Mags doesn't often click to draw with the Shaper card pool. Because like next turn, we're probably going to do Nuka, Sure Gamble. We'll draw into another card draw. Ideally, we install like a Coalescence so we can DZ Spec Work it. They KPI shuffled, so their hand should be clean. I can't tell what this is, but they have a lot of money. Okay, telework. Oh, interesting. So we need to get rid of something. So I could see us doing Muse Coalescence, which seems pretty ridiculous. I don't know what they're scoring out. They could be on Seamless. But like, I think we always do Sure Gamble DZ brings us down to 6. We can make it run first. We could do Sure Gamble run R&D, DZ, and then we could do Muse Coalescence. It's like not a great Muse Coalescence. It's a +1 credit, but with the Spec Work, it sets it up, which might be worth it. So this brings us to 7. We run R&D, we install the DZ, we go to 6. Yeah, I'm going to try it. Checking archives also might be worth it, but I don't think they ice up a Spin Doctor. Holding deep dive for later, yeah, I don't want to deep dive for 3 clicks. I want to deep dive with enough clicks, but I could be wrong about that. Yeah, checking archives is better than R&D there, I think, in hindsight. So we'll go for our stack for a coal. We have a window to take this. We won't. It shouldn't matter. We're not going to die to public trail. But there's a window that you can take the Coalescence after you Maggie it. Jaina doesn't make it easy. All right, 2 ice servers. Let's see if they can get value from that or not. Another tip is that not uncommon to overdraw, no value discard, bad cards in the deck. Yes, especially when we have our 3 ofs on the table. But I think our hand is relatively good. I think telework might be just slow enough for Nuvang. Yeah, I don't like small deep dive. They're also maybe on Let Them Dream, so like you need a lot of deep dive pressure. But I think I'd rather spend our time setting up, drawing through a deck, because we cannot contest remote servers. Public Trail scored Scorch. They didn't play the Cultivate, did they? They hedge fund? They're looking. We have to watch if they look and they don't. So this is looking like a Pharos, which is hard for us to deal with. So they have a good server. We could pinch on HQ or pinch on archives, and they might wait for this to jam. All right, Spec Work. They didn't trash the top of the deck. Why is this stream? Why is the scroll doing that? They didn't trash, so they like the top of the deck. Oh, we have Knick-Knack. That's pretty good. Knick-Knack's pretty good. You can enable a discard phase payability and gameplay options. I've heard about that. I'm not gonna mess with it. I mean, I don't love running R&D here. I don't know if they have an agenda. They wanted to keep the card on top. But I think that's probably not. I'm surprised you didn't Ritual click 1 here. Did we have Ritual in our hand? I thought we just drew it off the Spec Work. If I did, I'm not very clever. Oh, it's a measured. I don't want to trash early measured. Yeah, I think I drew it from the spec work. Okay. So if we install the SMC, we do DZ. I think we might need the telework. The fermenter's pretty good here. If we install the cup off the DZ, it's fine. Like we could just click for credit. We could draw and throw out the Pichachon. I think we need to get deeper into our deck. The Pichachon is important. I mean, the cup is not that important, but it just uses the DZ, so it feels good. This might be better in the bin. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it came off. Otherwise, we would have considered it. But we've hit like 3 card drive return, no problem. Yeah, we're pretty sure this is an Event Horizon. We've saw Event Horizon, we've seen Cultivate, which is just played, we've seen Measured. It's for us to contest the remote server. We're gonna need a lot working for us. And we used our first Muse really aggressively. So we'll see. We definitely want a console here. We've already gone through 16 cards? Not too bad. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna set up the Hush Trek as seen on TV. It's gonna be awesome. This is the exact server for the Hush Trek as seen on TV. Get creative with Hush Ender Prolongi, yeah. And like you can technically revolver a Pharaohs if you need to. The issue is like Prolongi doesn't beat Event Horizon well. Because it's only once per turn. I don't like my hand being grayed out on my not turn. I wanna hold my cards. I wanna look at them. I don't want them to be grayed out. Don't think about these. Your opponent is playing. No, let me see my cards. They're nice. So they could be on Seamless. They trashed but didn't trash. Then they drew. So they might have something in hand here, honestly. Okay. Okay, environmental testing probably comes down before pad. I don't have anything to knick-knack here, so we could just like set up. We could do environmental lily pad. Brings us down to 5. If we install the SMC, we draw a card. But then we're still on 5. I mean, I think that's good enough. We have a lot more money than we think. This could be an above the law, but it's hard to play around that. I think we just continue building. We'll probably want to put down casts. I mean, probably. But I think we need to commit to a lily pad sooner than later. And if we do lily pad SMC environmental, like we're getting kind of close. Staggered for KK is smart. That's for sure. But I definitely can't put the lily pad before the environmental. Drawcast cast is good, really. And then we just install. But I don't want to install something before the environmental. Oh, okay. No, I want to split up the casts. I think Chad is right about that. I think we do environmental casts and then install the SMC. I think this is better because we want the cast to be separated for knick-knack triggers. Right? I think I like this best. Yeah, separating your daily cast for knick-knack is like worth something. You get 1 more credit. Uh-oh, Seamless on a pre-installed card? So Malapert, I don't know if they're going to Myoshu us immediately. We probably can't run this as is. Toxin. Okay, so they're shuffling their deck. So they're just going to grab cards in hand. So we think it's Event Horizon into Pharaohs. Pharaohs we could break. Not easily. I don't want to get a Rising Tide. So they have a Tree Line and Event Horizon in hand. And then they're going to pass the turn. Okay. So it's us. We have no tricks. So we could SMC for... We just need to naturally draw into something good here. The problem is I don't like to knick-knack run if we don't have anything good here. We have a lot of money. They could purge next turn, but it's not that bad for us. So I think we just allow them to get their first points and say, like, get a Basalt, see how bad it is. It's probably going to be pretty bad. We could cup HQ. They did play a Seamless. Checking Archives is also fine, but I think we just have to draw here. Pinhole's not bad. The only thing is we have nothing to trash. Like, do we trash the Copulation? Toxin after Seamless suggests they want to trash to leave what's on top. Yeah, they knew the order. Like, I don't know if we SMC for Muse Coalescence. That seems like a lot. But here, like, I kind of want to pinhole this upgrade. I'm assuming... Imagine double Myoshu. They can't do it. They don't have enough clicks. I mean, they could get to 6. Oh, wait, we can cup Malapert. Yeah, you're right. I was going to trash it. Yeah, I think we just don't fire stuff, and then we install another daily casts. I'll run HQ to turn off DRM. No knickknack this turn. It might be okay to knickknack. I don't know. Yeah, we'll cup the Malapert. That's good. We didn't trash a card legally. We could run archives for a click. We could end up on the bad side of threat. We could always SMC into 2 installs, but that's not good enough. We could always fermenter if we needed to. But we need to stop the Myoshu line if it's a 4-2. We can just install a daily cast, but then we don't trigger a text. So we can always SMC for a breaker to draw, but Lily Pad's not on the table. You want to run HQ and just... We know half the hand is ice, though. We know it's ice. Like, I don't want to run HQ here. We don't have a better run, though. Like, maybe we run it just to throw it, but I don't want to run it. Fire the Fermentor, install Lily Pad. We don't have enough clicks. Oh, I mean, I guess we can. Yeah, that's fine. They should purge sooner than later. Actually, I like that a fair bit, and we don't install the daily casts. Yeah, I don't mind that. Okay, weird. Yeah, I don't mind that. They drew an unknown card, but their hand is 2 ice. We could always sell the daily cast for 3 instead of getting 5. I mean, that sounds bad the more that you say it. It's just a slash and burn. Wow, their hand is really weird. So the Malapert definitely dealt with that, but that is not the first agenda we're scared of them pushing out. The question is that they drew another agenda here. We can pop Envy on command now with SMC Muse. Yeah, we can always grab 2 cards here. I just don't know if we want to use our SMC like that considering we've drawn into no fractors. We might need this for the Hush because it's a 1-of to deal with the server. We also need a simulchip for the trick. We also need programs for lily pad reasons, so okay. Pressure. Maybe we should have sent it HQ. I think we have to, like, Minstrel, I think at this point we have to crack SMC on our opponent's turn. Just to get Muse Coalescence so we can spec work, right? Like, I don't want to click to draw. I think I had to do this on their turn. Like, I don't think we want to be precious with this, sorry. I think I do this on your turn. If you don't mind. We have SMC? Yeah, but we know... maybe. I think HQ's clean. Sorry. Would you mind putting in the undo turn command? I forgot to fire the SMC on the end of your turn. It'll just put me back to top of turn. You can use Hush now? Yeah, we can. Oh yeah, we probably just do that anyways. Oh, thanks. Yeah, let's just do that because it draws. I think getting the Hush is better. Yeah, that's probably a bit better. Ooh. I'm spec working the copulation. Oh, you're right. We were meant to get the Muse. Oh, that's so bad. We were meant to get the Muse, not the Hush, because then you can do the thing. Yeah, what I did was bad. Because we were meant to get the Hush, so then we can run, yeah, and they would fire the environment testing. Yeah, don't go for the thing. Go for the Hush that installs the thing. That's such a big point in this deck. Yeah, that's a mistake. We would have had another card on the table here, which is very unfortunate we don't. Huge. I'm not going to ask for another undo turn because we drawn a card. We can't do that. Okay. I mean, good enough. We have 3 targets. We won't knick-knack this turn. We have enough MU. Yeah, that was my bad. That could have been way better. Okay, so the order here, SMC will draw a card first. It eats the DZ trigger, but whatever. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's a lot of clicks. We're now able to contest the remote server, which is good. We could overclock HQ. We'll SMC for, I don't know. We have Trojans, right? I mean, we must have, oh, we don't have a Physarum. So Trojan breaking is not really a thing here. It could be draw, pass. Like, I don't know how aggressive we have to be. Yeah, we just want to get a couple more points in deep dive. And with Let Them Dreams, we want to deep dive a bit more cautiously. I could see us running HQ with the Copulation Malapert. Yeah, we really want to get rid of stuff here. Draw discards a card, but like, I think that's okay. We have a lot of money coming in. They haven't forced us to spend any. I'm just drawing. Yeah, weird. Yeah, I'm just gonna draw, throw out. The overclock's still good for the remote server. We don't need to break Event Horizon. We can pay 6. Should have been draw before Illumination. Yeah, I could see why. This telework is not doing anything. Okay, so this can be another Event Horizon. Oh, that's bad for us, right? We only got 1 hush. Okay, so we cannot deal with this. Mind you, can move hush. Are we going to SMC on their turn? So it's Pharos, Event Horizon, Pharos as the read. That's a really bad server for us. If they have an agenda that's out of their hand, we know one of these 2 cards is an ice. I don't think we're popping the SMC here. I think we have to give up and walk away. That sucks. I mean, it could be a tree line, which would only be 7 strength. And I don't want to get a... Yeah, man, not getting the... what's it called is really, really bad for us. All right, at least if we run R&D or archives and they saw the top of the deck and they trashed it, so we can like trash daily cast and go forward. I think that's fine. Propeller's good. Imagine deep dive reprise. Yeah. Seamless on top. Okay. That's scary. Just spec work hush and prepare a deep dive with Hannah. I mean, it's not that likely for it to win. That's like clearly how we're going to try and close this game off, but it's not very, very likely to win. So we have our propeller install. This could be a spin doctor. We could run archives. Okay, we can run archives, install 2 propellers. Sorry, install Hannah propeller. SMC for Rising Tide's probably not more than enough money. Yeah, maybe we just go for the Tide here, especially with 2 props. This might chase a spin. We don't have to worry about measured. Toxin, Winchester, Afshar, Reanimation, Pharos. Okay, and so we'll do Hannah and then prop. 6 hand size, doesn't matter. Principia is really quite nice. Will come in for... Well, it's actually kind of expensive. It comes in for 3? 2, I guess. Move Hush into the middle, ice blindly, and lose to Toxin Codegate. Yeah, we think it's Event Horizon. We think it's Event Horizon in the second slot. So it's like worth hushing anyways as a click. Notably, you can always click Hush around, which is easy to forget. The Seamless we top decked. Uh-oh. New Vang. Prince B gets you through the Pharos, though. Not well. It's like 11. And then they drew the card. So the card they saw on the top of the deck matters. So I do want to just pop off this turn. We probably do deep dive. So are we going to SMC on this turn? No, I think we have to SMC in response. We want to see the whole hand here because they chose to draw the Nuven card. Oh, but it's an unknown card. No, they trashed it. No, it's an unknown card in hand. I mean, I could see us deep diving here for sure. We have another click gainer. The question is, can we run this with Hannah? If we want to run this with Hannah, we can install Principia. We have to break the outermost one for 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Then we break this one for 3, 12, 13, 14. Event Horizon. They fire it again. We have to break it again for 28. It's too much money. We hush the Event Horizon. We only have to break it once, but it's 2, 4, 6. Again, with Principia, it's 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we spend 22. Yeah, I think we do come to test the remote server for 22 credits, don't we? I think we just move the hush over. Install the Principia and run it. Yeah. We install Propeller first. It saves a credit, but it loses the DZ credit, sort of. So I think we just install this and we overclock the remote server. That's a good draw. We could Hannah here, but I think the overclock is just better for us. We can trash something. Did not consider that far. The daily cast gives us 3 credits. I think we're fine. Yeah, new tech. Let's call it new tech. Yep, first Pharos. Do we care about telework? No, but maybe, because we're going to be playing it to measured threat. Yeah, maybe it's worth KKing, but like I think clicking for 3 will make sense. We have to break this for 6, which I don't think I calculated. So we probably end our turn with like telework creative. We think it's an Event Horizon, which might be cheaper to break it with SMC, but we might also just pay 6 for it. We know they have one measured in hand. Yeah, it's an event horizon, so we called that right. So either we break this for 6 or we can SMC for a revolver, which is cheaper. So I think we'll just go for that. We should have popped the SMC for revolver to make the Principia cheaper in hindsight. That would have saved us a credit. Yeah, we could have saved a credit because we hard called this. So we could have just pulled the killer. Sorry, it's on you. This on HQ looks like a toxin. So how bad is it that this is a basalt? I don't know. Ooh, it's just a tree line. Huge. We break that for a credit. Wow, we just saved 10 credits on this run. Okay, now we have an empty propeller. That's fine. Nice. Okay, so they let's see what it is. Nice, basalt. So we're on threat, which is really important. They can grab a card back from the bin. They have more money than they think on petty cash, but we have more money than we think. Yeah, not being Pharaoh saved us 10 credits on that run. Again, Hush is quite good. They grab back the one face down card, which is like good fun. So we're now worried about double measured. We could telework or we could short gamble. If we draw, we can install something, but we don't really have a reason to do that. I think keeping our money up is good. I think going to telework 16 is fine. Yeah, like at worst they could have double measured, but we don't even die to that. So I think we just like play creative commission here. Next turn, running is really easy for daily casts, and then we should win off of a single deep dive Hannah. The only problem is like we think that the toxin is on. Sorry, toxin showed what? It was Pharos and Event Horizon, so this could be an Event Horizon on HQ. So I mean that's okay. This reads like a spin. Yeah, I think it's an Event Horizon on HQ, so using Telework instead opens for KK down the line. Yeah, it does, and it gives us more cards in hand, which ultimately might be like the line. I think we're just going to spec work the propeller, but only on a turn if it matters. So let's see what they bring back here. They're reanimating. Yeah, I think the telework is better because the 1 credit difference doesn't matter, but cards in hand matters because of Maggie. So I'd rather actually use the telework. Okay, they go on to the remote server. That's fine. We can hopefully deep dive out of this. We do need to find a 3-pointer. There's probably not a lot of real 2-pointers left in the deck. So we think this is an Event Horizon. So we could run the Event Horizon to see what it is. We're threatening to see every card in hand, but if they have an agenda, it goes in here. But I think we can always just check the Event Horizon. So this is not going to be the deep dive turn. It'll be next turn. So we'll get rid of the propeller. We have a pinhole, which could 2 for 1, but we don't really need to. Yeah, we'll run HQ. I'm going to keep the Principia because it's like good. Ooh, Simon Chip's really good too. It means if it's an Event Horizon, we can respond at instant speed as long as we haven't trashed a program. Nothing. You should run HQ, click 1 to force the EH trash. Yeah, maybe. We also have to remember we have bad publicity. Measured, Event Horizon, petty cash. Okay. So we could still deep dive this turn, but it's like not worth setting up. So I think we just do draw, install Simulchip, install propeller. Yeah. Nice. Okay, cool. So now we can throw in a deep dive here. We know their whole hand besides 1 card. Yeah, if they popped it, we'd be happy. But I mean, we can just run first click now and see what they do. We don't know what server 2 is. Looks like an upgrade, but an agenda is safer there than anywhere else. Yeah, I think forcing them to pop it would have been pretty fine. Like, we can always respond to now with the Hush Simulchip trigger, but like if they pop it, we just go next turn. So I don't think it actually was worth setting up. Yeah, now we can Hush the thing as long as we don't trash one of our stuff when we run. Because like this, if we haven't trashed a program. And so I think we're just going to run. I think we're going to keep the Principia around because it's like kind of sick. It's our pressure spike equivalent. And again, they've only forced us to make like 1 proper run. That's why we're on so much money. This always happens against this deck. It's like everything it does is usually credit and click positive, at least in terms of like, you know, setting up. The cultivate does make them know how good the deep dive is. But we always can like pinhole the Spin Doctor on the Archives run to force a shuffle. Probably actually on the R&D run. Recently we can KK the Telework. Yeah, we probably can. I don't know if we're gonna need the money off of this. It's weird to KK a card with 9 clicks on it, credits, but like we're pretty safe into deep dive. Nuven plays 1 Malapert, yeah, and we got that one. So they know the top card of the deck. We'll just run HQ. Yeah, I'll sell the Telework finally. Oh, nice draw. Oh, I shouldn't hit straight to movement because we could respond to it. Better you have a short shot at a heart of the cards to second deep dive. Yeah, you're totally right. Like we have no other. It is an event horizon. Okay. So I think we're gonna go for the deep dive and use the hush on this. So they've passed Prio. There's a chance paying 5 with Bad Pub is cheaper than paying bullets in the long run. I think we pinhole R&D. Like, I don't think they put an agenda on top of R&D. I think we pinhole R&D. Okay, second measured. Action. In theory, we're gonna ask an action here. We could deep dive, but we're gonna Hannah. We also could have got a Fizera on the Event Horizon, but needs another thing. So we have to ask for an action now. Anything now? The thing is that they know the next 3 cards in the deck, so like this is not a great deep dive. I hope that the Spin Doctor would shuffle, but it didn't. At least we get a Simulchip install. Okay. That's game. 3, 4, 5, 7 points. I think the top was a Toxin, so that's enough. So we'll steal the Slash and Burn first, so there's no shenanigans, and then we'll steal the Basalt. I mean, super structured Shaper Plague. A good game. Thanks for the game. And like, I always feel bad on the other side of the table because they did the best they could do, which was present the worst remote server as quickly as possible and not care about centrals. Because ultimately, the amount of effort you need to stop a deep dive deck on centrals is absurd. And as cheaply as we run the remote server is also very hard to keep them out, to keep us out. Like this server should have been impossible for most people to run, but a single hush obviously saves us like 15 credits on the run back. Right? Like that's the thing about deep dive is like, you don't have to ice against Shaper against centrals until this happens. Now, the decks that I'm assuming are better against Shapers are decks that produce cards that you have to answer, right? Like if there's, I don't know, a FUT or something like that on the table that requires you to interact, because there's nothing they're doing that requires us to interact besides scoring agendas. And so that means we can choose to set up. Like we didn't make that many runs. Maybe Toxin on Central. I mean, if they do Toxin on Central, it just makes we have to install another Simulchip. And then we just Simulchip for SMC or Simulchip for anything that gets through the ice. Like maybe it buys them a turn, but it does not buy them. Like they have to score 5 more points out. Nice to see Big Shaper fitting into the meta. Deep Dive makes me so sad. I mean, yeah, me too. I'm not a fan of this card, but it's, I mean, they did have a window to push. It was unlucky for them that the first agenda was slab. Yeah, if the first agenda was a Basalt, like, I don't know if the game is that much worse for us. It's not so much the measured, it's just like every now face down install has to risk being a seamless, and then seamless can score out. But I just like, should the game be like, if you can't score out your first agenda quickly, you lose the Shaper? And again, I'm not saying that's the case at all, but like the vibes do feel like that. All right, let's keep going. That was fun though. It was really fun to be able to like, you know, understand that your deck is not consistent, but you have to draw through it. And like, we've drawn so many cards. Okay, so Duckland's going to do, I think, a good job at killing us while we try and set up. So we'll see how resilient we are to this. We have Ritual and Knickknack. Both are good into an AUCO opening. We have a Pinhole, which is also really good. So I think we do keep this. Are tickets still available? Dave, I think they opened up more tickets for Worlds. I think I'm not a NSG person, so I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I've heard secondhand that Worlds tickets are now back open. Thanks, you too. How many have been sold? They did sell out and they got a bigger space. I have no idea what the bigger numbers will be. Yo, Funky Man, how's it going? I mean, for Newbank versus Shaper, it's literally a race. Yeah. The sort of parallel versus orthogonal play or whatever. Duckland kept. I mean, we have Ritual, we have Pinhole, we have Knickknack. That should be on the verge of good enough. Pinhole's really good because it deals with an iced FUD, but more importantly, an iced cohort. I was meant to open the cube cards. I claimed the local cube. I've been watching a lot of your vintage content, and watching the cube draft videos on their channel is cool to see the history of the game, especially with my starting point being the revised core. Yeah, we did do a series in which we did some cube drafting, and I actually had some draft overlays, which took a ton of work to set up. Glad you enjoyed them. I forgot to say that we opened up the images from some of the spoiler cards from the cube, so we'll go to them after, but these were in the cube on Cascadia, custom cards. I really wanted to see them. All right, so FUD only has to be dealt with if the table has to be dealt with. Duckland plays a sort of AUCO deck that wants to kill you with Reaper functions and like see how they run, which does kill us out of nowhere somewhat consistently. So we can do run, creative commission, install a thing, click for credit. Propeller's not bad. I mean, I want to deal with Reaper. I want to deal with, yeah. Yeah, this is fine. An early propeller is good, but not the most important. Going all right, just finished the Pittsburgh NBC Who to Watch article. Hopefully dropping soon. Oh, sick. When's the event? So now running Centrals is pretty scary. If she's on 2-1s, she can ping us for some damage. So you consider pinholing this. The thing is, like, we need a draw because our hand has no draw here. Okay, now our hand has a lot of draw. We want to empty our hand for this to be good. We could SMC for the whole setup with Knickknack. So we end up SMCing for Coalescence Muse. So we spend 6 to make 4, which is pretty bad. And it's definitely Pinhole. The FUD adds 2 counters. I mean, we probably do. I just want to figure out if we can make a run off of this because we're going to be down at 3 credits. Surely Palangi to clear FUD? I mean, it might just be Pinhole because Palangi risks Anemone, which gives her Ayuko counters. If it's a Tattoo Bola, she gets money. Like, we might just want to use the Pinhole here. Saturday, August 15th, ABR with custom prizings up. Kevin helped me put together a sick Earth Station. Oh, super cool, Funky Man. Hopefully we'll pull that up. Is Ozzy in the list? It is. But I don't know if we crack an Azamud on this turn for 3 credits to save 2 credits. I mean, the matchup is pretty good. Maybe we do, actually. Yeah, I could see that being good. I just want to empty our hand so we can VRcation. I'm going to run HQ for DRM, am I right? Would I draw 4 for 2 clicks? I think I would. Okay. Yeah, SMC for estimate pinhole VR is fine. Oh, would you do VR discard there? Yeah, VR discard there is not that bad. I probably shouldn't be so precious about it. So this is not a Regenesis threat yet. Yeah. I'm going to do this first click. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Minstrel. Doing that first click. Probably should have done the last click, and then here we would discarded, I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure. So we have daily casts, but liquidity is not there. Yeah, do your own lay low. So we could do credit, daily cast, install SMC, I guess. Oh, we have an MU issue. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't like this. Yeah, VR click 1 is equivalent to ritual draw. Yeah, you're right. Well, it costs a credit, but that credit actually matters here. I don't see us using, I mean, we have a DZ. So we could do DZ into SMC, but if we don't install the daily cast now, we're not installing it. For a bit. Palangi is not bad. Luckily, she doesn't have a face down. If she had a face down, we'd be like pretty worried about this board state. I think Palangi's pretty good here because of the propeller and the MU situation. But like, we need to get more cards. Knickknack is really good in the matchup because it gives you card draw when you need the card draw, which is like when your turn starts. Next turn, we could do Knickknack sell the Azimut. I mean, I think Knickknack is good. Yeah, I think Dish SMC is what we have to do because it's like really hard to use. But like with the cast, the Knickknack is guaranteed to be valuable. Okay, looks like a Fuji. Oh, this could be lethal though, because this could be see how they run into like 5 damage. Man, I hate see how they run. How do we beat that? Drop VR. I think we need all the card draw we can get. I think card draw is the most important thing in the deck. If you don't have card draw, you can't play a 70 card deck. Okay, so if it's see how they run, it does 5 damage. Because it does a tag and then some. Urtica bait? I don't think so. Not behind 2 ice. But if it's see how they run, we take either core or net, and Duckland does. It's either this is going to do 2 damage or it's going to do 5 damage. So we have to end with a full hand, and even then that's like kind of painful. I don't want to click for the sure gamble when the daily cast gets us there, so we could do VR-cation. I just don't know what we're drawing into that's going to help us. Whatever. I mean, that did feel bad, actually. I don't think there's a 5-card damage. No, the other run just does end of the line, if anything, and knocks our whole hand out, but we will survive. We could do DZ Palangi. We'll start next turn with 2 credits. Or we could do credit casts, discard 2 cards. Yeah, our money didn't set up. Yeah, VR-cation first click sucks a lot. Don't get me wrong. We installed KK. Yeah, we probably need the KK, but I think KK is an easy install when the daily cast fires next turn, so I'm not concerned. I think we just do credit cast and discard some cards. VR1, were we hoping to install Creative Commission, DZ into the Coalescence we can do? Kind of. So there's a couple things we could have considered doing. It's like, we just have to draw through our deck anyways. We can imagine a lot of these cards on the bottom of their deck, which is not the end of the world. I think we just do Oh, hold on, we had no clicks left. Oh, because we clicked for a credit. Oh, okay. So I guess we do DZ Palangi just so we don't waste too many cards. I mean, we're going to lose most of this hand, huh? Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, 1 click left is a bit harder. I mean, if she scores a Fuji passes, we're really happy. Okay, we're forced to pay 0, so we're going to take a core damage. I mean, if she trashed the daily cast, we're both kind of destitute. I hate this card. Okay, so we have a tag, and she's still jamming. So she got her first Ayuko counter, but that's it. We kept her ritual, which is the best thing. But now we have to clear the tag. We want core damages, Mags? I don't think that's real, yeah. I know where you're coming from. Okay, so we install the Coalescence to go +3. We have to consider clearing the tag now because the Mindscaping end of line like can be lethal. We can do DZ Coalescence clear tag. We have 4 hand sides we have to remember. Okay, so I have to think this through. So we can do DZ for 0, Coalescence for +4, clear tag, no mags. So then we might as well just do DZ, click for credit, clear tag. Clear, no mags. Yeah, I don't know if we can do the mags this turn, actually. Because the only way to get money up is to DZ Coalescence. And then clear tag, no mags. I think that's the best, yeah. Because the Arkham reference, I mean, the Tarot deck, the 16 is the tower classically, so that predates Arkham. But the biggest thing is we're playing a towering deck for the tower builder. And the name Magdalene actually comes from the name of the tower. Cole Gamble clear casts. Cole Gamble. Maybe I'm too DZ pilled, chat. Would you ever imagine that? If we do Coalescence, we go up to 5, we gamble clear. Yeah, that's fine too. Maybe we don't need the DZ trigger. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Ideally, we install this clicklessly though. No, I don't think we do go the gamble. We're getting the money for free off the cast. I don't think we gamble here. I think we do Cole. No, it's fine. But I don't think we sure gamble. I think we just remove tag, click for credit. That's silly, isn't it? Yeah, chat, what the hell? You don't want DZ now? I mean, the simul chip is worth something. We're going to have the knickknack anyways. Like, there's a chance that installing the knickknack is better than playing the sure gamble here. I don't know. Because we have the daily casts. It's a spin. That's fine. I like DZ if you don't go gamble. Yeah, I like the DZ too because it sets it up. But our hand is like kind of weird. Okay, let's start running. So now if she scores a moon pool into a see how they run, we die. We can cup her end of line. I don't know how many she's on, but we'll just start selling things. So we can sell the coal, the casts. The thing is, if you sell the coal now, you don't have the coal tomorrow. If we sell the daily cast, we go up 1 credit in a card. If you sell the coalescence, you go up more credits, but we'll use this next turn. Yeah, for 1 is good. Okay. So we can do sure gamble, check server 4. We actually check server 1. There's not much she can do to us. She can't do Moonpool? No, she can't, but I just wanted to use the Azimuth. I think we can run server 1 here. Like, I don't think we have to play this sure gamble. There's no Regenesis threat, but if she reses a tattoo or an enemy, she's bankrupt. Nice. De punte. There's an Italian saying, they say, give points when you're playing briscola or tarok, and you yell aggressively, de punte, which is give points. This is if you play in Western Slovenia and you're drunk and you're playing cards. I don't know what server 4 can be. Yeah, an enemy fire here is totally fine. I mean, that's money. We can click for a credit and install a simulchip, which allows us to do, we have no muses. We have a muse. So we can sell cold and bring it back off the spec work. I'd rather have the card draw than the knickknack. But we diffused a lot of issues this turn. Okay. Core damage helps us. Just click for 3, wild. Okay, so she might not be unmeasured considering the rest of the combo that she's on. I think we can spec work at the coalescence and then just come back with the simulchip we need to. Ooh, this is how you die to Fuji. Or snare. I mean, we could do DZ coalescence. Like the thing is, like, I want to interact, but I probably shouldn't have to interact here. Like going for singles of HQ is good because of knickknack, but it's not good in general. She definitely wants money to res a Botu. Luckily, we have a propeller. Finding a killer would be kind of nice here, but I guess we have Plongi. Send it. I don't want to. I don't want to. There's not enough. I mean, there's a lot of triggers, but if we do Illumination DZ daily cast, we die to like so many things from the deck. Be brave, chat. Chat, we can't. This is what you want from me? Okay, I'm doing it. I'm going to do draw. Yeah, you're right. Draw is good. Okay, fine. Chat, I'm doing it. This is for you. DZ first. There's no minute to take the coal credits. And we don't need the fermenter now because purging the Plongi is good. I'll just go for the casts. Fut? I don't think we want her to draw Fut. Oh, it's a single, but of course. Okay, I was more scared. Draw Illumination. I mean, like, when you got that, we saved so many clicks. So many clicks. How many clicks did we save? Oh, we could have got these after the run. Oh, it's so much value. So now we can pinhole to see server 5. It's probably a cohort. We'll have 3 cards in hand when we access, so if it's bite, she's bankrupt, and we'll be fine. Yeah, I think we just pinhole HQ. I mean, we could face check ice, but this is fine. We still have 43 more hit points. Oh. De punte. I would wait with pinhole. Yeah, it might not have been necessary, but it does look like I threw my hand there, didn't it? All right, Anemone hitting his hand. The simulchip is the one good card. Yeah, I guess we could run this. We don't need to. You can get that? Yeah, I think we could. I think we could have just ran it. Okay, we'll run now. We assume it's an Anemone, which gives an AU code draw. So I was playing around that. I don't know why she's putting this on the table. Now she set it up. So I think we will Pelongi this to not give another counter. It is a barrier. We just draw, don't get our text. We're die to public trade on the line. We know she's on that, but she doesn't have money. So she needs to figure out how to get a 7 credits very quickly. But we have to watch out. She's on public trade on the line. Why running it without a threat? I don't know, because it could get worse. But you're right, we didn't fire Magdalene that turn, so it like wasn't really a great run. She's on public trade on the line for sure. Isn't it good she scores 1 point? Well, if she scores out, it's not going to be 1 point. It's going to be 4 points. But like, then she can install Spin Doctor over on it to like get it back in the deck. Like she can do things to make it worse for us. We can probably now just sell a DZ, but she's on public trade on the line for sure. We have to watch out. Revolver's really good. So we could do draw to 6, sure gamble, install Revolver. Seems good enough. Oh, Nuka's really good too, but she doesn't work with our text. He's been saying De Punte for the last 5 minutes. Come on. De Punte. Thank you, Phil. I needed that. All right, we're building a fork. The table is loaded. She has 12 credits. We could always do Nuka draw and see what happens. We don't have an obvious... oh, no, we have an obvious daily cast. So, like, this server actually matters that we check archives this turn. But we have to watch out if any of these goes through with the last moon pool, we could die out of nowhere because a single see how they run scored with a click left is dead. So we usually die on one turn combos to Duckland. I don't think she's been scoring out. She's been like killing us. And the whole time we have to play around public trail on the line with maybe a mindscaping in there. So we just have to have 8 credits. Okay, complexity went up. I don't read the archives. Yeah, we haven't seen the second and third anemone, but running archives is really easy. Boat 2 is not on threat, which means our propeller gets through it. So we should be able to run most of these servers. If it's 2 boat 2s, I mean, like we can simul chip a propeller back. The question is whether we do Nuka, draw Nuka, run, and choose 2 of the 3, which is usually good enough. I mean, I'm fine with that, I think. We're gonna have a lot of cards in hand though, because when we run, we'll be on 5. I think we can start by just having on 5 in hand. Because we're gonna sell the daily cast. Running archives could be total 4 damage of an enemy into Fuji. Yeah, it's scary. I think we're gonna run. Yeah, we'll start with 5, I guess. We'll sell the daily cast, which is perfect timing. It might have been okay to do Nuka run if we think there's a Fuji on the table. I think we'll just pay the full. So we're looking for a moon pool. It's been used. So that's the 3rd one out. 2 are in archives. Now this doesn't have to go on an advanceable card, but it clearly looks like it is. And she's down to 9 credits. Again, end of line combo. Blood in the Wall. Oh, she is on Urtica. I mean, we have to check it. If it's an Urtica, it's not that bad. It's a Reaper, okay. So now this still can be a Regenesis. We'll just have to check everything. This deck does have a Hannah, which will be nice, but we can't tutor for it. No res. Anemone's the bad res? No res, okay. Fuji, okay. So now we're on threat. We have 16. If we draw here, I mean, that's all we do when we pass. But we're now on game point. We're on threat 4. We're fine against measure. We're fine against public trail on the line. Yeah, we just draw. We can beat double measured if she has it. I don't know what she's on. I think she's on public trail on the line. I remember losing on like unceremoniously out of nowhere. Yeah, now deep dive is a bit harder against a Yuko. We didn't see an obvious Regenesis setup. That was terrifying. Oh, thought I was dead. Okay, so she's not a public trail. She's on distributed tracing, which like cursed card. Just have a tag, please. But we had 4 cards in hand, so we needed to draw that turn, which is good. Oh, that was trying to do the forensics. Wondering why it didn't ask me to pay 8. Well, I don't understand why distributed tracing exists. Why is there a card that just gives you a tag? Like, NSG's so good at having interaction points, and they're just like, nah, it gives you a tag. Yeah, we have to draw. Some every time we play a brick on ice. Yeah, sorry about that. Man, what a card. De punta. Hey, this game, yeah. Thanks for the game, eh? All right, we were doing pretty good. We still have 36 more hit points. She's on the back foot, which is why she just threw the combo, because unless she does another core damage, and maybe we should have seen that coming, that if she's happy to give us the first see how they run, but maybe her draw was just pretty bad. Same reason Oppo gives tags, yeah, but it ends at the turn. It ends at the turn. That's fine. Why does HB have a nearly unconditionalist tag giving card? It's so silly. Okay, let's look at these draft cards actually, before we forget. Okay, so the short and long is a lot of effort went into putting together a draft set. So I don't know if I have the pictures of the actual packs, but if you went to Cascadia on Friday, you and a partner played draft. And not only did the draft probably have a lot of cards through the history of Netrunner, there's also some custom cards. I don't know whether the custom cards were like guaranteed to each player or like what the rules were around the custom cards, but let me just show you as many custom cards as I can. So I have to open these in different tabs. So you're going to see them. Hold on. I'll just hide them for a second so that we can do them all at once. So open media link. Yeah, I have to just do this over and over again. Give me 1 minute. There's a bunch, so these are gonna be fun. One of them has check marks. Wait, this is sick. Okay. Hold on, we're cooking. Oh, and they also all have commissioned art, which is pretty sick. That's really cool. Sorry, this is not gonna be that interesting to watch, but I don't know if these were just in the packs or whether, again, sometimes you're given cards to start. Okay, you ready to see a custom Netrunner set? It starts here with... No, it doesn't start here. Does it? Hold on, sorry. False start. It starts here, at least the order that I was given these cards, which, okay. So, first card, franchise, art by Valve, who does a lot of the Man and Moon art stuff. Event operation cost 1. Oh, hold on. Kevin says packs were 18 bundles. I think he said 12 of them were just NSG cards, and the other 6 were either arts from the Netrunner card stock or acrylics or the custom cards. There was a 4-2 and 5-3. You could take as many as you wanted, but the rest were in packs. Okay, cool. It was all NSG cards, nothing before Ashes. Did Man in the Moon actually get them booster packed into foil? Yes. Yeah, they were booster packed. I saw there was actually something I had to open. So franchise, event / operation. So new design ground. Draw a card and gain 3 credits. Instead of trashing this card, place it face up in your ally's discard pile. And notably, ally is your teammate. So what's weird about this is like someone might have to play slow because they want to start with this in their turn next turn. And so you might have to be like, hey, I have to slow play so that this shows up on the start of turn, which is really weird. But it's cool that there's a card that will bounce between the 2 players. So you're spending 2 credits, a click to get a card and 2 credits, which is fine. As a click and remove this card from the game, which I'm assuming can be fired from archives. Draw a card and gain 3 credits. Use the ability only from the heap or archives. Yes, perfect. Sick, neat. It's cool to have a card that actually ties the 2 players together. I didn't expect that to happen. This is just a smoothing card, which in draft, the baseline economy is pretty low, usually depending on the draft pool. So I could see this being like pretty exciting to get it. Cool. It is a click though. It's not petty cash, so you have to spend a click. But that is just some free money between the 2 players. So drafting this helps the whole team, which is kind of cool. Neat. Like that. Espionage. Run event. Run HQ. Successful. Your ally may res 1 installed card, ignoring all costs. Gross. It still accesses. It doesn't replace. But that means you can res a BOAC. So it's actually on your partner to res like a 6 cost like Sand or Height Machine, or like a 14 cost BOAC on this. Again, this actually matters now when players are playing their turn. So imagine the one of the runners is running HQ and then your teammate is like, please fire the Espionage. I need to res the BOAC for free. And then the Espionage goes off and you res a BOAC for free and blows the game out. Like I have no idea how that worked with timing, but in theory, when this is a successful run trigger matters for both players. So weird. Fascinating. Very cool to see these cards not just be like Netrunner cards, but like team-based Netrunner cards. Okay. Human Trials. Operation Grey Ops. Play only if your threat level is 3 or greater. Deal 1 net damage. Gain a credit for each check mark on this card, then add a check mark to the card. So this becomes a tempo neural EMP, which like, I don't know if we should be supporting that. And eventually this becomes like a very good econ card. How many checkboxes are there? 1. So it's functionally a 1 credit neural if you can afford it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So eventually this becomes a 7 credit econ card. That happened. We were given direction to keep the timing fun. Yeah, for sure. I have no doubt people wanted to keep it fun and not just really, really ugly, but don't draft 5 of these in 0 spins. Yo, Kite, how's it going? It's good to see your deck list. Congratulations on the weekend too. Can you time this mid-run? That would be sick. Yeah, you definitely can. You definitely can. There are only 5 rounds, so it's hard to fill this unless you get recursion. Oh yeah, I guess the length of the tournament really has an impact on how powerful this card is. But that's kind of cool. Sometimes for like draft pools, you need to make sure that there's enough like damage as an archetype that's worth pursuing. So sometimes a card like this is just like a sweet little treat to add a bit of reach in your, your deck. Next up, Reverse Archer. And it has the Reverse Archer art, which is funny. 4 cost 6 strength. For those who are not familiar, I guess let's do the required reading really quickly. This is Archer. Archer has been around since the original core set. It was in System Update 2021, my guess is. But the original Archer art is this one. And this used to be like the BOAC of sorts. You could have to res this by forfeiting an agenda. It also 4 is kind of a reason why BOAC 4 matters on BOAC. Gain 2 credits, trash 2 installed programs, end the run. Obviously really good subroutines. So let's see what Reverse Archer does. As additional cost to res this, your ally must forfeit an agenda. Ooh, so the runner has to give up points for you to res this thing. Your ally gains 2 credits. Sick. Trash 1 installed program. Your ally may trash 1 installed card. If they do, trash an installed program, end the run. This is both better and worse. This is awesome. Yeah, Human Trials is a really good name for this because you actually have to do the trial testing and it gets more and more powerful, which is quite fun. I mean, I have no idea. This seems like probably worse than Archer, but it's so much more interesting than Archer. The fact that it cares about both sides of the table. Again, the runner has to trash 1 of their cards to trash a program, so that's not a guaranteed subroutine. But it does have most of what makes Archer good. as much as your ally is making the money for the forfeited agenda. This will be really awkward when this is on HQ, but this is the reason to like get this res for free with what's it called? An espionage, which is sick. Service provider, 3 cost, 3 strength, NBN code gate. Add 1 installed program to the top of the stack. This is the first subroutine. The runner's ally may prevent this by sabotaging 2 at the start of their next turn. Your ally gains 3 credits. Huh. So imagine a piece of ice that all it does is impacts the other table, because this is what it does. It says that you're going to get goofed up unless the corporation sabotages themselves, but also your ally gets paid. So you can just go through this and it has no impact on this game, which means if the other game is over, that's really funny, because if the other game is over and it's already won, this subroutine doesn't matter. So cool. Reverse Archer got really sad after your ally's game ended. Yeah, that's what I'm imagining. These cards, once the game ends, they get a fair bit less interesting probably. But very, very cool text. Yeah, an ice that impacts the other game is like technically definitely a cost to play. I wonder how good this was. The numbers on it are like fine. I'm assuming 3 cost might be a bit expensive for this, but I don't know what the breaker situation looks like. 0 cost booster tutor event. Open a runner pack. Choose 1 card and add it to your grip. I wonder how many extra runner packs there were. The chosen card replaces this card in your deck for the rest of the tournament. So it's not only like get the thing that you need now, but it's going to tune your deck forever, and your deck size will probably just get bigger and bigger. I mean, it's always been a fun Magic thing to open a pack, get cards from that pack. That's been a common thing in unglued formats, so it's good to see that here. Yeah, booster tutor, sick. Neat. Very cool. Line of credit. 3/2 HP agenda, so good numbers. When you score this agenda, place 5 credits on it. You and your ally may use these credits to res or install cards. Sick. A 3/2 with reasonable tax is like maybe something we should be seeing more of. Again, when it comes to a limited format, the numbers are a bit different. The fact that these are also like all characters, right? Like that is Drago. Who else am I meant to recognize here? That's definitely Drago. Or the Czech Scion guy, one of the two. I think it's Drago. This art also kind of looks like one of the alterts we got. The 3/2 is straight busted. It's a 3/2 with gain 5 credits to res or install cards. So it hits both sides of the table. That's like kind of sick. And then you have to like slow play your turn until you get this out. Is it just the Czech Scion guy? I thought it was Drago. They wear the same clothes because they're from the same. Is Czechus with an H? I feel like that can't be a good translation. I think this would be spelled C with an accent. No, it is Drago. No, it's Czechus. You're right. Yeah, and the people in the back. Yeah, they wear the same clothing. I mean, that seems really good. Seems quite good. Are these previews? Definitely not. No, these are cards that were used in the team draft on Cascadia Weekend. These are not previews. These are not legal cards. Is that Vera? She has a very different style. Maybe? Blue glasses, blonde hair, but she has this like white down the middle. Yeah, maybe that is Vera. Yeah, that is Vera for sure. This might be Daniela, the one in the middle. No, I don't know who this is. This person looks familiar, and this could be largely anyone, right? I made it to the present. That was really tough with the shoddy cell service. Welcome, Ran, to the present. I think the middle is JK, the clone. Yeah, it is JK. Yeah, that is JK for sure. Same haircut, same earrings, same top. I don't know who this is. This must be, looks like an NBN executive, but that's definitely JK. Dragon's a worse suit. Keeling. No. Keeling, I think, has darker skin. Yeah, kind of. But Keeling wears like I'm not sure exactly what culture that rap is from, but Keeling has, yeah, very obvious Keeling hair. I don't know who that is. Probably should know. Interesting. I mean, this is really cool. This is just genuinely a very good card. 3/2 with upside is sick. Let alone upside that both tables care about. Sponsored job, run event, take a tag unless your ally pays 2 credits. I mean, that clicklessly clears the tag. The fact that your ally's game is over is going to make this a bit more expensive. Run R&D, there's Arasana there, mind you. Run R&D, if successful, gain access to additional cards, excuse me. When the run ends, if it was successful and you are not tagged, your ally gains 4 credits. Whoa, that's sick. So this is like a, for when it comes to this sort of format, low econ cards are good enough. But there's a shaper card that says Maker's Eye, and it actually gains 2 credits as long as your opponent pays it up front and it's successful. Sponsor job is pretty sick in Seb. Oh yeah. I'm assuming you don't have to care about influence when it comes to draft, right? Like you just have infinite influence. That's sick. That's a really fun card. Yeah, if you're Seb, you take a tag, you install a thing, your opponent gets 4, sorry, your teammate gets 4, and you see 3 cards, yeah. SRN, these are cards that were created by Man in the Moon and probably some other folks who were helping. As support cards, you could find in booster packs during the draft that was run on Friday, the team draft. All IDs were 40 infinite. Reminds me of the multiplayer cards in Slay the Spire 2. Yeah, exactly. And there's like such a rich design space when it comes to Slay the Spire or multiplayer in general, right? I had sponsored Job and Zaya. Oh my God. It's like it's a 5-credit econ card. That's sick. I think we have a couple more. Acquisition, 5/3 neutral, as much as that might not matter. When you score the agenda, gain 3 credits. You may install one non-agenda card from HQ. My guess is this is the blank 5/3 you can play. And it's not terrible. There's this weird thing in draft, like classically in draft, and this is usually still the case in draft. So the problem with drafting Netrunner is if you don't draft legal agendas, enough agendas, your deck is broken. And so generally the people doing the draft have to give you legal agendas. And classically the legal agenda you get is priority requisition. Because it says when you score this, you may res a piece of ice ignoring all costs. It's a 5/3. The thing is priority requisition can be built around and your deck can be a Prirec deck. But Prirec is really bad. You'd assume that people would be like, okay, why don't you just do send a message? But the issue is send a message is actually pretty good for a draft deck. And so a lot of like modern draft cubes still just use Prirec instead of send a message because Prirec is just like not good and send a message is slightly too good. So I like the idea that we have a 5/3 that's like maybe somewhere in the middle where it's like good, but it's not like worth not drafting better agendas. So when you score this, you get to install a non-agenda card from HQ. It has to be non-agenda, you pay cost, and you get 3 credits. Like this is not great, but it's better than Prirec probably, for most decks at least. I think the cards that impacted the other game only did so at the start of their turn, like Service Provider. It might make the timing stuff less weird. Yeah, at the start of their next turn, have like a thing on the trigger, just so they don't have to wait for the whole turn. Yeah, maybe. It's cool though. And I think it's like, just have good vibes and make it make sense, but I could see it being weird. This is the blank 5/3 and the next is the blank 4/2. So this is the last one, Satellite Office. This is from Alexandra. It does all the like stained glass art. When you score this agenda, gain 3 credits. Yeah. That sounds like the sort of blank 4/2 that you want in draft. It's not blank, but you definitely want to draft a 4/2 above this ability. But there are some games where you score this, you're like, okay, fine. It's not Off-World Office. It's not the HB one, which is cracked. But yeah, this is like where you kind of want a blank 4/2 for draft. It's like, it's playable, but it's not great. And if this looks terrible, it obviously looks terrible in standard, but in draft, like clicking for credits happens a lot. So this is better than it looks. With Atea is pretty good. Ooh, cool. Yeah, I guess if you can make it make sense. Installing an Atea trigger is cool. In World Office. I mean, literally, yeah, in World Office. It's there. I don't know if this meant to be a certain building in Seattle. It looks a bit too much sci-fi. I don't know if this 12 is. The 4/2 almost feels better than an actual blank 3/2. Yeah, as long as you're not fast advancing and maybe like showing a card is advanced. Depends on the card pool of the draft to make that bad or not. But yeah, that's not terrible. I mean, really creative cards, like sick. Not only like putting all the booster packs together and printing these cards and like getting them sealed, but like making cards, commissioning art for them. Like that's an absurd amount of work. Well done. I have no doubt people really enjoyed this. It looks like the event was killer. This was on Friday. It wasn't streamed. And the winning team was, I believe, Wiki and Sokka, which is pretty sick. I wonder what their decks look like. And that's awesome. That's really, really cool. All right, let's jump back into it. Again, those are not real cards if you're tuning in. Those are from a draft pack. Corp. It's like getting warm in here. I probably should get the fan, but I think we can make it through. Big Maggie's text is fun. Maybe more fun than that. Seattle 12 is a sports thing, I'm pretty sure. The 12 has to be a Seattle Seahawks reference because there's only 12 players, right? And they've had the same 12 players for the last 2 decades. Yeah, so Seattle has this weird thing where the sports team is based off of lineage. And so like they found the 12 best players back in, I think, like 1986. And it's just been the Seattle 12. No, I have no idea. They are real to me. I mean, that's what matters. If you walked home with them from the event, I think Man in the Moon was probably very clear. Like if you left with these cards, you can use them in standard because they are on cardboard. And all that matters, I think if you look at the industry rules, it's like the deck just has to be made out of cardboard. And it can't say like on a Game Master or something on the back. Oh, we have Bite as an icon. That's not good. That's never good. Oh no, it got worse. Hey, best of luck, have fun. It's claim. I think this might be a local claim. Not into Prov at all. It's kind of a bit of a game, less so of like tempo and interesting decisions and more of cockroach poker. If you hit the wrong thing, you lose. If you hit the right thing, you don't lose. Good luck, have fun. All right, so our hand has Cubulation. If you don't run, that's like the best thing you do against Proptivos because they can struggle to do something. We have an early deep dive. We have a 1 card draw card, but that probably isn't enough. I'm gonna mulligan. Like this hand, if we mulligan into it, we wouldn't be a disaster. This is like you can always run with knickknack and jack out, which is kind of fun. So Proptivos we haven't seen in a while. I also forgot it was an identity, but it says the first time the runner makes a successful run, you place 1 advancement. And again, if that card cares about how many advancements, it can be bad. So like in theory, the thing we want to play around here is Crypto Crash. I don't know what else it is, but like, yeah, anybody can win or lose against a Proptivos if you just hit the Theoretica that is 4. The question is if we can put off enough pressure, but generally if you don't run against Prov, they fall apart a wee bit. Okay, so we have very little card draw. Gamble VR install Trigger Meg. Yeah, it's not that bad. I just don't want to be running too much, but I guess the hand didn't require us to run. So we have DZ Cole, which is a good enough start. We have Knickknack to do like some trigger. We don't have to do Amuse yet. We definitely draw first. Ritual is good for next turn. So I think we do draw again and we just do DZ credit. Ooh, I don't think we can afford that this turn. I think we just do credit DZ, which feels like a bit of a waste of our turn. Maybe we should just draw deeper. We could get this money, but I actually don't want to in case this is a Crypto Crash. Definitely Charlotte? I mean, it could be. Oh, looks like it is. So we definitely want to deal with Charlotte. NBN Ice, the face check could be a tag, but yeah, it is a Charlotte. I mean, if they advance Charlotte every turn, it's not actually that absurdly good. They spend a click to get 3 credits in a card draw. I mean, it's not bad. There are 11 players from each team on a football field, but Seahawks fans are referred to as the 12th because the crowd noises can get so loud during own games. Yes. Tell her click DZ is fine. Yeah, maybe setting up a DZ is okay. We can take the money now. But I don't really have a reason to run here. They advanced Charlotte, which is fine. Okay, so we could do... Lilypad gets us low, so we'd have to consider playing the Telework. We could just install the Plongi because it's free to draw cards. So we could do Lilypad, Telework, use Telework. But that puts us on 5 cards, which we don't want. We could run with the Colton and Jack out. Advancing any of these cards could matter, but like the Charlotte advance is like, it's value for sure. But I don't know what on the table we could not run. Like technically Holloman, but it's expensive. So we do want to get a Nuka down. Maybe we just do Nuka, Telework, hit Telework, install the Lilypad for next turn. Oh, we can't do that. Math is hard. I could see us doing this and then just click for credit, putting that a Lilypad. We could also draw and discard a Nuka here. But like we don't use the Diza trigger, but the Diza trigger is only good if the Lilypad trigger hits. So maybe it was meant to be Lilypad Pelongi here. Whatever. A bit slow, but I don't think we have to be that fast in this matchup. The 11 Seattle players. I am the 12th Seattle player. We are the 12th Seattle player. All right, so we've shown a pattern of not running, but again, like, I don't think we have to run. Once they start advancing their cards, it gets a bit more interesting. But like, I'm not convinced we have to run here. The thing is they could do Holloman into score. Maybe that's a problem for us. Well, let's see how long we can kind of push that problem down the road. I mean, we have Illumination. That's a good card to play. It's a really good card to play. I just can't get an advancement unless we're going to be running. So I think we want to set that up for next turn. So here we can do Sure Gamble. Unfortunately, we have to click for credit if we want to install the Plongi to draw a card because we're on 7. We could do Telework. Yeah, that's better. Okay. I mean, a lot of prop decks want you to interact. We just have to make sure if we're going to interact an advanced card, we have clicks left to either draw back up or more accurately clear check his tags. Click Nuka so you end on 6 or 5. Yeah, I think that's how we started, right? We both playing solitaire? I mean... I mean, that's a problem with prop. If they don't run, you don't have tags. That's good. Kick it. Yeah, the thing here is that you have to advance the Charlotte. If a free Charlotte, it's way better than an advanced Charlotte. Because again, every turn you spend a click to get a card draw on 3 credits, which is not bad, but it's like way better to get it for free. I don't know. I don't think this deck's going to big deal out. It's just like, these are going to be bites and stuff. Like, I don't want to play a game where I hit a bite and then advances an agenda and I have to clear the tags. It's like this is all full random. Like, I don't know what to do. All right, Illumination got dealt with. We can just continue to set up. Nothing else is happening. There's no big deal in the format anymore, right? So we can install 2 cards. We can finish our telework, which is fine. Fermenter is nice against oppos, which the deck is definitely on. It makes purging a bit sweeter, but I don't think we mind too much. So we definitely install the next Nuka. We probably install the daily casts. That drops us to 7. No, we can install 3 here and still, yeah, we just triple install. Boy, you know what console would look great with this hand? Lily pad? You know, I looked at Sam's list and I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't know what's going on anymore. Yeah, I think we'll just install cards in general. Just the idea of cards. I think the money is pretty good here, so we can just get the fermenter down and get the prop down to break the early face checks. Oh, draw. It'd be weird to say no to that, wouldn't it? Good. That's a great discard. Cool. Still genuinely thinking about Madani. All right, so they didn't raise a federal before. This is worth interacting with. So we do have an Azimuth, which is definitely worth something in this matchup, now that we can get it really easily with this hand. I mean, the good thing about federal is if you have multi-access, they generally put the agenda 2 cards down. The thing is we can't ever see more than 1 card on R&D. Oh, that's important, because now they can do quad advance, so they can never advance 4/2s. So we probably have to start interacting this turn. I don't know if we have the time to put down Knickknack. I never like pre-resing a wage workers because you're giving us so much information, especially when this is a trap deck, about what this is and isn't. So you generally, like, we probably still have to consider trashing this, but we want to run something first to see where the advancement goes. Okay, so we could just die. We could end up with Checkers with 3 tags. I don't know if 3 tags is going to ruin the game for us. So what are we doing? We put down Knickknack, it replaces itself, but we're not really in a rush to do that. An Azimuth would be good. These have been on the table for a bit, but if we run a bite too late, we're in a bad spot. I think Wage Workers is the card that I care about the most. So I think we do with Wage Workers and we see where the advancement goes. This is the card that will actually win the game if it's left unchecked. And so they're going to get the first prop counter. Yeah, run Wage Worker and see where it goes exactly. Like, I don't want to run a trap. So if they put it on a thing, it can still be a trap, but now checking the other cards is cheaper. Like, worst case scenario, they score out this agenda. So now we can check the other stuff. Because I don't know if they'll advance traps or not, or agendas or not. Idiosyncrasis, okay, so that's probably worth trashing. We can check server 8, considering we haven't been running for a while. It's a Vlad grid, okay, so that's another good advancement. So they advanced this card over a Vlad grid, which makes me think this is more likely to be a trap, but again, it's kind of full random, huh? If we draw, we can install a Hush for free, drawing a card, putting that on ice is fine. Installing a Revolver is not bad, but we don't really need to do it. We can also just take telework credits. We're not unlikely to get oppoed. But now if we run last click, we can end up hitting a Behold. Even other click was kind of rough. So, I mean, we can nuke it, discard 3. I think I just draw once here. Like, if this is a crypto, being on 3 credits is fine. Ooh, that's good. I think we just install this for 1. And then we don't take the credits, even though you have a window here to do it. Because this allows us to hedge around a crypto on the table. I mean, I guess they could do like, I don't know. With 6 cards in hand, we're also pretty good against Public Trail into something. So we know 8. We have to trash 8 eventually. They might be on business as usual. Let's them like soft fast events off of 8. We just want to grab like 2 2-pointers and then deep dive off of a Hannah, because they might be on only 2-pointers. It also could just be like slowly advancing what's it called? A clearinghouse, which we'll see if the advancements keep going on the same card or not. Second Black Grid since the advance didn't go there. Yeah, sure, but this could be a trap. Like, I could see this being a check as to be like, oh, we thought you would run this, because that was our first run. And generally your first run is a bit more like of a exploration. So even if there's an optimal play, sometimes you try and trick your opponent. Okay, second Vlad Grid. So they score out a 4-2 and pass, I think? Or a 3-2 and pass? Oh, cool. We can't respond to that, but luckily we don't have credits to lose. So now we know the whole board state, which is good. It's a tomorrow's headline, so we get a tag. So that's their best 3-2. We just don't run this turn, so Charlotte doesn't do anything. All they have is federal fundraising. So this is fine. We definitely want to find an Azimut because we have to trash Vlad grids and magistrates. No powers that be on the table is fine too. And they have to discard with a spin doctor. Okay, so you can always run and jack out with Knick-Knack. It doesn't need a successful run. The big thing we want to get is the Azimut, which is a bit tricky to get at. So I think we just nuke it to start and see what happens. Okay, DZ into, I don't want to do a Muse Azimut for 3 MU, but I mean, we could. So now we just want to get our money up big. So we could do, we always remove tag. We could do Knick-Knack, DZ. That brings us to 0. No, we probably can't. I think we just do Knick-Knack, creative, install a revolver. I mean, I guess we might as well DZ though, because the DZ will work on the revolver this turn. The Knick-Knack is like fine, but not super important. We'll get rid of the third DZ. There's no shot we need it. In fact, the Illumination is probably the worst card in hand. But we're just gonna keep setting up. So that was the turn that they got no value off the Charlotte. They definitely have agendas and archives, considering they've drawn through 20 cards. We've seen only one agenda. Sometimes federal fundraising just puts it down, which is important. Like you just keep pushing the issue down. And with this, their hand is usually a bit safer than it looks. But now they have to like make us run on the table, which we haven't seen a trap yet. But we have to deal with the Vlad grids, and we haven't got oppoed. So this turn is probably like Knick-Knack, run Vlad grid, run Vlad grid. They get a Charlotte advancement. But yeah, the Shaper deck doesn't interact. Like you don't force them to spend money. Let's see if they can do it. Wage Workers? Okay, fine. And this is 2 credits for a click, and it tells us what it is, which I don't know if it's huge. I think you can just install 3 cards here and give us a mystery. Vonchlet and Theor to do. This is actually a good reason to. Hey, did the stream go down? Hey, did the stream go down for a second? Hey, we still here? Hey, we still here, chat? It's back? Yeah, it went down. It wasn't on my side. It seemed to be on YouTube side. I just wasn't thinking. Yeah, it hiccuped for sure, but it seemed to be on the YouTube side because I didn't drop any frames. It's good to be back. Okay. We definitely need an Azimut and a Hannah, and then we can deal with a lot of this. So we can start to take some risks. They know we need to deal with this, which makes me want to check these a bit more. The Wage Workers is not super important on this turn. So I think we can just start with Knick-Knack. Again, if we hit a Behold, it's expensive for everyone. So we'll run 11. We'll trash a Cole. We got a Hannah. That's amazing. Let's see what they advance. In theory, running known stuff is a bit riskier because now they know. It's a Crypto Crash. We'll pay 3 for that. So that's our Magistrate trigger. I don't know if they put 2 agendas on the table. They can score a 3-2 from hand next turn. They advance the Charlotte. So I guess we can somewhat safely check server 10. We can get oppoed, but we're not on threat. So now it's between trashing the Wage Workers, the Vlad grid, and this card. I don't know if they would have put 2 4-2s on the table. They're probably a bit flooded. I think there's a chance. We could do Hannah, check with Hannah. I mean, we might as well. This means we still can pay for the Revanchelet. In what world are we suffering the Charlotte to live? I mean, I don't think it matters. So we can draw install Hush for free. Or we can click for a credit. Oh, we should have sold the Daily Cast, mind you, not the Coalescence. That was a mistake. I didn't see the Daily Cast on 2 down there. But like the Coalescence lives, the Daily Cast dies. This gives us more money faster somewhat. Can pinhole the Charlotte? Yeah, maybe we should, because keeping the money down is good. I just don't think it's super, super important. If we get small oppo, we just do Fermenter clear tag. So the worst case scenario is like, we want to go to no credits so Revanchelet doesn't hit us if they score off the Vlad grid, which I'm assuming they're on remasters. So I think we want to deal this next, then this. So I think we just keep our money. So we can just discard the Knick-Knack. I mean, I think playing this is fine because it draws a card. All right, so oppo's okay. We have a Fermenter. No Twitch hiccup. Yeah, it seemed like it was totally YouTube. Clever, are you watching them both? That's sick. This would be so much worse if this was Epiphany for us, I think. I think they've paid for every Charlotte advancement. So it's good. It's definitely good. Isn't there a Muse to recur the Coalescence better there? Yeah, but we couldn't pay for the Coalescence, right? Because we could afford the Muse for free, but then you have to install the Coalescence for 2, and we don't have the money. How's it going, Seba? Yeah, we didn't have the money because we would need the upfront money because Muse is a 2 credit play. Yeah, the DZ pays for the Muse, not the Coalescence. So you're short 2 credits. Yeah. You're right, we can install the Muse for free, but yeah, you can't, the card off of it, you have to pay full cost, yeah. It's definitely the play if we want to continue to knick-knack, which probably what we're going to do. Running HQ at some point is also probably pretty valuable. They are, like, Federal Fundraising Charlotte's really weird because they're going to end up decking themselves, right? Like, the play here is probably to do multiple install and then do an oppo, and that actually is a bit awkward for us. We can maybe float a single tag with Hannah, but we want to keep our Hannah because it's like the best card in the matchup. Yeah, BAU is frightening. I don't think they can oppo us on the same turn super easy, but BAU is the combo card while we have to deal with the Vlad grids. I think they'll probably get to 4 or 6 points, and maybe they're not in 2-1s, but that's likely going to be a good spot for us. Charlie doing some heavy lifting. Yeah, we probably should have pinholed it in hindsight. It is all the money that they've got. Okay, embedded. If they just oppo us, we're fine. Yeah, this is totally fine. You don't want to oppo and not put any problems on the table because there's nothing we have to do. Like, maybe that they have another BAU and they could score another 3-2 from hand. Like, that's the worst case scenario. But, oh, I guess this is a big oppo. That's okay. We can hand out of a big oppo. But, like, a big oppo now means they have no money, no Charlotte. We ducked the Magistrate too, which is good. So just a small oppo. Wow, yeah, I don't think that's a great oppo for our opponent. So we can take 10 on the Fermenter. If we run, we have to deal with the Charlotte. The cool thing is you can't really pinhole Charlotte. Like, we could pinhole Charlotte and force them in an awkward spot. So I could see us pinholing. I could see us doing Fermenter. We know that there's not a B1001. We could do Fermenter. We could pinhole Charlotte. We could clear 2 tags. If they advance a Vlad, I think we just don't interact this turn. I don't think there's a reason to interact. Yeah, this is a turn exactly to not do anything. We can install the daily cast and not fire any rare text. We don't really have anything we want installed. No, actually installing Muse into Azimuth is like kind of good. It's awkward, but it actually is kind of good. So we can throw out the knickknack. So we could just take the telework. I mean, it's more money than not. Yeah, I don't mind telework, and I'm actually going to do Muse Azimuth just because I'm fed up of dealing with assets. So we'll do the Muse first so we don't draw the Azimuth from the stack. Like, it's a 3 MU Azimuth, but like we have the MU to burn. And then next turn we'll come down on things. With Hannah and Azimuth, it's like very easy for us to disassemble the board. The question is if they're on 2-1s, like, can they actually close the game from this point? Spin Doctor used first. We haven't seen the checkists. I don't know if they're on Urtica, but they're definitely on Idiosyncresis. So at least that shows we can run everything. And with BAUs, they can fast advance 3-2s from hand, right? Install a BAU advance, yeah. So that's the one thing that we lose to, but they only have a couple more 3-2s. If they have every 3-2, they can win. The thing is, if we steal embedded, there's not enough 3-2s for them to win off of the BAU fork. I do think the Charlotte we should have brought down a while ago, for sure. Yeah, so far we haven't seen any traps, but I think there has to be traps. How long are we not going to transfer Revanche Delay? It's also going to be a very funny question. Installing the Azimuth and not using also kind of sucks. Yeah, Charlotte has made a lot of money. Forbidden program. Yeah, it's bad. Okay, triple install has more problems for sure. Icing the Revanchelet, I mean, that's okay. This will only fire like 3 more times, maybe. Okay, advanced Charlotte. Okay, cool. So we can start with a pinhole and see what happens. We sell the Coalescence. We start with a pinhole. We run archives. They might flinch. There's no obvious spin doctor. But we can respond to what they advance. So they have to crack the Charlotte. So let's try this. So they don't know what we're going to touch, but they have to put the advancement first. So they kind of have to crack Charlotte unless they think they're going to lose it. Yeah, this gives us so much information. We can also just take down the Revanchelet, which is probably worth it. Oh, hold on. So it looks like we're getting the Charlotte. They advanced the Vlad grid. Okay. I mean, maybe I should just let the Charlotte go. There has to be beholds in here. There has to be tags. We saw Oppo, so there has to be tag punishment. Powers goes down. And then we have to just trash this as well. Okay. This probably has to go down. So we run server 2, we'll have an econ issue, but we can always do Muse Coalescence. We're short on MU, but we can free that up. Our money. We have to trash this. Like, maybe we get big oppoed. Okay. So this is another Vlad grid. We can click for a credit here. We can install Muse, trashing at this point, maybe the Pelongi. And then we can get a Coalescence, which gives us, we can get those credits this turn, which is fine. Yeah, I think that's the most money we can get the fastest. Oh, sorry. Yobida. I misclicked. I discarded the wrong thing. Is that going to be the whole turn, though? Yeah, no, I messed it up. So hold on. I have to do this manually. Okay, so we're going to add this back to hand. Can I not? Can I not drag this? Okay, so I'm going to install, I'm going to give myself a click. And we're going to install the Muse. We are currently over MU. We want to keep the Muse around, though. So I think the Hush is probably less necessary. So we'll do the Muse first. We'll grab from our stack. We'll grab the coal. We'll trash the Hush, I think. We'll draw a card. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, so now we actually have 5 credits. Claim could big Oppo us, but then they kind of got an econ issue. And then when we make our first run with Hannah, we go up like a lot. And we have, again, like a 6-click turn if we need a 7-click turn. Do you not want coal from heap? That's a good question. Yeah, maybe actually. It might have been better to get it from the heap, because I think drawing Coalescence from the deck is fine. Yeah, that might just be like a bit of tilt for messing the interaction up. I could see the coal from heap being better, because it's not a terrible draw. Like, there's not that much else we want to draw from the deck besides Deep Dive. Maybe we're thinning for Deep Dive. Okay, Spin Doctor start. Let's see if we get output or not. If we don't get output, we're in a really good spot. This is the next card we have to deal with. Eventually the Wage Workers. Sorry, I don't like being that zoomed out. I guess we can zoom in now. But it's not fun when the cards are as small as they are. That nice. Oh, I guess we're pushing. I mean, makes sense. We can either deal with the Wage Workers with this card. I mean, this could be a trap. It could be a 5-3 with the Wage Workers and we could lose. I don't know if this deck is on 5-3s, so we have to make our own decision, but we did not get oppoed, which is pretty sick. We could Hannah run the spin, it probably gets cracked, so it's not super high value. We don't have our Deep Dive yet. When we run, we make a click and 2 credits and a card draw, which is pretty good. Pinhole for Charlotte. How many Charlottes do you think they're on? I mean, we could do Pinhole to check what it is, which is pretty good. I don't mind that. Like, this does how much net damage? Yeah, I think we can Pinhole to check it. To check the checkist. I'm into that. Last Pinhole in hand, good. So this could also 2-for-1 the Spin Doctor, which is cute. We know there's no B's, so we can run the server almost guaranteed. The Funhouse would be like the worst case. If they put an advance on this, I mean, I think we're still touching it. It's a Crypto Crash. Okay. So this is a Crypto Crash, which now they need the Wage Workers to... No, they don't need the Wage Workers to score out. And this is now forking us in 2 different ways. We have 6 credits. We have no Simul Chips, which is our like econ card that gives us +4, but we can probably just hand it this remote server. We can break everything super cheaply. We have to make sure we get in with 3 credits though, which because of the magistrate, which we have refused to trash. How many overclocks does the deck have? 2. We haven't seen one yet. An overclock would be okay here, but it's not worth throwing into, I don't think. How do we make money fast? So we need to get in there with 3 credits or deal with magistrate. We have no make money fast cards, and then we still have to deal with the Vlad grid on the turn, which for Azimut Hannah is not that hard. I'm assuming this is ping into something, and if they res too expensive stuff, like just Hannah and the magistrate. I mean, you're right. I guess we just pay the money now here, and that forces them down. Yeah, we pay 1 instead of 3. Yeah, I'm into that. Yeah, they can't res too much. I mean, if they hit enough pings, we're in a bit of an ugly spot. But yeah, this actually uses the Azimut a bit better, as much as we want to deal with this. But even resing this is a bit expensive for them. I think it's easy for them to get on 6 points next turn. The question is, can we lock them from there? Yay, Limes. How's it going? How's your weekend? Corpus poor and probably can't afford to protect Magistrate and Agenda. Yeah, probably can't protect everything. The worst case is a VSA because we actually have to take the tag because we don't have a way to produce the decoder. Yeah, they know that we know, so they know that it's worth maybe keeping this around. Or sorry, keeping their ice for server 1. I mean, a grubber is fine. Okay. So we did deal with them. 5 credits is probably fine to get into this remote server. Worst case is, and we know there's no B here. Worst case would be, we didn't get Oppo last turn either, but worst case would be a VSA, I think. Ping, okay. We can always Hannah if we need to, but we're hoping to keep the Hannah for as long as possible. First Cascadia Def going next year. Seems like such a great event. Did you play the draft as well? Okay, 2 pings. So we probably have to Hannah here. We don't want to float 2 tags. Okay, so 2 tags is not good. Yeah, we looked at the draft cards lives just on stream earlier, like the custom ones. They looked sick. So what can we do? We need to make money fast. We don't have a lot of fast money. Clearing 2 tags is really difficult. Hannah is one of our best cards, one of our best tools. In terms of like winning off of a deep dive, which is like getting there. We could probably just float 1 tag. Like 1 tag trashes the Hannah, the knickknack, which is like ugly for everybody. And I don't think we have to worry about the Vlad grid anymore because it's like, what, 3 to res? Yeah. So it's like very hard to score out. So we could just do click remove tag. It's weak to bigger picture slightly. But 2 tags is a problem for Vlad grid and for the 4-2, the freedom. I don't want to use our Hannah now, but maybe we got enough value. We could also Hannah the spin doctor just to see if they'll flinch. Not that we want to trash it, but like we might as well make the run with it. Yeah, I think we just do Hannah for tempo. This is where like we want to keep her fermenter. But next turn we have a Muse. We'll see what we can do. Oh, we already Hannah. Never mind. Okay, never mind. That's on me. So we can remove a tag. We can install an echelon to make us go down to 1 credit, and then we can sell the echelon, which we probably won't need, which means we end up clicking for kind of more or less than a credit. It's worth to keep Hannah. I think so, but I don't want to float a tag. So I don't want the knickknack or the illuminations. So we could just nuke here. I think it's better. Nice. Okay, so we'll get rid of illumination, knickknack, illumination. We can install an echelon to go down to 1 credit. If they do big oppo, they can't really. So I guess we install echelon, so we're always installing. Cool. Yeah, 1 tag punishment. I think the worst case would be a bigger picture, but even then, that's not that bad. Because it clears the tag for us. Yeah, Hannah is very, very, very good, but I think now we can win off of a deep dive. Oh, I guess we need the Hannah for the deep dive usually. Yeah, maybe that was a mistake. We have a Peach of Sean we haven't seen yet. There's 33 cards left in the deck, so Hannah's probably a bit more valuable. Yeah, exactly. Bigger picture only steals 2 credits. Gives them money, though, which is bad. But yeah, clears the tag for us. It's like not worth playing around. I think we probably could have floated a tag with Hannah. We have no way of bringing her back. So we can make a lot of money quickly with spec work, run, trash, echelon. So we should have a way to put down the daily cast. This is a weird fork, though. I mean, you can't cash this check. You don't have money. God, yeah, I already miss Hannah. So triple install of wage, credit. So if we don't run, they can install a score of 4-2. If we don't run, they can score 4-2 off of wage workers. If we run and trash the wage workers, they have the Vlad grid. Behold, they can fire, but it's going to be disastrous equally for them as us. I don't want to just ignore and go centrals. This federal fundraising has been doing a fair bit. We have Azimut, so we kind of want to run every turn. I mean, 15, 3, and 1. Let's spec work this and see what happens. Okay. Gamble's worth getting to, but we're not in a rush. We'll be able to gamble if we run. So I think we run 15 and see what happens. Yeah, I missed the hand already. I'm going to sell the echelons the most money. Okay, we have good money. If they advance this, we have to run this. It's a magistrate, so this looks like an agenda. It's an agenda. Will we pay 3 for an agenda? Probably. Okay, so now running this is potentially game winning. They don't have the money to use this because this costs like 4 to score. So I think we just run server 1, but we need to get a credit. I don't think we have to do anything here. We know what this is. This is not going anywhere. I think we just chill. Run magistrate? Oh yeah, we haven't used our Azimut. Yeah, run magistrate is fine. I mean, they'll probably only fire one more time, but I mean, we got the money to do it. Yeah, I'm into that. I like how we installed the echelon just for like forward tempo, which is like such a good thing with 2 DZs. I mean, yeah, we spend 1 credit in a click, and then we'll have to spend 3 credits to win the game later. So I think we just do creative commission here, install the Unity. We got the Peach of Sean, so now deep dive is also like relatively guaranteed. So this could be something. On 2 credits, though, there's not a real threat, and then 2 credits are not a threat for this. Yeah. We haven't seen a single trap yet, so it's not unlikely for this to be a Chekis or an Urtica. But they're definitely pushing there, so we should just deep. Oh, Regolith. I mean, that's good for them. Good for them. They can even just do a big oppo here, which, I mean, that'll be bad for everybody. Because they'll be on 2, which is the same threat that he could do last turn. So if they do a big oppo here, we're fine. We just clear 3 tags. We could even ignore it and go for the deep dive, which, like, I mean, is a bit risky because if it whiffs, we lose, but it's unlikely for it to whiff. We just run HQ, archives, then R&D. In fact, sometimes you can do HQ, R&D, archives, assuming that it will shuffle. And when it shuffles, then you see more cards and you get to see more accesses, but they know the top of the deck with federal fundraising. So running R&D first doesn't seem great. So I guess they're deciding whether they want a big OPOS, which is like, again, 7 credits. All we do is like, sure, gamble, clear 3, float a tag, don't care. Or go for the deep dive. But I think if they're on 2 credits, we're not worried about the deep dive. Oh, okay, cool. So I think we just deep dive this turn. They're on 9, so they can res ice. We need to get through all the ice cheaply. Yeah, let's just go for it. So we're taking a risk here that we don't need to. It's a ping. Okay. That's fine. That's the 3rd ping. So unlikely to take a tag here. In fact, maybe we should have trashed something else because now the VSA is a bit annoying. The advancement on this board state doesn't matter. They could be on Mess and Chesso as well, which we should have enough money to break that. Oh, yeah, good game. Yeah, they have to have points in hand. We haven't seen enough. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 16 left in R&D. Yeah, I definitely should have gone. I definitely shouldn't have left that Charlotte for as long as I did. I think the money they made off of Charlotte was the one thing that kept them competitive. Yeah, we should have just taken the Charlotte down. Against Pravdivos, I'm usually like principled to be like, don't run. They don't have text. And so the Charlotte lost a click and a credit every turn. Like that's very expensive. But still a Charlotte a turn was the big money that they got. No bites, yeah. Yeah, because how much money did they make? The Corp only made 34 credits to our 78. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the game. Yeah, the Charlotte was keeping them afloat. Type kill Charlotte, leave for meeting, come back, Andre eating crow about not killing Charlotte. Chef's kiss. But how was the meeting, Ian? All right. Cool. We've been streaming. Yeah, we can do one more. We've been streaming for like 3 hours and a bit. This deck is fun. It's generally fun. Oh, I was gone there for a second. It like does force you to play in different ways for sure. Okay, Astro's in chat. It was great. Good. Good. Was it about the Charlotte? Okay, PD. Don't know if this is combo or rush. There was like a rush deck. I mean, I'm assuming PD rush is relatively good into us unless we draw beautifully. Hey, best of luck, have fun. So how do we play this hand? Which is always fun because you can fishbowl your way through most hands because you don't really run that often. So what can we do here? Creative and variation's a bit annoying. We could do, I don't like this hand. My 3 favorite letters, UAT. Urban art. Def Varcation first click. I don't know if you're goofing on me or not because I've been doing that a lot. So our opponent mulliganed. We could do, so Varcation drops us down to 7 cards, 4 credits. We can't really afford the lily pad because then we can't creative our way out of it. I don't know if I like this. It's definitely playable, but I'm assuming this hand would probably be more like, yeah, I don't know how we do this. Is combo PD alive? I've heard it is possible, but it's less consistent and harder to play. I don't think we saw it at the tournament this weekend, but I've heard people were saying like it's probably doable. And I believe it. It's just like red level clearance helped so much and it made you faster. So it's probably both slower and more fragile, which for tournaments is probably not what you want. I don't like this hand. I don't know how to play this well because we want to install both of these bricks early, which is 7 credits. If we're clicking for credits, we can't draw. So like, is this a creative commission? Is this first click creative commission? Second click lily pad daily casts. Third click Varcation, install SMC draw. I think combo PD's problem is that Melius bans. Seb is back and should walk over combo. Yeah, I could see that turning a bit. So this hand could be creative commission. I guess it'd be, yeah, we're just gonna mulligan. This is not much better. No card draw. Besides the pad. At least sure gamble with pad is really nice because you can set it up. Ideally, DZ probably comes down sooner than pad. It depends. Our hand has no card draw. So I think we just do first click draw and see what happens. At least our opponent mulliganed and they opened with a card draw, so they're probably not gonna be like jamming. Maybe they do jam ice. Like we're not gonna do anything on centrals besides elimination. Oh, so this is the list probably from the event. So this could be Managarm, it could be Tranquility, it could be Spin. We can't deal with it. But this list is on One Big Deal and Midnight Threes. So I don't think it's an agenda. We draw. Okay. So we could do Sure Gamble, Lilypad Coalescence. That puts us on 4. So I think we do Sure Gamble, draw, Sure Gamble DZ. No, this doesn't work. Draw. It's happening again. Do we just fire it because it's good? I think we just fire it because it's that good. I think we just do Sure Gamble Illumination. We install Lilypad DZ Coalescence. I don't care about her text. Draw one more time. Maybe draw one more time is right. I think I should have done the math. Wait, hold on, actually. I mean, I'm happy with these 3 installs. And we have to do them in the worst possible order, though. Oops. I mean, that's good to know it's in hand. I can't believe there's any hesitation. I mean, it probably will be there next turn. That's the thing. So we know there's a 5-3 in hand. Doesn't look like a Spin Doctor, so probably a Trank. Like, if we didn't Sure Gamble, I think we would have been okay. We were on 5. This is 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we didn't have to Sure Gamble. We could have drawn one deeper, but I like these cards. These are good cards. So we know that they have a 5-3 in hand. This could be anything. I don't think there's any assets. Could be a Spin Doctor to protect the Melius discard. Melius is harder for us to deep dive, so we just keep drawing. Draw, draw. Okay. I mean, we could check this. I just don't know what we're contesting here. We could draw once more. We have a deep dive setup. So we could just running last click, as we know, is the worst time to do it. So we should have done that in the other order, especially if we want to poke archives. We could poke HQ. It's like League 1 and 6. There's probably 2 agendas in here. And then we could just install the revolver to draw. We could also just install the revolver, install the simul chip with our text. I think that's fine. Revolver's pretty good. I think we just need to draw more. And this allows us to end our turn and install the simul chip. Yeah, that's fine too. Trash remote? Yeah, maybe dealing with the Trank this early is good. I just don't have any more money in my hand, so I don't know if I want to do that. But they seem to be flailing a bit. So they probably have a Spin Doctor and remote, but then we would have rezzed it. So this is like Managarm Trank? I can't tell what this is. This might not be the list that we read today. So now it's probably worth running. Yeah. Do we cycle Coalescence here? I don't think so. I don't like our hand. We might have to VR-cation last click. They're manually drawing out their deck to combo out. I don't know if they're comboing. I think I'll start here, and then we'll VR-cation last click. This allows us to click Mandagarm and still have 7. And we always simulchip Coalescence to get back financially. Yeah, we've 100% hit rate. We went on R&D. De punte. It is a Mandagarm. Nice. The Mandagarm is more expensive. The Tranquility is really good for them, but I mean, we're here. So we could VR-cation and discard a whole bunch. Okay. Nice. So we're going to get the Coalescence, which is good. We discard a Knickknack, which is fine. The other cards are pretty good. VR-cation is not our only card draw left, but like, maybe we just need a VR-cation to go. I could see us throwing out a Peach Sean that we have a simulchip, so this seems good. We can take these credits technically, but doesn't matter. That was a good VR-cation. That was a really solid VR-cation. I'm liking playing VR-cation last click and discarding cards. It doesn't matter. We have a 60 card deck, 70 card deck. Just discard cards. It's fine. Okay, ice. Good. MIC is probably the worst case. We could always flicker Coalescence. I think we can do Knickknack run. Not a huge reason to do the run. We could cup a Seamless from hand if we go Muse to cup. We could run Archives. I think there's points in hand though. I think we know that there's a Melius in here. Unless it's in the remote. Damn, we're good. So installing the Propeller is fine. We could VR-cation last click. It brings us up to 8. We can install the prop. We can discard some cards here. Stealing the first Melius means it's more likely. And this deck I think is on Let Them Dreams Meliuses and Midnight 3s. I like this VR-cation less. Rip it. Okay, Tide in the bin. Nuka we don't need. Overclock's good for the remote server. We're going to install the Propeller. We would discard 2 more. I mean, we don't need the Echelon early because we have this. As much as installing the Echelon's not bad. And we have to throw out 1 more. This might be the Overclock. I mean, the Sure Gamble's worse than the Overclock. Like, our money's okay. I mean, we're kind of close to winning off Deep Dive. We have a Pichichon in the bin, so they have to ice Central, so we have to break it. What's the worst card in this hand? Maybe it's the Pinhole. We've seen 1 Managram so far. They're in 3 humanoids. Let's say it's the Overclock. I mean, Sure Gamble is actually probably usually better than... Overclock's probably better than Sure Gamble the way that we're interacting with the game. Oh yeah, right. We have envy testings. We haven't seen one in a couple games. Unfortunately, it was the humanoid, which is the 1 Pinhole target, besides the Managarm. So they definitely have points in hand. We saw 3. They must have more. There's only an 18-point deck. But we'll see if they can ignore Centrals fast enough for us to win. The problem is like Deep Dive is really scary against Melius because you need an extra click, which means if they don't ice Centrals, it's hard for us to get it unless we both have Hannah and something else. So if they don't ice Centrals, we need to draw our Hannah, which means card draw is really important. But we can also just contest remote server, especially if we Pinhole and Managarm and just run it. Because we're 1 Azimuth away from, or not Azimuth, Plongi from breaking any ice on the server for 3 credits. Okay, looks like a spin. YDL for big money. They do have a big deal. So just running HQ here for a single is like not bad. But if they big deal Melius, I don't think we're super worried. We could also run Archives to maybe force a spin. If that's the case, I'd rather just run the spin. This has to be a spin though. They usually let us trash spins though in HB. I think running HQ is more likely, but they probably have jettisoned some agendas. Can we get a cup here for this turn? We can Muse into a cup, try and hit Seamlesses from hand. I mean, maybe that's worth something. I'm going to try it. Muse, stack, cup, draw, run, HQ, Knickknack, access. See if they get scared. Res a Spin Doctor. The Trank. Don't want to trash that from HQ. I think we have to go back. But now we have no installs from our hand. Oh, weird. Weird. I think we have to go back. I mean, there's only 1 big deal in the deck, but there has to be Seamlesses in hand. At this point, they might have 2. They've drawn through like 20 cards. They also have to have points somewhere, which I think running Archives makes some amount of sense. Because I think the Spin Doctor is protecting Archives. The only issue is we have no Maggie text here, which hurts. As much as we've already fired Lily Pad. This Cup Muse combo I mean, we probably should have stolen and just sent back to C3 in hindsight. Like, I think just getting pressure on HQ is good. I'm going to run archives. I don't know. This can't be it, actually. This flushes the spin for sure. And then if we steal the card, we can go HQ. The problem is we can't steal the Meliuses. I think it might still be worth it. There's only 2 Meliuses, and there's 6 other agendas. But I think stealing a card here and sending HQ, like in 8, I guess we get to see 3 cards. So Mana Garment and Unknown. Greasing Seamless. Yeah, this looks like the list. So Seamless is here. So they have to have a Seamless in hand. There's no window to like cup a card and then like multi-access HQ and bring the cup back, which would be hype. But I kind of want to use the cup here just so that we have a target for Knick-Knack next turn. So I'm going to do it. Kind of ugly, but I mean, I'll do it. I'll be aggressive. Seamless, MSC, Midnight. Nice. Okay, we're on game point. We can now win off Deep Dive. I don't know if we want the Nuka here. The Sure Gamble will be fireable next turn. Environmental testing is good, but we have no installables. But I think 2 pinholes might be a bit much. We'll find out. We're 1 Deep Dive away from winning. It just has to find a Melius, not the last one. Muse Cup Seamless, what's the most cards you can stack on top of each other like that? Muses can go infinite. So you can do Muse, Muse, Muse in standard. Oh, this is a different list. Maybe now they're on no 4-1s. So maybe Deep Dive just gets there. Okay, that's good text against us. Illumination me once, fail, shame on me. And they added a Seamless back to hand. Okay. Oh, non-Daemon. Okay. So I don't know, actually. I guess we'll start with the Ritual. Spec working the Muse is fine. The run on HQ is somewhat valuable. They saw our Illumination coming, which is good. We could run HQ first, then Sure Gamble. We've seen 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and at least 2 points shuffle back 9. So there could still be points in hand. We can run HQ for a single, play Sure Gamble. We can simulchip for a cup, run HQ. That's also fine. But if we do it, we'll go for a Muse Cup. So we should do... Yeah, I don't think they're going to let them dream, which makes things better for us. Do you think we Illumination and see if they pop the Vent Horizon? We break this for free. We threat install Nuka Simulchip. That's all we got. They don't know that. Like, I'd love to force them to pop this on Illumination. It would be really funny. Can someone confirm the interaction with Ganked and send a message? If you have no res dice protecting the server, the runner chooses the breach with Sam and Ganked in it. It got cut off on digs. You only get a Ganked whenever they choose to access the Sam first, or will it work either way? You access the cards 1 by 1, you do the text 1 by 1. So if you hit the Ganked first, they have to choose to trash it. If they don't, and you don't trash it, you go into the next card. So it matters the order that you hit the cards. Same way if they hit the Ganked first and it hits an end the run, they won't touch the agenda. So it's entirely dependent on the order. You cannot force it. If you hit the send a message first, then something gets res, then you hit the Ganked. Bad luck, yeah. Didn't mean to interrupt you. No, not at all. I do think we'll Illumination through this. I just don't think it's this turn. We don't have a Lily Pad trigger. We could Simulchip for a cup. What card did they add back? Why is it doing that? They added back a Seamless, which that's the second Seamless because one's already in the bin. We can also cup the Trank, but their money's pretty good. So I think we'll just set up. I think we'll just do Sure Gamble Nuka. And then we get the Simulchip. I mean, fine. They still have a lot of work to win. The question is, can they make Centrals worse? But the remote server is also like very much contestable. They shuffled the Mana Garm back in, which means we don't have to worry about the draft or subroutine if it shows up. But I could see us Nuka and then just like straight Illuminationing just to fire the Event Horizon so the Deep Dive gets easier. But Astro has been in chat, so they know what deck we're playing. Money? Okay, so it looks like a Mana Garm Trank. We have access to Muse plus any way to break this ice, so it shouldn't be that bad. I think we just do Nuka 2 ice, also not that bad. We know one of these is an MIC, that's like the worst case. We know there's a Seamless in hand, which we can 1 and 4 steal. I think there's no shot that we don't start with the Nuka. Okay, so now we can do, I mean, it's a bad Illumination, let's be honest. I wonder if the environmental testing was fine. So we can do Sure Gamble, run the remote server. If they res an MIC, we Simulchip for a Muse. Muse for a Pelongi. We deal with it. That's a lot of their money. Then the next one has to matter. And then it's I guess we have to run now if we want to pay through Manigarm the hard way. Or the easy way, which is clicks. But if there's a 5-3 in there, we have to run sooner if we're going to click through Manigarm. So this is where keeping the overclock is like better than a sure gamble because it allows us to do everything we want, contest and have money. I still think we can contest this. I think they have to be pushing because the late game is not favorable for them. So I think we'll just run here. They could pop the MIC to keep us out though, so maybe that was wrong. I think the Illumination, see if they crack it. I mean, they should let us through. We have a knickknack as well, which I think I forgot. I think at this board state, we probably just knickknack a DZ because like we need to do something. Force the crack? I don't think they will. Like it's an Illumination, but we're already set up. Like they should know. Like we're hoping that they'll misplay, which I don't think we have enough evidence to know that they'll misplay it. But like if they misplay that, like so be it. I think we just want Illumination first click and force them, and then we deep dive on another turn. The thing is like they threaten to win in 2 turns, especially if it's a Melius, because then they can jam the agenda next turn. So like maybe we do have to crack it this turn. Notably, this thing fires when you pass. So they always can respond to it. So we run this server, they res an MIC, we lose a click worse, they go down to 12. They score their agenda usually for 3 credits, they go down to 9. Let's see if they crack it. DZ for more cards, that's good. I mean, they shouldn't crack this, and if they don't, it's right. Oh yeah, they have prio. We always can hush this, which I think is worth something. So yeah, you have prio now. But in theory, they have priority. So otherwise, we can, as soon as they give priority back to us, we can simulchip for a hush and then fire this. The thing is, like, I don't know if I would do that, but if they fire this event horizon, we're relatively happy. Because then they're forked between scoring out and like protecting centrals. Immediately, an architect deployment test could do both, which would be kind of hype for them. But yeah, I forgot we have hush as a threat in our deck. And so as soon as they give us priority, we can hush the event horizon and go in. Yeah, right? We also do break this for free, which is sick. Yeah, this is a fun line. I'm liking the Shaper deck a fair bit. It does feel like a sort of inconsistency and wildness of Ooh, I wonder if we do it. I wonder if we go for it now. Oh, we just passed our priority. Do we just simulchip for a hush here? What are we installing off this? We're installing Muse Propeller. Selling the lily pad was maybe better since you have a copy in hand. Yeah, but I don't want to spend 4 to install this. Like the DZ won't matter. The lily pad will matter, especially this turn. You're right though, we could install it. I think I could just get away with it. Like no matter what, if they pop it, we're happy. But I don't think we have to hush this. Nice. So we'll Muse. What are we drawing for? I think we're trying to get our hush. I think we get our hush here. Save hush for later. I think we get our hush with this. You get through, you could get the cut back and run HQ for more cards. Yeah, it's just running glass click against HB is a bit risky because the Melius we can't touch. So there's only like 9 points in their deck we can interact with. I think actually getting the Muse for hush is pretty good. And then we pre-hush the event horizon. Because I don't know what else we're getting here that matters. So we will search our stack with Muse, pre-hush it for free. Oh no, that one actually we pay for it. We draw a card. We'll install the propeller for free. And then we can install the knickknack, but we shouldn't. The convoluted way. Yeah, no matter what, we get the hush, which is so funny. We're going to pass on this one. YDL off the top. Okay, we have a click left. We don't really have a Maggie install here. We got his ritual for a card. That's good fun. But we're now set up to deep dive next turn. What is DD? No idea. So we could run archives, we could run HQ. Run HQ has a chance. Run HQ has a chance of doing something. Otherwise, we could just nuke and discard cards, which is kind of acceptable too. We don't need the knickknack. We don't need the lily pad. Yeah, I'm okay to nuke it. The single run is not that great. This is good. Overclock is good. So we'll get rid of the knickknack, the pad. We can install the DZ for 2 credits, which like might not be necessary in this turn. I think the environmental testing unfortunately drew a bit too late. Do we install the DZ? It probably won't matter. We already have something to sell, so let's do it just because it's a long enough game. This might matter. But it might be wrong to just say like we want money now because if this whiffs, we need money. I don't know. I can't tell. Let's see what they got here. Again, Seamless jammed the next thing off of Melius is actually quite frightening. They had double Seamless. Wow, so running HQ could have mattered. Ooh, so if they have it, they can jam, which means 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's not a lot of points left in R&D. They added a Seamless back, and now they can jam. So maybe cupping HQ is the play for sure. But if they don't jam, Deep Dive is an issue. If they jam, Deep Dive is an issue, but we have to get lucky. Okay, they're jamming. So we have access to Simulchip to get clicks off of Pichachon. So we can have a lot of clicks here, which means we can even contest the remote server we want to. All right, before their turn ends, we have to think this through. Yeah, we definitely deep dive. The question is, can we deep dive and contest this? Because they definitely have Seamless to win. They only have 1 Seamless as far as we know, so it has to be a 4-2. I don't know if we need to Pichachon the Event Horizon. But we can. I think we just do it. If it whiffs, we whiff. There's a chance we're meant to contest server 1. Which, how's it going, by the way? Like, we whiff deep dives. We get to see nearly half the deck. Do you need an extra click for train steal? No, because we have the oh no, we do. Wow, yeah, we don't have a click enter. Yeah, we do need a click, so we have to go for the Pichachon. Pinhold the upgrade and overclock the remote server. I mean, that's a line, like, that's definitely a line we could do. It probably would mean that we should have simul-chipped on our opponent's turn. Because in terms of dealing with the remote server, in our bin we have access to, we need to deal with an MIC on the remote. We have no decoder. Unlikely to be another train. I'd expect only 2x. 369. Oh yeah, you're right. There's actually probably only 1 more train. Sorry, no more trains because they're on 18. Yeah, they're probably on 2 trains, all 2-pointers. Could be humanoid, could be humanoid. So imagine it was still his turn. Yeah, I don't know if I need to. Might be able to do the remote. Because we might be able to do the remote. The issue is like we can't break code gates, so we'd have to like simulchip for a Muse for a Pelongi. So like we could pinhole archives here. We've seen both ADT and Midnight 3, probably don't expect LTD. No, I don't think they're on Let Them Dream, which means they're likely on 2 Meliuses. Right? Because then that brings them to 18 points. They do 3, 6, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, we'll start with HQ. No, we'll start with RD. We always start. No, because RD commits the thing. I mean, if we whiff, we whiff. I'm going to go for it. I think the odds are in our favor, but there's a chance we could do everything. I feel like at this point, I'm a bit cooked to figure out if we have the math. Yeah, I think we're going to wolf to it for sure. Remote could be bait for sure. Remote could be bait, but I think they have to push in their remote server because they lose the deep dive this turn. So like if they have an agenda, the best thing they could do is push, but I think we're just going to wolf to it a bit. So we'll get the Pichachon. It's not necessary, but we might as well. Getting the hush off of the thing was so good. Drafter, okay. Two Tranks, makes sense. So if we whiff, we whiff. If they have it, they have it. We also could have simul-chipped for a compilation there, which would have been able, we could see 3 in hand and 1 more off of R&D. It might have been right on the R&D run to simul-chip for a cup or even on archives. Unfortunately, at this point, it's a bit too late. Yeah, I think the cup was better. It like puts all our eggs in the same basket. The thing is, like, if we don't want to on a deep dive and they don't have the agenda, it's nice to maybe have a basket. It also means we could have ran back through this to see another card because we would have seen 2. So we could have ripped this and then gone back. For the Seamless, I mean, at this point, I don't think so. I think we messed up. We definitely should have cupped on R&D just so because we can run back and see another card with Pichachon. Which I guess for the deep dive doesn't matter because you're going to see past it anyways. But the first card, removing it matters. We have a 1 and 4. I mean, yeah, we'll take it. We'll go get the cup. 1 and 4 that we steal the Seamless. We're the best. Ask for action. You can still run back and cup. I mean, yeah, you're right. Actually, we did maybe the both of both worlds. The worst of both worlds. Oh, thank God we have it. So there's 4 points in there. All right, so that's it. We didn't have to stress about it. We have all that we can. Yeah, I think this is the list that was in the top 8. There was only 8 turns. Good game. Their hand was Brawn, Hedge Fund, and the YDL we knew about. The remote server was Humanoid, so we were fine. Boomy and MIC. We called the MIC. The Boomy would have been totally reasonable. It's just the MIC was a bit of a struggle. We missed on the deep dive. We're going to regret not pinholing. Yeah, we always can pinhole last click, though. The problem is if we pinhole, I think we just have to beat this with overclock credits. Look at the Boomy toasting you. Yeah. Right? That's kind of sick. Yeah, immediately the Boomy would have purged the Hush, which would have been awesome. I was so interested to see what would happen on the Illumination run. Whether you crack it or I hush it. But it was very cool. Yeah, we illuminated this. They didn't crack it because they know they lose a deep dive next turn. And then we just used the illumination to put the Hush on the Event Horizon, which is like such a funny pin. Yeah. I think it was wrong too. It wasn't even a good illumination. I think the Muse was drawn off the KK. Yeah, it's hard to win off of deep dive, especially because we saw what we thought, I guess eventually thought 2 milli S's. So it's easy to even just do a cheap deep dive. Yeah. It's hard for them to win with this on Centrals though. Like that's kind of the fork. Is like this deck probably only has 1, maybe 2 Event Horizons, and where you put this is so important because I don't know if this list is on a Noetic. And like we could have just given up and camped the Central, or sorry, camped the remote server. Pinhole could be the archives run for deep dive is what I meant. Oh yeah, we could have pinholed for the Managarm or even just touched this card. I think the Managarm would have been better. Yeah, the credits would have been fine if we pinholed the Managarm. Yeah, thanks for the game. Yeah, I agree. I think just running archives and making the run matter is probably worth it. Especially because we have another pinhole, worst comes to worst. I think you definitely pinhole the upgrade we know, not the new card. Because if it's the new card's an agenda, you still have the Managarm issue. That was a fun game. This list is kind of sweet. I'm kind of into it. Like, I don't play a lot of Shaper. Sometimes it's been a joke around here. But we played 4 games today. They all had like different issues where you have to like reflexively play the top of your deck and play your hand. In certain games, we're learning like if you don't have what you have, just discard your hand. And that's obviously a really big thing. Is when you play a 70 card deck, you're not going to play all your cards. So you can choose to discard cards, right? If you have a good card in your hand, you can pretend that it's on the bottom of your deck, just discard it. It doesn't matter because your deck, you just need to get to the right cards at the right time. If you play Eternal, yeah, we play our Film Critic deck. I can't believe how often we drew the Verification as a 2 of. We found the Knickknack, or sorry, the Hannah consistently. Knickknack was like a lot of fun and to interact when and where you needed to. I didn't realize this list was on 2 Plonky, which can't be surprising. That's such a good card, especially because we're inconsistent. Like this is what I mean with ratios. You just need enough cards that touch cards or get through stuff. Yeah, pin for the archive run would have been a lot better. I think it solves us on both issues, whether we push the remote server or not. Did we play more Verification click 1? That game we didn't. That game we were better playing Verification last click and just discarding cards, and it's like totally fine. Yeah, I agree. Spreading your odds on that run was a lot better. It's only a singleton telework. Interesting. And Minstrel, mind you, has been in chat and very helpful. Minstrel is just a phenomenal player, nice person too. And Minstrel is actually considering not playing Lilypad and playing Madani, which I think makes you play 3 Verification and just sends it. Which like you lose a lot of card draw. So maybe you do play a smaller deck at that point. But like this is just fun. It's fun. I do think the corporation really needs to present problems quickly though, because the amount of value you have every turn is nonsense. It's really nonsense. I want to give you a huge thank you to all these names and more. I believe this is the new one, so it has some fresh names here. I need to do an audit. Usually we correct the rings and stuff like that over time, so I need to do a better job. But there's some new names here, like Ben Hooper. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. We're supported on Patreon. We have also our daily cast patrons, which I'm incredibly thankful for all contributions for sure. But the Métropole Grid is allowed to do the sort of things that we do because of support from viewers like you. So thank you so much. If you want to find a link to the Patreons in the description, that's generally like the next step way to say thank you. We appreciate the content. On the simpler form, if you want to just hit a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment. Liking is usually the easy one. I really do appreciate that a fair bit. I do want to say next week we'll be off on Thursday, but we'll be back next Tuesday. This Thursday, Pat will be here and we'll be playing some JNet together, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, we have a stream today, but not next Thursday. This Thursday we'll be here. We're off on holiday, which I'm looking forward to that. As always, you can find links to any of the stuff that we talk about. I usually do the publishing after and put in the description. So all the deck lists, all the like articles and websites we go to, so they'll all be back there. Again, I really enjoy streaming on Tuesdays. It's been a lot of fun. So it's in some ways, it's really good to be back. I think that's mostly it. If you came back from Cascadia, enjoy your vacation if you're back. Hopefully you had a great time. It looks like it was such a phenomenal event. Again, go watch the footage. It's all up on YouTube across different videos. And I think that's mostly it. We'll be back on Thursday. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy the rest of the week. See you in a bit.